Chapter 1. A red-headed woman laid in a hospital bed inside a cave hidden away from the village. She was strapped to her bed as her husband holding her other hand. "What's going on? Am I going to lose my daughter? Please save her, please," pleaded the red-headed woman. "Stay calm now, Kushina, they'll do the best they can. Please don't worry yourself, dear," stated Minato the Yandame Hokage. "I need you to calm down now, Kushina-san," stated Bawako Tsunade-san. "Orochimaru-san, how is it coming along?" "We're working on it, but we don't know if it's going to work," stated the medic and the scientist of the group. Mikoto, matriarch of the Uchiha clan, and Hanami, matriarch of the Hyuga clan, both stared at the wailing Cushing as their best friend was crying uncontrollably at the prospect of possibly losing her baby. "Tsunade, she's bleeding again," stated Biwako. "Shit," stated Tsunade. As Tsunade went back to Kushina, placing both of her hands on top of the crying woman, activating her mystic palm technique. Minato as well, placing his hands over the seal of the Kyuubi. For some unknown reason it started to unravel. "Orochimaru, do it, we have no other choice at this point," barked Tsunade. Orochimaru understood what was being told to him, grabbing the specimen vials that had come from Mikoto, Hanami, and Kushina. "But we don't know what it's going to do, I haven't gotten that far yet. What if this kills the child?" shouted Orochimaru. "At this point the baby and Kushina will already die if we don't intervene," barked Tsunade. "I haven't separated the DNA or micromolecules yet. I need to know if it'll even play well with Kushina's blood. That is something we don't have time for at the moment. Get it in her, and then we'll see her reactions. Hopefully it'll give us some extra time and we can work out whatever this comes out about it. Luckily it'll only be an allergic reaction that I can subdue." Orochimaru was getting angry, his blood boiling, knowing damn well that he had no other choice but to hope for the best. "Fine, let's see if this will work." "What is that?" asked Minato. "Essentially these are cells acquired by both Mikoto and Hanami. They are the only two at the moment that we were able to get samples from without alerting anyone with what's happening here. Only one's aware of the current situation that we could ask to give these samples. Essentially, we wanted to extract cells from both of them and insert them straight to the baby to give her extra cells to help fight off whatever is going on. We aren't sure if it has to do with the Kyuubi or Kushina's body itself, but it's attempting to attack the baby. And that is why I wanted to test it out before. Unfortunately, we have no other time now." "Is that why you have all three of their cells and blood?" "Yes, but now I have to make a cocktail of sort and give them straight to the baby, and hopefully it will work and protect and give her strength," stated Orochimaru with finality as he prepared the vial, mixing all of them together. As he prepared the needle, "Hanami-san or Mikoto-san, I need one of you to knock out Kushina for what I am about to do." Kushina whirled around, not wanting to be knocked out. She wanted to stay awake to see what would happen to her baby. "No," she protested. "I don't want to lose my baby," Kushina cried out in anguish. But before she noticed, Hanami appeared, smiling down at the red-headed woman, tapping her lightly on the head as Kushina knocked out in an instant. With a heavy sigh, "Hopefully this helps," she stated. Orochimaru nodded. "Now I need you to guide me with your Byakugan. I need to insert this directly into the baby's heart, specifically the left ventricle, to make sure it goes to her body immediately," Orochimaru ordered as Hanami nodded. As Orochimaru started the process, Tsunade's mystic palms technique over Kushina's body to heal in a moment's notice whenever Orochimaru was finished. But as Orochimaru was almost done, he noticed that Kushina's body visibly relaxed her vitals, and the baby's vitals seemed to relax down to their normal limits as her breathing changed from a heavy rapid breathing to a relaxed peaceful breathing. 5 months later. "It's done," Minato told Kushina. "The entire Kyuubi has been sealed inside our baby. Oh Minato, I wish I could see our little girl grow up. I love you, my Naruto-chan. Don't ever forget it. I wish I had more time to see you grow up into a beautiful, powerful kunoichi. I'm sorry for putting this burden on you, my baby," Kushina told Naruto. "Minato, who's going to watch over our baby? She's going to be alone in this cruel world." "Don't worry, Kushina. My Kachin is going to watch over her." "Who? Your Kachin?" "Yes, I found out my Kachin is Tsunade. So I have the scroll that I was going to give to my Kachin when she arrived, but looks like I won't be able to. The Sandaime will have to do it." Kushina was stunned at the revelations of information. She had no idea Minato was from the Senju clan. She had too many questions but felt her life force draining at a rapid pace. As she looked over to Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, with yearning to live to see her daughter. "Get the medics to Kushina and Minato," barked Sarutobi. "Sir!" the Anbu exclaimed to the retired Hokage. "Lord Third, please give this to Tsunade my Kachin, and this to Jiraiya my Otosan. Tell them I'm sorry I wasn't able to tell them sooner since I barely found out myself not that long ago. And it was meant to be a surprise after Kushina gave birth, but looks like fate had other plans." Hiruzen went wide-eyed at the words stated by Minato. "And this scroll will explain everything?" "Yes, Lord Third," Minato said as he was drawing his last breath. Next to Minato, Kushina's hand slowly dropped from the hold she had on Naruto. From above, the dying couple, watching closely, still lingered a white silhouette with long white hair swaying with the wind. 2 horns adorned her head as she looked down. The Shinigami took off her mask, revealing a beautiful woman with porcelain skin, long white hair, dark eyes resembling the night sky. She looked at the chakra she had taken mixed, knowing full well her deal was void. She had mistakenly taken chakra from not only Minato, but Kushina as well. As she looks over to the family below her, she looks at the baby laying down in the altar. "Your future looks full of sorrow, and pain, and total destruction is imminent if you shall lose everything. If I should intervene now, looks like a savior was just born. Even though my deal is void, they will not survive unless I intervene. Kami will be my pain for this." The Shinigami raised her hand, extracting a bit of chakra from the 9 tails, splitting it into 2, and putting it inside both Minato and Kushina. Hiruzen looked up at the chakra being extracted from the baby girl laying in front of him to spot the Shinigami. He paled as to what was going on. "Worry not, Sarutobi. My deal is void from Minato. I believe you will hear of a prophecy from the Toads later on. This is me attempting to make sure that prophecy doesn't go through dark times." Hiruzen nodded. "What are you doing with Kushina and Minato?" "I am implanting a bit of chakra from the 9 tails into both of them. The babe received the entire 9 tails within her, so in order for me to make sure they survive, they need chakra in their bodies. I am going to seal them both in scrolls and shall not be allowed to be opened until this little one gets of age 10. "Why are they being sealed away in scrolls?" "Because, Hiruzen, in these scroll they shall heal slowly. Minato doesn't have many organs left, and neither does Kushina, along with she would eventually die with having the 9 tails extracted from her. In this scroll with the Kyuubi's chakra, as well as healing seals implanted, they will regenerate, but it will take some time for them to completely heal." "I see, but 10 years. "Yes, Hiruzen, 10 years. Then on her 10th birthday you can give these 3 scrolls to her, and she'll need to unlock them only with blood. At that age will you be able to. If anyone attempts to unlock before then, the seals will kill the hosts living within the scrolls." "Who's in the other 3 scrolls?" Hiruzen asked with worry in his eyes. As the Shinigami sent some white energy over to the baby laying in the altar, Naruto started to glow slightly. "They are someone who were sealed away long ago. One was the one who created these seals. I think I've kept her long enough." With that, the Shinigami phased from existence. Hiruzen looking at the 5 scrolls and the baby laying in front of him. He saw the seal that was placed by Minato had a faint glow to it now form what the Shinigami did to it. As the seal glowed, Naruto's hair started to go from a blonde color to a crimson red known to all Uzumakis. Meanwhile, a busted blonde woman wearing a green robe made her way at incredible speed along with her apprentice Shizune to the Hidden Leaf Village. The slug princess Tsunade, even though she hated the fact that she was making her way to her old home, she wanted to be there for when her niece by Uzumaki blood Kushina delivered her baby. Unfortunately, when she managed to get there, she saw the devastating disaster the Hidden Leaf Village had suffered. Walking down the street, she saw the distress the village was, deciding to make her way towards the Hokage Tower. Meanwhile, at the Hokage Tower, "We must kill the demon and finish what the Yondaime started. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain," shouted Haruno and others of the leaders of the civilian council. She was quieted when Sarutobi expelled a killing intent that all the civilian council and even some of the shinobi council couldn't stand. "We will do no such thing. This baby is the Yondaime's and Kushina Uzumaki's daughter." Minato had decided to seal the Kyuubi in his own daughter. Gasps were made throughout the entire council room. Even Tsunade gasped as she walked in hearing this revelation, not knowing what she walked into. "What are you talking about, sensei?" exclaimed Tsunade. Sarutobi wanted to kick himself in the rear, not really wanting to have had released that last bit of information. He had wanted to keep it a secret, but with all the commotion and the anger, it all just came out. "Tsunade, what are you doing here?" Sarutobi asked his student. "Well, I came to help deliver Kushina's and Minato's baby, but when I arrived I saw the village in ruins. So, I came to investigate and I hear that the Kyuubi was sealed inside the babe and yet I don't see Minato here. The Sandaime is being fooled, princess. The demon is messing with his mind and is making him think that that thing is the Yondaime's daughter. We must kill it while it's in its weakened state," shouted another member of the civilian council. At that, Tsunade felt rage boil up inside of her and let loose immense killing intent much greater than what the Sandaime was able to muster. The entire council room was filled with dread, and everyone was in alert as they didn't know what Tsunade was about to do. Knowing well how strong she was, with her quick temper easily getting out of control, they know she could level this building in a second. "Will you touch the child before or after I separate your head from that body?" Tsunade growled as she made her way over to the Haruno council, cracking her knuckles, channeling chakra into her hands. It took Shikaku with his shadow possession jutsu, Choza with his body expansion arm, Inoishi and other members of the shinobi council to stop her even though she was dragging them. "Enough!" shouted Sarutobi, gathering everyone's attention over back to him. "As of right now, I will be making a law that if anyone lets out that this girl is Minato's and Kushina's daughter and attempts to bring harm to her, they will be executed. Do I make myself clear?" Sarutobi told the entire council. When everyone calmed and muttered under their breath, Fugaku asked, "What of the girl? What will happen to her now that her parents are gone?" Before anyone else had a chance to speak up, "Let me take the girl, Sarutobi. With my help, I will train the girl, raise her and have her become the greatest asset the Hidden Leaf will have," Danzo stated. Hiruzen looked at his old teammate, calculating himself as to how opportunistic his old partner was. Everyone turned to look at Danzo with mistrust, knowing well that Danzo couldn't be trusted. That old warhawk would lead the Leaf Village to war against many other countries. Soon Fugaku, clan leader of the Uchiha and Hayashi, clan leader of the Hyuga and Shikaku, clan leader of the Nara clan, volunteered to adopt the girl. Both Fugaku and Hayashi had stated that Hanami and Makoto were Kushina's friend and old teammate under Tsunade's team, and either one wanted to take care of the baby and raise her to be a respectable shinobi that her parents would be proud of. "That won't be necessary," Tsunade told the clan heads. "Sensei, what is the baby's name?" asked Tsunade. "Naruto Uzumaki was the name given to her by Kushina and Minato before they passed away," responded Sarutobi. "Why not Namikaze?" asked Tsunade, a little confused. "Because of all the enemies that Minato had. Imagine the daughter of the Yellow Flash and a Jinchuriki on top of that. Minato wanted to make sure that no one would come after his heir or put her life in danger. IWA and Kumo would definitely want to come after this girl, so I rather keep it hidden until a later date," responded Sarutobi. "What do you intend to do, Tsunade?" asked boldly Fugaku, not liking that he was rejected for something his wife would have wanted. "Naruto is my family. Kushina was my niece by Uzumaki blood, as I am Mito Uzumaki's granddaughter, so that makes me her last living relative. I will take Naruto and I will adopt her," Tsunade told the council. "And if anyone were to attempt to speak any bile at her, I will not hesitate to kill any one of you. Do I make myself clear?" Tsunade told civilian council directly. "You cannot adopt the girl. You don't even reside in the village anymore," Danzo told Tsunade. "The Nine Tails cannot leave the village. We will not allow that," Hamura and Koharu yelled. Before anything else went down, Sarutobi flared his chakra and told the council, "I will address with Tsunade anything that I have to, and I will see to the best of the girl's future." At that, Fugaku got up, bowed lightly, and turned to Tsunade. "If you shall adopt the girl Yusenju, Tsunade, count with the support of the Uchiha, as I know Makoto would not let me live if I did not extend my clan's support to her old sensei and best friend's daughter." Hayashi as well stood up, facing Tsunade. "As the Hyuga clan, Tsunade-sama, we extend our support for whatever you might need, as how Fugaku-san stated, Hanami would not do well if I did not show our clan's support." Soon the Yamanaka, Nara, Aburame, Akimichi, Inazuka clans all showed support to Tsunade if she were to adopt the girl. None of the smaller clans decided to chip in, nor the civilian council. The civilian council were looking at the elders as if looks could kill as to the golden opportunity for the demon to leave the village. "Since her heritage has already been compromised, I think it." Hiruzen was interrupted by the doors swinging open. In walked a long white-haired man with a grim expression, wondering what was going on. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Asked Tsunade. I got word from Ma that the village was attacked. I had the toads do a reverse summoning on me, and then summon myself to the village to see what was going on. I see, stated Tsunade, and Lord Third just nodded. As I was saying, I have news that no one can oppose in regards to Naruto and proof. Everyone turned to look at the third Hokage, wondering what he was talking about. Hiruzen took out a scroll and handed it to Tsunade and another to Jiraiya. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade were puzzled as to what this was, so Tsunade unrolled the scroll as they started to read the letter. Tsunade had tears in her eyes as she dropped the scroll, and Jiraiya was in utter shock, wide-eyed, not able to speak. What is the meaning of this, sensei? Asked Tsunade. The council were growing impatient at what was going on and wanted to know what was in those scrolls. From what I read in the scroll, Minato left me. After some medical clarification with DNA, he found out he was yours and Jiraiya's son. Everyone in the council room just gasped at the news that they had to send you the entire time. He wanted to wait until you both arrived in time to deliver Kushina's baby, and both were present to tell you both the findings. But like Minato stated, fate had other plans for him, as he tasked me with apologizing for not being able to tell you sooner. During the last war, I delivered a son, but I always thought the father was Dan Kato's. Dan took my son to be cared for since we were in the middle of a battlefield. Before he was able to tell me where he had taken my son, Dan was killed, and I presumed him to be killed in all the destruction. To think that he was here in the village in front of me the entire time that I had him in my arms, I would have never imagined, Tsunade said with tears falling down her cheeks. I see, said Sarutobi. So how is he Jiraiya's son? We were both drunk that one night, sensei. Jiraiya stated, as if that alone was enough to clarify the facts, with a hand behind his head, a cheeky grin on him. But to some in the council, it wasn't so far-fetched with Tsunade's reputation. Jiraiya's grin dropped and was also about to burst into tears at knowing his only son was always around him and he never knew. To know that I had my son at my side, that I trained him, I would have never left him. How are we to know that he was truly the son of the Sannins? Asked a civilian council member. The hospital records here that Minato acquired, he had done DNA tests from Jiraiya and Tsunade and compared them to his, and the hospital results confirm that he was indeed Tsunade's and Jiraiya's son. Everyone looked at the baby and at the Sannin, knowing well that no one had a claim to her and were powerless at the mercy of what the Sannin would do. The meeting is over. I need to talk to my students in private, stated Sarutobi. Everyone got up and left. Danzo, being the last one, did not want to leave. He stared straight to Sarutobi. Need help getting up to leave, Danzo, stated Orochimaru, who appeared out of nowhere with a kunai to his neck. Danzo glared back and reluctantly got up and walked out of the council room. Chapter 2. Tsunade picked up Naruto and looked at her. Still crying, she grabbed the baby and hugged her to her neck. My little one. Sensei, I will take Naruto, and what I do, if I should stay or leave, it's my decision. You will not dictate where Naruto goes. Me and Jiraiya are, after all, her last remaining family members, and we have more rights to what happens to her than any Kage or village says. Do I make myself clear, sensei? As Jiraiya walked behind Tsunade, rubbing the baby's head, looking at his sensei. Sarutobi sighed. They have a point, sensei. With the villagers, you won't be able to tell what they'll do, state Orochimaru. I understand. But at least wait a couple of days, so the council doesn't come after me, while I control the situation with the village at hand. Why is that, sensei? Asked Tsunade to the aging Hokage. The village is in turmoil. I need to set something straight before I can work out the paperwork. Fine, Tsunade exclaimed as she nestled Naruto to her breasts, hugging her tight. Tsunade got up from her chair, wrapped her little Naruchan in a blanket, and held her tight, walking out of the Hokage office. Jiraiya had stayed behind to help their sensei work out some of the stuff he had while Orochimaru walked with Tsunade. Tsunade went away holding Naruto with Shizune behind her, happy that she was getting a sister. Shizune always wanted a sister. They made their way to the Senju compound, which wasn't destroyed by the Kyuubi attack. As they went inside, they noticed it was freshly cleaned and stocked, awaiting their arrival. Minato must have had it cleaned for our arrival. Tsunade spoke, voice cracking. Tsunade, I will leave some of my snake summons and make sure that no one attempts anything, stated Orochimaru. Thanks, Orochimaru. If anyone attempts anything, have the snakes kill them. At that moment Naruto started crying hysterically. She had been quiet up until that moment. I did not know a baby can scream that loud, cried Shizune. Quiet down Shizune, she's probably just hungry. Aren't you my little Naruto-chan? Tsunade told Shizune. Master, we don't have food for Naruto. You're a world-renowned medic and you didn't think to get milk, Tsunade, stated Orochimaru, snickering. I forgot about the supplies that we would have needed for Naruto. With everything that went on in that council, I kept thinking on what those cruel council members stated that I lost my mind, defended Tsunade. Tsunade at that moment wondered what she could do. Being many years since she had been back in the village and a big part of the village being destroyed, she would not even know where to begin to look for baby supplies. She then remembered about previous jutsus that she had created for mothers when she worked at the hospital. Performing the necessary hand signs, she felt her breast swell and she knew that it worked. Pulling her shirt down, she put Naruto to her breast. As she latched on, she started to eat. Relieved Grace Tsunade that Naruto was eating and finally quiet. Shizune and Orochimaru, on the other hand, was speechless of what happened. Tsunade, are you sure you're not feeding her spoiled milk from all that sake you drink? Asked Orochimaru. Tsunade looked amused and ushered Shizune and Orochimaru away. As the night was progressing, Tsunade started to tell Shizune and Orochimaru everything that was happening currently with the information that they had found and what is to await them. As the dark hours approached, Tsunade got up. I will be taking Naruto-chan to my room to sleep. Tomorrow will be another day and another day to war with this village. As the morning progressed, Tsunade was rudely awakened by a man falling face first from her window. She woke up ready to kill any intruder, but was even more pissed when she noticed the white long hair in front of her. Jiraiya, you pervert! Is all you heard aside from screams of pain as Tsunade punched him through the wall. Jiraiya had finally completed his life mission to see Tsunade's breasts while sober. Although he wasn't able to see it completely, the side was just enough to send this mega pervert to heaven. As he fell back into the garden, a snake wrapped itself around Jiraiya, hissing to his face. With a snap of fingers, the snake released Jiraiya as Orochimaru was standing nearby. You never do change, don't you, Jiraiya? As the days progressed in the village, hidden in the leaves, news about the Kyuubi being sealed inside Naruto had already spread like wildfire. Of course, the villagers never did anything while Naruto was with Tsunade or any of the other legendary Sannin. But whenever Shizune was alone with Naruto, the villagers would glare at her and mutter nonsense under their breaths. Tsunade advised Shizune to not pay attention to them since the villagers wouldn't do anything since they were under her care. Unfortunately, Danzo was not happy that Tsunade was going to take Naruto out of the village. Hiruzen, being the weak-minded fool, letting himself be persuaded by his students yet again. Danzo thought. So he devised a plan that later on in the week, when Tsunade and Jiraiya were both busy with the Sandaime getting affairs in order so that they can take Naruto outside of the leaf, the villagers would attack Naruto and Shizune, weakening her, and that is when Danzo would act and have his Umbu steal the baby from her so that he could raise Naruto in his root so he could control the most powerful weapon for the leaf. To imagine a Senju baby, with Uzumaki blood and the granddaughter of two legendary Sannin and a Jinchuriki at that. What do you mean it's all paid of? Asked Tsunade to Jiraiya and Sarutobi-sensei. Your son paid for it. He used his money to pay off all of your gambling debt, which in reality didn't even make a ding to his bank account. His adoptive parents were very rich. But it's a good thing Naruto will now be well taken care of without your debt causing problems for you in the roads ahead, proclaimed Sarutobi. Yes, Tsunade, now on the conditions about you leaving Konoha, I am allowing you to leave the village but not the fire country. After all, Naruto was left for me to protect her from Minato's and especially Kushina's enemies, Sarutobi told Tsunade. Furthermore, I will have Umbu or Orochimaru make special rounds every so often near you, but not near enough for some time, just to make sure that everything is going well. I need to make sure the babe is well protected. But you must know that Naruto will come back in time to take the graduation exam from the academy. Only if she is trained by you three, otherwise she has to come back to be able to enter the academy from the very beginning. Do I make myself clear, Tsunade? So I'm giving you the chance to train her and come back at a later time. Oh, and I must be made aware every time you move. I want to keep tabs for my visits as well. I wouldn't want Minato and Kushina to think that I had just abandoned their daughter. Do you agree, Tsunade? Sarutobi asked. If you agree, then sign. Those are the only requirements I'm making as the Hokage to you, and you can train her and raise her in however way you'd like, per the condition that she is brought back at that time. Otherwise, She is yours completely and Jiraiya's you two have a big responsibility now. Tsunade sighed and agreed with her sensei. Naruto Senju Uzumaki, stated Tsunade with a smile. As soon as she felt relief and pride was hover her, they all heard a loud explosion coming from outside. As they all peered out the window, Tsunade's heart fell, as she noticed it was coming from outside the Senju compound. Find them! Tsunade barked at Sarutobi, as he immediately pulled out his crystal ball to see where Shizune and Naruto were. Orochimaru and Jiraiya leaping out the window in a burst of speed. Meanwhile, as Shizune went to the market with Naruto in hands, she was going to go buy some groceries to get dinner started, as it was going to be the last dinner she would have in her old home. As happy as she was to be back where she was born, she was glad to be leaving with all the hate the villagers were giving her baby niece/sister. As she was making her way back, she noticed the villagers threw stuff at her and yell at her, "Kill the demon brat. It's going to corrupt you. It shouldn't be living." Until finally one of the shinobis blocked her way and told her to hand over the brat. "It's an abomination," he exclaimed. When Shizune hugged Naruto closer to her, she sneered at the shinobi. "Get back or I'll make you," she exclaimed. The shinobi laughed and threw a kick at Shizune, but she was skilled enough to block the kick, making the hand signs. She let out poisonous gas to be able to get away. Unfortunately, he let out fire style before she had the chance. Colliding with her poisonous gas, it exploded. Shizune took advantage of the situation and ran, holding on to Naruto tight. Unfortunately, she was caught up by some shinobi and villagers cornered, where she was thrown kunais from the shinobi and bottles as well as other objects. She blocked as many as she could with her senbon needles, but wasn't enough for the barrage. As she was being hit, Naruto's leg was scratched by the kunais. Shizune let out a loud cry of pain as kunais hit her legs or shoulder areas. Naruto cried as being nicked by the kunais, but otherwise was well protected by Shizune. At that moment, Tsunade had a mass chakra in her fist, landing where the villagers and shinobi were punching the ground, sending people flying, hurting most and killing 7 civilians and 4 Chunin that were standing near Shizune and her granddaughter, leveling houses further as she went to protect the girls. Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrived behind Tsunade to check on Shizune and Naruto, while the Root Umbu and the Hokage's Umbu arrived, telling Tsunade to stop her assault, or that she would be arrested. At that moment, Tsunade knew no bounds. She amassed even more chakra than ever before as she told the Umbu, "Back down or die." The Umbu cowered inside as Jiraiya and Orochimaru stepped next to Tsunade, also amassing immense amount of chakra, but they knew that they had to hold their own against any threat to the village, and at this moment not just Tsunade but all 3 of the legendary Sannin were the threat. But before Jiraiya could say anything, a shinobi from behind the Umbu threw a kunai at Tsunade. Unfortunately, Tsunade didn't know who it came from. As she caught the kunai, the Umbu themselves were surprised and gasped in shock. But with that, Tsunade had lost all sense and she let out her most powerful punch on the ground, injuring all Umbu, killing more civilians. She created a meteor-sized crate on the ground. Orochimaru extended his arm, unleashing hundreds of snakes to restrain everyone that was in the vicinity. Jiraiya protecting Shizune and Naruto from the debris. Before she could go on a rampage on the village, Sarutobi arrived, grabbing Tsunade's attention, forcing her to stop. The villagers, Umbu, and shinobi cowering in fear as Tsunade was barely able to be restrained by her previous sensei, but finally stopped. Sarutobi saw that Tsunade was making the necessary hand signs for the summoning jutsu, and before she could finish, Sarutobi bowed deeply to Tsunade and asked for forgiveness for the actions of the village, and at that moment Sarutobi gave a hand sign to the Umbu, and in a mere instant the entire population that had attacked Tsunade, Shizune, and Naruto was no more. They were all dead, beheaded. At that, Tsunade calmed down, looked down on Sarutobi and the Umbu. "Fuck this village. I hope my grandfather was here to destroy it all." At that moment, she went to go check on Naruto and Shizune, instantly healing them. Jiraiya turned around and glared at the villagers. "Anyone else want to harm any of these so I myself can kill you lot?" Orochimaru was beside Jiraiya with a grin, licking his lips as his glare was on the villagers. Now the villagers were horrified as not one but all 3 legendary Sannin were threatening to kill the villagers at this time. Even the clan heads of the Yamanaka, Hyuga, Uchiha, Nara, who had showed up to help the Sannin, all shunned away, not wanting to be a part of the mess that was caused by the damn villagers. As more Umbu arrived along with the Root Umbu, Sarutobi kneeled in front of the legendary Sannin and asked for forgiveness from the villagers. As the Hokage kneeled, the Umbu all followed. Tsunade picked up Naruto, and as she grabbed her, she turned and walked away from the villagers with Jiraiya and Shizune following behind her. During that night, the Hokage ordered the Umbu to gather all of the civilians that got away that were causing the problems, sent them to Ibiki Marino, head of the torture and interrogation force, and soon after had them all publicly decapitated. By the next morning Tsunade had awakened and was already packed and ready to leave the village. She had heard from the Sannin himself that they were already taken care of, and the villagers were aware of any repercussions that would follow if they broke any law regarding Naruto's safety. Tsunade just huffed, "If you were going to kill them anyway, you should have let me do it, sensei. Not like they didn't deserve it." Hiruzen just smirked and asked Tsunade, "When did you get over your hemophobia?" Tsunade stopped in her tracks, not even realizing that she had gotten over it. When she healed Shizune and Naruto yesterday, they had blood on them. Nor the blood that one shinobi got on her when she killed him. "I didn't know I had gotten over it, sensei. I guess when I healed Shizune and my little Naruchan, all I could focus was on their healing." "Very well, Tsunade. I imagine you're ready to leave the village. Now remember my conditions, Tsunade. You can't leave the fire country, and you must remain close enough to the village. I rather persuade you to stay in the village." "No, sensei, I will not stay in this godforsaken village. I will leave and reconsider at a later date when the Kyuubi's attack is not fresh on the villager's mind and my Naruchan has had time to grow a bit. My little Naruto Senju Uzumaki, my new heir to the Senju Uzumaki clans." Chapter 3. As the years passed, Naruto had grown into a beautiful little girl with crimson red hair, with the tips of her hair a golden yellow, reminding everyone of a beautiful red sunflower, and warm rays of sunshine over her beautiful light sky blue eyes. She was the spitting image of Kushina, but with the combination of both parents' hair. Throughout the years she had birthdays where the Hokage would attend, as well as Katsu, Ma and Pa, and some other toads, some friendly snakes, and even Monkey King Enma and his kin. She was living in a small town with her Obaken, Nachan, and her Ajizan whenever he wasn't out getting to his spy network. Naruto was growing up happy as any loved little girl could grow up. The Sannin would give her very pretty monkey pajamas and books with dancing, singing monkeys. Jiraiya had given Naruto a cute frog pajama that resembled his old students from Hidden Rain Village. Orochimaru would give her shed snake skin that he would make into cloth. Tsunade hated that they were trying to persuade her Naruchan to be the monkey's, snake or frog summoner, but she knew that she would be Katsuya's summoner. Unless hell froze over, of course. At the age of 3, Tsunade noticed that her baby girl, whenever Naruto was happy and laughing, was already manifesting chakra abilities in the Mokutan ability. Tsunade was not sure as to why Naruto was able to grow flowers and small little saplings that grew fast. The garden she had grown would be lush, vibrant of color when her Naruken was happy, but when Naruto was sad, crying, angry, or hungry, the garden would dull and waver in color. Tsunade tasked a snake that was always guarding Naruto to dispel and get Orochimaru and Sensei here. She then had a toad send a message to Jiraiya. Hiruzen had gone at blinding speed, accompanied by his most trusted Umbu and Orochimaru, as well as Jiraiya once they were notified. Naruto saw her favorite Gigi walking down the street in the current village they were living in and ran to him screaming at the top of her lungs, "Gigi!" The Sannin laughed at her and hugged the beautiful little girl. "How are you doing, my little sweetheart? Gigi, did you bring me cool new monkey stuff? I want to play with old monkey Enma." Sarutobi laughed loudly at hearing someone call the Monkey King an old monkey. "Now at the moment I see if one of his kin wants to play with you, but after I see your grandmother. She has some important business to discuss with me." Naruto was sitting with her Gigi when Jiraiya flew through the door and saw that they were talking in the living room having tea. "Sensei, you're here to confirm as well, aren't you?" "Yes, Jiraiya. This is a matter of utmost importance." As all the older adults got up, Naruto looked up and went to her Obaken. "Obaken, what's going on? Naruken, remember what you did with the flowers?" Naruto nodded her head. "Well, Naruken, your Gigis would be really happy if you could make some flowers grow like that, and I'm sure they will get some of Monkey King Enma's family happy to see and play, and I think even Jiraiya could get some toads to come explore your garden. But what about Uni? She just up and left." Tsunade turned to Orochimaru. "Could you get that colorful snake back?" Orochimaru smirked. "I see she prefers snakes over all the other summons." After performing the necessary hand signs, he summons Uni Naruto's snake that reflected a rainbow in shimmering colors. Naruto ran straight for the snake, grabbing it from the throat and running out the door. Everyone's sweat dropped. "The poor snake," stated Orochimaru as he started glancing around. Everyone else noticed as well that the garden was getting more vibrant. Naruto looked back with starred eye at the two older males. "I want the others too, you know." The two older males smiled and nodded. At that, Naruto sat down on her knees and touched the ground, smiling. Her body seemed to glow with green chakra that then morphed to a rainbow just like the snake. Soon the flowers grew blooming to vibrant colors, grass forming around Naruto, and a sweet aroma from the flowers engulfing the entire area, making everyone relax with the colorful sight. As Naruto's hand lifted, Orochimaru noticed pink crystals under Naruto. He stared and went to pick up Naruto. As he picked up the crystals, he asked, "Did you make these as well?" Naruto looked at them and stated, "No, but they're pretty." "What is it, Orochimaru?" asked Jiraiya. "I could have sworn that these crystals weren't there before." She put her hand down. "It's nothing, I suppose." "Tsunade, when did you first realize that she had inherited the Mokuton ability?" asked Hiruzen. "Well, I was training her in reflexes and evading when it hit her." Tsunade started to recount the training that partook in the Mokuton coming out. Flashback asterisk. "But Obasan, you hit too hard." Naruto yelled at Tsunade. "Don't get lazy, Naruto. If you don't attack me, then I will attack you." Tsunade leaped at Naruto's leg, high up in the air, coming down with mass force, hitting the ground, forming a small crater. Naruto barely able to dodge due to the ceiling weight Tsunade had her on. Before Naruto could catch up to what was going on, Tsunade had grabbed a nearby weighted ball and threw it at Naruto. Naruto was not going to be able to dodge it in the air, so she mustered all the chakra into her first that she could and punched it with all her strength, returning the ball at Tsunade with double the force and speed. Tsunade just grabbed the ball and smiled. "That's my girl." Tsunade smiled with pride at Naruto. At that moment, Naruto lost all sense of control as she was dazed in tunneled vision focused on Tsunade. When she landed on the ground without her knowing, flowers and grass grew around her feet as she propelled at her obasan to deliver a strong blow. Tsunade was smirking until she felt vines grow around her, wrapping her tight. Looking ahead, Naruto already near her, about to deliver a heavily chakra-induced punch. Tsunade knew that punch would hurt, so she broke free of the vines and grabbed Naruto's punch, pushing her a couple of inches back, feeling the force of chakra and wind blowing her pigtails back. Smirking even wider now, Tsunade knew that this was going to be fun. Lost in pride that her granddaughter had amassed such a punch at her, Naruto kicked with a heavily chakra-induced kick at Tsunade's side, sending the Sannin flying. Not dazed, Tsunade flipped and looked up, only to be surprised at Naruto's green aura of chakra surrounding her, heading towards Tsunade, fists glowing a threatening green with a tint of red. Tsunade focused chakra in her hand and stopped the punch. Shockwave of power was sent everywhere, small crater from the force formed around them, wind howling. As if it wasn't there, Naruto snapped out of her tunnel vision and asked, "Obasan, what did you do? Look at how you destroyed my garden." Naruto said, teary-eyed. Tsunade looked confused. "What do you mean, don't you remember? You did this, Naruken." "Me, no way. I don't remember that." "What is the last thing you remember?" "I remember the ball coming at me with force and I closed my eyes, and then something made me feel funny inside and warm, only to wake up here to you holding my fist." "I see," stated Tsunade. "I think we are done for today, Naruken." End of flashback. It was confirmed then that Naruto had the Mokuton ability. Tsunade, Jiraiya, you two know that with this you two will have to move back to the village as soon as possible. If this gets out, she will be in danger. No child can hold a secret like this, especially a child as emotional as Naruto. Tsunade was ready to argue that she is very well capable of protecting Naruto, but knew that it indeed was the right path in order to keep her little bundle of joy safe. Tsunade sighed. "All right, Sensei, although we will not return as of now, but we will return to the village in time for her to start the ninja academy. I will start her training as of now. You three better start on her training, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, as will I send monkeys to help in her training. This girl will need all the help she can get with all that chakra she has inside of her." "You want me to stay as well, Sensei?" asked Orochimaru. "Yes, if it were to get out that she has Mokuton, I will feel better that you were here to help in protecting her," stated Hiruzen. With that proclamation, Tsunade turned to Naruto. "Naruken, do you want to become a strong kunoichi like your Obaken?" "Yes, Obaken, I want to be super strong to punch my pervy Ajisen through the walls like you do." At that comment, Orochimaru, Sarutobi, and Jiraiya both started laughing. "Well, if that isn't motivation enough, I wouldn't know what is," Sarutobi exclaimed. Tsunade started to train Naruto in the art of physical strength and introducing chakra control to her as she was showing strong signs of prodigy levels of capabilities. Jiraiya had also helped Tsunade, training the little one in chakra control as well and different physical strength activities, as he was now spending more and more time near just to make sure that they were never attacked. Orochimaru was training her in endurance exercises and throwing exercises with kunai and shuriken. Shizun had taught her little sister/niece educational stuff and about their heritage. Chapter 4. Fast forward 6 years. Cracking her knuckles, gathering chakra in her hand, wearing a big grin as she had caught her Gigi crouched down, long white hair greeting her, peeping at some women at a bathhouse. Jiraiya was unaware that Naruto was behind him, wearing a big grin with drool falling down his face. As he got punched with monstrous little strength, Jiraiya broke through the wall and into the women's hot tub, further getting jumped and clobbered by the females trying to bathe. At age 9, Naruto had crimson red with sun-kissed golden tips in her hair, waist length. Sky blue eyes that glistened when the sun hit them at a perfect angle. Porcelain skin, petite, looked fragile to the eye. She was the most beautiful girl around, but none knew the monstrous strength that gained by training with her obeison. At age 9, Naruto had already had near pristine chakra control thanks to her Senju heritage, allowing for her to have pristine fine-tuned control of her chakra as her coils were always flowing smoothly. With the reserves of her Uzumaki side along with the Kyuubi's chakra circulating her, she was a powerhouse, having to have learned tree climbing, water walking at age 3, while moderate-level medical ninjutsu by age 6, she was performing the mystical palm, and was starting to store chakra to gain her obeison mitotic regeneration seal. With the amount of chakra she was pushing in, she only needed another year or so for her seal to appear on her forehead. Jiraiya had started to teach her about seals. Using the Kage Bunshin to accelerate her training, she had a mixed fighting style from Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the monkey style from Hiruzen. Although by the looks of it Naruto's forte was fuinjutsus, they seemed to be natural for Naruto, incorporating certain seals by will when sparing. Naruto practiced her Mokuton by herself majority of the time, and on rare occasions an Umbu would come and help give her a hand with the aid of scrolls that her Gigi gave her, bringing them back from the Senju compound. Her family had no idea on how to help her with this particular style. Most of the Mokuton techniques just came as help from the Nine Tails. But her Gigi Hiruzen told her that once they returned to the village, his Umbu would be able to continue helping her with her Mokuton training. Little did everyone else knew she had already started practicing with her crystal release and ice release. She decided not to tell her grandparents nor her Aji, since they always got too worried when she was practicing her jutsu abilities. Raising her hands, in one hand she created a crystal flower, and on her other hand she created an ice flower, one pink and one clear, so pretty she thought. Naruto stepped outside to sit in her garden to meditate for a bit. "Oi, brat," said a voice from within Naruto as she was sitting down concentrating on meditating. "Who's there?" Naruto asked as she was then sucked into her subconscious. "So finally I meet my jailer." Naruto stared wide eyes at the demon beyond bars, with its tail wagging from side to side, a snarl appearing to be forming. Before the Nine Tails could say anything. "So ccuuutt," Naruto screamed as she ran inside the cage and onto the fox's snout. Kurama was dumbfounded as to why a child would just run at him like that. He was not known to be a cuddler and wanted nothing more than to rip this girl to shreds. But at this moment her happy attitude was exuding chakra laced with Mokuton, which was calming the fox, so he settled down looking at her as she would snuggle, patting his snout. He had to admit it felt good, but not that he would say anything about it. "Your fur is so soft. Oh my Kami, I love it." Kurama just deadpan. "I am Demon Fox. I am not soft or cute, I am hatred incarnate," he screamed. "But look at your ears, how pretty pointy they are. Look at how soft your fur is, and this orange is beautiful, you're amazing." Kurama could not get to this girl, plus her chakra was something else he could not control, so he shut up and closed his eyes. As the more she got excited, the more Mokuton she expelled, calming him more and more. "So what's your name?" Kurama opened his eyes and looked at her. "Aren't you afraid of me? I think I asked what's your name first. My obeison says introductions are important, you don't want to be rude," Naruto said bossily with both her hands on her sides. "Kurama. Kurama, so pretty like you. And no, I'm not afraid, I think you're cute, I always wanted to have a companion around." Naruto climbs on top of Kurama's head, laid on it, and was patting him softly, scratching a small part of his ear. He had no choice but to let the girl continue as he closed his eyes. "Why are we inside a sewer? It's so depressing in here. This is my jail. We are inside your mind." "Inside my mind?" "Yes, I was sealed inside by your father. Technically, this is your mind." Who's my Ota-san?" At that, Naruto turned around on her back, closed her eyes, and Kurama felt more chakra exuding from her as his eyes then shut open to everything changing. He was no longer laying on water nor inside a small cave, but rather in a large opening with lush forest around him. He looked around. The sky was blue but sunny with partly cloud huge trees so he could lay under them. And the grass was soft and lush, full of life. Naruto stood up. I like this better. Don't you, Kurachin? Kurama looked up, giving Naruto a death stare. I said my name is Kurama, he screamed. Kurachin, don't be mad, I love you. And you're so cute and fluffy. After a moment of silence. Kurachin, do you hate me? No, I supposed I can't hate someone who had no choice in the matter. Naruto jumped to be in front of Kurama's eyes. Have you been the one influencing my Kekkei Genkai training? And you haven't answered my question, who's my Ota-san? You noticed. I'll get to that in a minute. Yes. I've always felt someone guiding the hand seals and feelings when sparring against Obasan, Ajisen, Ojisniki, and Jiji. Yes, well, I couldn't let my Jinchuriki be a loser. I have pride and an appearance to uphold as the strongest. So we're the strongest? Naruto asked, smiling, looking down at Kurama, as she still laid on his head, making circles on top of his eyebrow. Not yet, brat. But if I'm going to be jailed inside of you, I'm not going to allow a weak woman to be my jailer. Can we be friends? Or partners? Kurama looked at her. TSK. You're already laying on my head, isn't that partnership enough? Naruto smiled down at him. She hugged his fur, exuding chakra again. I like that, Kurachin, we're friends. So who's my Ota-san? Why don't you ask those wretched people you live with? You are the daughter of the 4th Hokage and the Red Death of Konoha. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Hokage? Like Jig and Red Death. Am I a daughter of a demon? Kurama busted out Logan as he saw the puny girl, horrified of who she thought her mother was. No, kid. That was the nickname she got as she was a ruthless kunoichi. I didn't like her, but I respected her power. I see, Naruto said as she looked down at Kurama. Before she could continue, Kurama interrupted. Don't tell anyone we're communicating, do you understand? Just like your family will tell you not to use Mokuton, don't tell them that we are communicating. Save it for later. Why not? Because I'm the demon fox, I'm hatred, and they will think that I am trying to control you. Well, are you trying to control me? No, I can't. Your Mokuton chakra calms me down, and quite frankly, I've never been this relaxed, so no. I couldn't control you even if I tried. So you're going to continue helping me? In fights and such? Yes, like I said, I won't be partnered with a weak woman. So need you to live up to the reputation of your mother and your great Obasan. Oh really? Who were they? They were Uzumaki. Your great Obasan was the strongest kunoichi of the clan, only followed by your Kachin. Really, that is awesome. Yes, your Obasan got some of your great Obasan abilities, but you actually have a lot of their abilities, you just haven't been able to unlock them. But I can sense that you have them. What abilities? The Mokuton. No, you are a sensor naturally, but with me your senses will be heightened just like theirs were. Plus you have your great Obasan and mother's adamantine chains. Adamantine chains? What's that? They are chains that can protrude from your body, and you can either form powerful barriers with them or attack a person, killing or binding, along with defending yourself with them. So it's like my Mokuton? Yes, in a sense, but these are stronger than your Mokuton. Your great Obasan was able to defeat your great Ajisen because of them, just like your mother was able to defeat your father. How can I use this ability? Your body isn't ready yet. You're storing chakra for the mitotic regeneration seal. Once the seal forms, you'll have your normal flow of chakra in your body, and then your seals will start to develop. I see, my Obasan said I have about a year to go. Maybe less. I can tell that it's already almost full. I suggest you leave now, we have company. Okay, Kurachin, I'll be back. Naruto stood up from her meditation, stretching out. How long was I in there for, she wondered. Narukin, come inside, stated Shizune. Coming. As she bent over to pick up her uni, he looked at her. SSH, don't tell Ojisniki, okay? The snake just nodded as it slid up her arm. Her family had told her to keep her Mokuton abilities hidden and to not show them off to anyone since it was a technique that could get her kidnapped. As a fail-safe, Jiraiya and Tsunade both placed a seal on her, a reverse summoning seal. If she would ever be in danger and her chakra flared to certain heights, Jiraiya would be summoned along with Tsunade and Orochimaru. Naruto was now with her Obasan and Nachan in a nearby city. They were going to stay there and relax before they had to go back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Although her obeisance had reservations about staying, she was told that it was for the best. But not before she got some fun before going back. At this point, they were going to stay in this village for a couple months since the ninja academy wouldn't start in 3 months for her as she was skipping a couple years. Walking down the path of the city Naruto wore, her crimson-red hair with sun-kissed golden tips down flowing behind her. She had on a dark green mid-thigh kunoichi dress that hugged her body on top but opened down with a black sash on her abdomen. Then she had on black spandex pants that reached down to her black shinobi sandals on her right thigh. She had bandages that had a kunai holster, but to her preference she had senbons in her holster. Naruto was a fanatic to train. She loved it, especially when she noticed she was getting stronger from punching her Ajisen Jiraiya for being a major pervert. So she went into the forest near the city they were staying in hopes to train. Releasing some senbon needles, she started to throw them at specific spots at trees where she had set up some targets, hitting the bullseye when she was about to practice with her. Just as she sat down about to concentrate and seep her conscious to the earth around her to practice her control of Mokuton, she heard teens chatter and talk and even chakra being flared. As she got up, she jumped on the trees and made her way towards these people. When she was at a certain distance, she noticed Cloud Shinobi. She noticed it was 2 jonins with 3 genin. When she inspected them, she noticed the man was of dark-colored skin, tall, and had a lot of swords on him with some weird-looking small glasses. The woman jonin looked tall, blonde with braided hair. She was beautiful and she looked strong. There was also something about the jonins that drew Naruto's attention to them, but she couldn't figure out why. Then as she turned to the others, the genin, there were 3, a blonde with big breasts. She knew that she was on her way to rival her grandmother's. Then she saw a redhead female with a temper, and she was clobbering the guy, which in her eyes the guy probably deserved it. And lastly, a short, spiky white hair boy who was sucking on some candy that was getting clobbered. The only 2 that caught her eye were the sensei with all of those swords, and the blonde woman. They seem like serious people. "They are just like you," stated Kurama. "How can you tell?" "I am the strongest after all. They are my siblings." "I see. Both of them are Jinchuriki then?" "Yes. Yujito, we're being watched. I sense a strong power near us. It's familiar but yet unknown. It's calming. I can't quite explain it." "Do you sense it, Gyuki?" "Yes, it's coming from on top of the trees and I can't quite explain it myself." Just as she was about to leave, the blonde woman spotted her, so she ran away but was being chased by the 3 genin as the jonins were just standing there looking at their way. Soon Naruto was dodging. Kunais were thrown at her, so she stopped to stand up to her chasers. Making the correct hand seals, she created 3 illusionary clones to not alert these genins and went away in separate directions. The real Naruto kept heading out the forest the way she came in, while the other 3 went into different directions to try to avoid the clones. One of the clones was easily dealt with as Samui was an experienced fighter and the fastest in her group. So she went back towards the other Naruto that was running in the other direction. Soon the other 2 clones were dealt with and were making their way towards the original. Karui was pissed that she was easily tricked by a mere brat. The Cloud Shinobi were on her tail. They were using immense chakra to catch up to her to close the gap. The guy was right behind her with his katana raised to slash at her. As Naruto was dodging slashes, jumping from tree to tree, Naruto felt some kunais being thrown at her that she wouldn't be able to dodge right away. As she turned, she released some senbon needles and blocked a sword attack from the boy that was with the girls, but then as he was falling down to a lower branch from his attack, she noticed the red-headed female with her sword about to attempt to cut her in half. But before she brought her sword down, the blonde one yelled, "Don't kill her." "TSK, I know." She turned the katana around to just injure Naruto. Just before the red-headed female was about to accomplish this, Naruto jumped towards the red head and channeled chakra into her fist and punched the red head, sending her flying towards a tree. After her attack, she landed back on another tree, pulling up her senbon needles in a fighting stance. At that moment, the guy dashed towards Naruto, katana in hand, prepared to slash at Naruto, only for Naruto to flip and land onto the katana, grinning at Omoi, kicking him to the side of the head, sending him backwards. As Karui was about to attack again, the blonde girl stopped her teammates. Chapter 5. What were you doing spying on us? Naruto just looked at them and sighed. Well, if it wasn't for the red loud one you have there, I wouldn't have noticed you all were here. So thank that one right there. She was so loud I heard her near the entrance of the forest. I see, said the blonde girl. As Karui was trying to go after Naruto to clobber her, but Omoi held her back. What is your name and what village do you preside from? Asked Samui. My name is Naruto and I am not from a village. Naruto was glad that she wore a green robe similar to her grandmother's to hide the Senju symbol on her back. Not from a village, that is impossible. You're a shinobi from the way you fight. Yes, I was trained in the arts of shinobi, but I am not from a village. Since I can remember, my family and myself have been traveling. You see, my Kachin is a medic and a big-time gambler, so we travel around as she gets more in debt in her gambling habits. She only trained me because I am a girl, and with her debts she told me that some collectors might try to kidnap me. Tsunade had used a transformation jutsu everywhere to the public to debunk any type of rumor that could start, so Tsunade was the Kachin of Naruto to keep up with appearances of her younger-looking brunette, so people don't ask too many questions. At Naruto's story, Omoi started to think about this beautiful red-haired girl being kidnapped, taken away from her Kachin to never be seen again, to be held for ransom. Karui clobbered him and told him to get it together. That sounds insane. My name is Omoi and we're from the hidden cloud. Before Karui could clobber him again, they turned for Killer B.
Fools. Ja fools.
This girl beat Yosari behind Omoi and Karui. It's unbelievable from such a small girl. My name is the Great Killer B and these are my subjects. And I am Yujito. We are the Jonin sensei of this group of genin. Naruto looked at the two Jonin wary at first. You don't need to worry about them. They won't try to do anything to you. In fact, they are trying to figure you out, Kurama said. What do you mean figure me out? Can't they sense you like I can sense them? No, they can't. Your Mokutan ability masks my chakra. You see, my chakra is wild and untamed, while your Mokutan acts as a soothing agent for it and calms it. So they can feel your Mokutan but can't tell what it is, and they probably can feel a slight presence coming from you but don't know what it is. Okay then. Should I let them know I know who they are? No, you'll raise more suspicious. Okay, Kurachin, thanks. Nice to meet you, Killer B-sama, and Yujito-sama, Naruto said as she bowed slightly. You look very familiar, Killer B. Eve heard you name before. You must have heard of the great Killer B, the awesome Jinchuriki of the Big Etho. Eto? The Eight Tails girl, get it together. Naruto narrowed her eyes and looked at Yujito. I've heard Cloud Jinchuriki travel together when out of the village. Yujito smiled at the little girl. You're right, I am the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, the demon cat. I see, well, nice to meet you too, and Eight Tails. My name is Samui, stated the blonde genin, as she glanced at Naruto, followed by Karui. And I'm Karui, so your Kachin is a big-time gambler. I guess I can see the fun in that. Naruto saw the shining blade that Omoi was putting back into its sheath and blinked to be behind him. What are you doing? Exclaimed Omoi as he was shocked that from 1 millisecond to another Naruto was behind him taking a look at his katana. This is so cool. I've always wanted to learn how to use the katana, it looks so pretty. Naruto gushed. The entire time Killer B was looking at his students and Naruto. He had to admire this little girl being so strong, being younger than them. Internally, Yujito and Killer B were communicating in the mindscape with Matatabi, the Two Tails demon cat, and Gaiki, the Eight Tails. Yujito, Killer B, the respected tailed beast, called to their partners. This girl is special. I can't put my finger on it, but she has immense chakra reserves, but there's a calming effect, yet there's something familiar to her. Eve never been drawn to another human like this, exclaimed Matatabi. Yes, agreed Gyuki. She possesses some type of power that calls to us, it's relaxing. She seems like she has immense untapped power with potential that rivals even us, the tailed beasts. How can that be? Asked Yujito. We don't know, stated Matatabi. It's just a persense from what I can sense. I can't explain it, but it's familiar but yet warm. Killer B was just quiet, listening to them discuss. Yujito, let's train that girl and see what we can find out. You know, if Lord Rakage found out about this, he would have our heads. Who's going to tell him? You. I think it's a good idea to uncover some of the secrets this girl has, exclaimed Matatabi, and Gyuki agreed. So what you doing out here, by yourself? Asked Samui. Aren't you afraid of being kidnapped or killed like you said your Kachin was? No, I come to the forest to train. Since my Kachin is gambling in that big casino, I rather train than just sit around the house and be lazy, stated Naruto. At that, Killer B took out a scroll and unsealed a selection of weapons. He had come by this mid-length black katana made of precious metals that was well equipped to fighting using chakra or elemental chakra. He had no use for it as his style was different. Yo girlie, you want to train with us? This way it will be a 2v2 and none of these fools will sit around, asked Killer Bee, and if you surprise me I will gift this katana to you. At that moment Naruto's eyes went wide as she rushed to Killer Bee, taking the katana from him. Killer Bee was surprised that she was so fast. This is amazing. Look how shiny it is. It's black and it shimmers. And oh so pretty, stated Naruto as she was starred-eyed at the katana in front of her. She looked at the ceiling arrays on the katana, taking a mental note of it for later. Listen fool, you fool, this is no ordinary katana. The katana Omoi has is made to fight in kenjutsu. It can definitely take a beating and give it back. While this katana is made of precious metals and can be used to fight in kenjutsu, but it's meant as an extension to complement fighting styles. Your style can infuse your chakra and used as an extension of your body, especially with how great your chakra control is. Plus it's made for killing blows or moves with lethal force. If it's that important, why would you gift this to me? You don't even know me, asked Naruto, and how do you know I have great chakra control? Well, you see, only medics can fuse chakra to their hands the way you did, since it takes great control to do that, them and the Hyuga clan. So since I don't see a Byakugan, I know you're a medic, stated Killer Bee as he eyed the girl in front of him. The who and a Biawat? Asked Naruto. You don't know who the Hyuga are? Asked Yujito. No, I don't. Are they supposed to be famous or something? Don't worry about it, stated Killer Bee. He had suspicions that she might be from Konoha, wearing something similar to the legendary slug princess Senju Tsunade. But since she doesn't know who that clan is, it couldn't be possible. The first couple of lessons Killer Bee taught Naruto the basics of kenjutsu, teaching her about stances and ways to dodge. The girl is a fast learner, she's very flexible and nimble, Killer Bee thought as he helped her. As the days continued, Naruto grew really close to Yujito and Yujito to Naruto. Nobody waited for Naruto in the mornings with open arms as much as Yujito.
Yujito Necham.
Naruto screamed as she made her way towards the Cloud Shinobi's camp. Yujito hugged Naruto. She couldn't believe how much she grew to be fond of this obnoxious little redhead, and how much she loved her now, and it had only been 2 months of training. Naruto, how are you doing today? Nechanim here to train and trash Karui like I did yesterday. What did you say, punk? Karui yelled. Naruto stuck her tongue out at Karui. As the days progressed, nearing their end, Naruto had become quite skilled for someone her age in kenjutsu. She loved her katana and how light it was, gliding it in the air to meet its target. Naruto was able to hold her own against Karui and Omoi, but nowhere near Samui. Samui was just leagues ahead of any of them. By the end of the night, they were all huddled together. Yujito and Killer Bee were preparing dinner. Killer Bee pulled out a piece of paper and looked at Yujito. She looked back at the lot of kids and smiled. Let's do it. While we wait for the food to be ready, why don't we test you guys? Yujito stated. Naruto jumped up thinking she was going to spar again, but was abruptly interrupted by Karui pulling her back down from her hair. Sit down, we're all tired, no one can keep going like you freak, stated Karui as Naruto pouted towards Karui. Yujito cleared her throat, and once she got everyone's attention, she pulled out some chakra paper. What's that? Asked Omoi. That is chakra paper. Are we being tested for our affinities? Asked Samui. Yes, so each grab one, stated Yujito. Samui, Naruto, Karui, and Omoi each grabbed a paper. Now what? Asked Karui. Channel chakra into it and we'll await your results, stated Killer Bee. Samui channeled chakra into her paper. Half of the chakra paper crinkled while the other half soaked. Nice, so you have lightning and water. I wonder if you'll be able to get the storm release. If so, if Darui would be able to teach you his Kekiai Genkai, stated Yujito. Samui's eyes widened ever so slightly. Karui channeled her chakra and it burned, turning to ash. Fire chakra nature, proclaimed Killer Bee. Omoi channeled his chakra and it wrinkled. Lightning chakra nature, proclaimed Killer Bee. Okay, you're up, Naruto, Yujito stated. As Naruto channeled her chakra, Yujito and Killer Bee both paled. Naruto's chakra paper split through 4 equal parts, while one side one soaked while another wrinkled, and on the left side one crumbled as the last one turned to fire. I think my paper is broken, stated Naruto. No, it's actually amazing, stated Yujito. Nechan, what does it mean? Well, it means that you have all 5 chakra natures. Killer Bee looked at the girl. Let's do it again. Again the results were the same. Well Naruto, this means you are a special person, Yujito stated. I don't think there has been a person that has had all 5 chakra natures, and it seems they are all equal in strength. So that makes me special than Hane-chan, even more special than Karui. Karui just looked at Naruto with awe and anger for her remark, but as how a girl can have so many chakra natures. It's sad you don't come from a shinobi village. It would be great for you to keep training. Imagine we have Kekkei Genkai users in the cloud, and I bet they can teach you to use all your affinities. Stayed Omoi. Yes, but the problem is that she wouldn't be allowed in unless her kachin was to be no more. Then as an orphan she probably would. Stated Samui. Yes, the Reikage wouldn't allow it. Stated Karui. Naruto was just quiet, not being able to talk about what had happened with the chakra paper. Then she looked up at Yujito, who just smiled fondly down at her. The night went on with them eating dinner before Naruto was falling asleep. Yujito hugged her little sister, picking her up. "I'll be back, I'm going to take her to her mother," stated Yujito. As Yujito jumped, making her way towards the village. She went over to the inn that they had followed Naruto to, knocking on the door. Tsunade and Shizune always had transformation jutsu on when they traveled, so no one knew who they were. As Tsunade opened the door, she was shocked to see a cloud shinobi and was about to attack when she noticed Naruto sleeping in the kunoichi's arms. "Sorry to bother you, ma'am. My name is Yujito Ni, and am a Jonin sensei for the Hidden Cloud. I came to bring your daughter home. My apologies for bringing her home this late. Naruto has been training with me and my team, and after we had dinner she fell asleep in our camp." Tsunade didn't sense any hostile feelings from the woman before her. She only felt love towards her granddaughter, as she saw how she clutched her granddaughter, like if she was a baby, with care and love. "Please bring her in. Would you like some tea?" Tsunade questioned. "Is your team waiting for you outside?" "No ma'am, my team is back in the forest about to sleep. I just wanted to bring Naruto home, so you wouldn't worry." Yujito Nei-chan, Naruto barely said, as she was still mostly asleep, only lightly moved from being placed on her bed. "You have a special girl here," Yujito exclaimed. "However, I did not know that Princess Tsunade-sama of the legendary Sannin had a daughter." At that remark, Tsunade dropped her transformation and flared her chakra, but before she made a move, Yujito put her arms out as if in surrender and stated, "I have no ill intentions of hurting your daughter. No one knows of her origin but me and my teammate Killer Bee. I love your daughter as a little sister. She has grown on me and I only wish to protect her as if she was of my blood. And I know that my team as well as Killer Bee feels the same way towards her. I see she has that effect on people. But how did you meet her?" "Your daughter has been training with us the past 2.5 months. She actually sought us out as one day when we arrived she spied on us while we were training." Tsunade walked Yujito towards the kitchen as they both sat with Shizune pouring tea for the two. "How did you know she was of my kin?" "Well, it wasn't hard per se. The way she dresses, her amazing chakra control with medic skills seemed to be too precise to be the daughter of any ordinary medic nin. And on one of the trainings she took off her coat showing the Senju symbol. Then I think when she realized what she had done and put it back on. Only me and Killer Bee saw it." "I see. Naruto told us that she didn't belong to a village, that she was a traveler with her mother who was a medic and a gambler, which she never did lie to us. We just never questioned further. By the time we realized what clan she belonged to, she was, by the striking appearance to her choice of clothing, we were already very fond of her. Which again, she never did lie, since I know you haven't been back at the Leaf Village for years now." "I see, as per Naruto she's actually my granddaughter. We only have this story to prevent suspicions. Not that it worked." "I didn't know you had children, Tsunade-sama." "Well, I had a son back during the war and we got separated, never knew who he was until Naruto was born. He was gonna surprise me and his father but never got the chance. So no one knew I had a son because I thought the baby was lost in battle, only to find out he was adopted to Konoha." "Well, at least this tells us the world is a small one, doesn't it?" "Indeed it does." As Yujito and Tsunade sat there in awkward silence, Tsunade then asked, "What type of training did you do with her?" "Mostly Kenjutsu. She was so stupefied by our skills that she was eager to learn. Killer Bee actually gave her a katana that he had picked up." Yujito pulled out the katana from her back and gave the katana over to Tsunade. As Tsunade inspected the katana, even she was mesmerized by the black blade and how it shined and glimmer when the light hit it. Another thing, Tsunade-sama, your granddaughter has the aptitude for all 5 chakra natures. Tsunade dropped the katana as Shizune dropped a plate where she was bringing some sweet biscuits. What do you mean all 5 chakra natures? It's as I said, we had to do it twice to make sure. Her affinities are all equal in strength to each other. Given to your background being Uzumaki from your grandmother as well as your grandfather, I don't see how that would shock anybody. Such prestigious clans in one little girl. May I ask one thing, Tsunade-sama? What is it? Who are her parents? Until now I thought she was your daughter, but now that you state she is your granddaughter, there is only one other kunoichi she resembles, that being the legendary Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death, which we all know she was married to the late 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash of Konoha. Would I be bold enough to assume that those are her parents? Tsunade was speechless again, stupefied. You are a smart one, aren't you? Tsunade stated, not knowing if to kill the Cloud Kunoichi for discovering this. As I stated, Tsunade-sama, I have no ill intentions to your granddaughter. She is precious to me. Looking back, it makes sense that those are her parents. As to when we thought she was a spy, she showed an aptitude to seals like her mother and father, and now with Kenjutsu I can see she takes up after her mother. Plus her hair sways the way Lady Kushina's used to. Yes, they are her parents. Answer finally, Tsunade. I see, Tsunade-sama. In the morning we are heading back to the Lightning Country. May I ask of your permission to bid farewell to Naruto and to continue communication with her? I would like to write to her if how she progresses and how she is doing. Tsunade leaned back. You have been a teacher to her and brought her home safe and sound, even knowing her heritage. I would be a fool to deny that to someone who cares for her and respects my granddaughter. So yes, you have my permission to write to us. Although how will that continue when we head back to the village? You are returning to the Leaf Village? Yes, we are. Unfortunately, my Naruto wants to become a shinobi, and she obviously can't do that while traveling, so I decided to take her back in time to start on the 4th year of the academy. Yujito smiled fondly at the nickname of Tsunade for Naruto. You know, with your reputation, I never would have thought of you, Tsunade-sama, being so affectionate to anyone. I respect your legendary status, and I know she will surpass you as kunoichi and become even stronger, as is told by my tailed beast. As I do not care what village she resides in, I will write to her and want to continue knowing of her. Thank you, Yujito. If you shall ever be near the Leaf Village, you may come and visit Naruto. I will have the Hokage know that Naruto will have special visitors every so often. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, as I will take advantage of such liberty and visit Naruto when I am near the Fire Country. And thank you for your hospitality. I must make my leave towards before I go. By your permission, my tailed beast would like me to give this to you. If Naruto shall ever be in danger, place this seal in a kunai or something, and I will be summoned to aid her as she pours chakra into whatever she chooses to place the seal in. Tsunade was speechless again and only nodded. Have a safe trip, and I'll make sure Naruto bids her farewells tomorrow. With that, Yujito left back to her camp with her teammates. Chapter 6. In the morning, Naruto woke up in a hurried pace, brushing her hair and dressing. She ran out the door, throwing her sandals, putting on her shinobi sandals, flying out the door. Tsunade was drinking tea as she glanced up, while Shizune was making breakfast.
Tsunade-sama.
It's all right, Shizune, she'll be back. Naruto leaped through the forest trees, making her way. As she reached the camp, she yelled, Yujito ne-san. Yujito turned around and embraced the little girl, catching her as she fell on her. Hey, Naruto-chan. With that choice of nickname, Naruto knew that Yujito knew who she was and was okay with it. Yujito hugged Naruto closer as she felt Naruto tense. You made it in time. We were about to head out towards the Lightning Country. I'm going to miss all of you guys. Well, your Kachin allowed me to write to you so we could keep in contact. What do you say, Naruto? Naruto smiled and perked up. I like that, Yujito ne-chan. But ne-chan, no poems from Killer Bee and Ai-chan. Everybody started laughing except for Killer Bee, who was not amused. No one knew why Yujito and Naruto were so fond of each other, but it always brought a smile to even Karui. After saying their goodbyes, Naruto made her way back to her home. She was thinking of Yujito's words. As Naruto walked in, she got smacked in the head from Tsunade. Obasan, what was that? Naruto was interrupted by Tsunade's embrace. You fool, you could have been in major trouble making me worry like that. Obasan Naruto hugged Tsunade back. You don't have to worry, you trained me well, and besides I know I have the seal to contact you in case I'm in trouble. Tsunade nodded as she pushed Naruto towards the kitchen. Eat your breakfast and then go pack, we have to head out towards the Leaf Village. While Naruto was packing her pack, Tsunade received some guests in the form of a tired-out Jiraiya and Orochimaru from racing over to them, as well as Sarutobi with a bunch of Anbu surrounding the town. What is going on, Haim? Jiraiya asked. Yes, Tsunade, what is the meaning of sending word of an emergency meeting? Tsunade gestured to the visitors to sit. I have no idea how to start this, but you both know that Naruto has the Mokutan ability. Yes, both exclaimed as Shizune was serving everyone tea. Well, these past 3 months Naruto has been training with Cloud Shinobi that she met in the forest near the village. Jiraiya and Hiruzen both tensed at the information. Orochimaru just sneered as he looked at his rainbow-colored snake. Why didn't you let me know? Said Snake, only hid inside Naruto's cloths. Because Uni is mine, stated Naruto in a huff. Go on, interrupted Hiruzen. Well, apparently Cloud Shinobi, who she was training with, were the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud. At that last info, Sarutobi and Jiraiya paled. Yujito, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, actually sees Naruto as a little sister, so at the end that gave me a little comfort. But that's not all, they tested Naruto and she has all 5 chakra natures. Jiraiya and Sarutobi both could have been mistaken as ghosts. Orochimaru for the first time just looked amused. How is that possible? Asked Jiraiya. I don't know, said Tsunade. Sarutobi didn't say anything but just looked at the two. I would think that she actually got lightning and wind release from her father, since Minato's abilities were those. While getting water and fire from Kushina, you know Kushina had the bloodline boil release. With you Tsunade you have lighting and earth. Jiraiya has earth and fire, but to have all 5. But I've always heard kids get affinities from parents, never the grandparents. Tsunade-sama, maybe by breastfeeding her you induced that break milk with chakra, maybe it was in there, and somehow your Senju Uzumaki chakra awakened something else, stated Shizune. That is a good possibility, stated the Sandaime. We still don't know all the abilities this little girl will have, she might even surprise us again in the future. But Tsunade, we have to head back to the village now, there's not denying it anymore. So we're leaving and I won't take no for an answer. I know, Sensei. I just hope you're ready for the repercussion that will follow if the villagers try to attack my Naruken like they did all those years ago. I will kill anyone that even bad-mouths her. Tsunade spat. I'm pretty sure the toads along myself would be happy to level the village if that were to happen. Jiraiya stated as he looked straight at Sarutobi. I won't let the snakes miss out on all the fun now, will I? Sneered Orochimaru as his rainbow snake came out of Naruto and hissed. No worries, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, the villagers had time to forget, and they will do right to remember that if they try something the Umbu will not allow any disobedience. Your funeral, Sensei, stated Tsunade. As Tsunade and Shizune sealed their belongings in scrolls getting help from Sarutobi and Jiraiya, they were packed. Then all that was heard was screaming as Naruto saw the Sandaime. Gigi! Naruto, how you been, sweetheart? Gigi, did you come to escort us back to the Leaf Village? Yes, Naruto, I did. I had to make sure my granddaughter made it home safe. Before any of them could leave, they got a messenger ninja arriving at their door. Shizune opened the door. She was greeted by a royal guard of the Fire Lord. I have a message for Tsunade-sama of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade-sama, Shizune called. As Tsunade approached the door, she nodded and reached out, grabbing the letter, opening it. Hiruzen saw the guard and started to sweat, waiting for impending doom. Sensei, what did you do? As she threw the letter. Well, you see, Tsunade, it was a slip of the tongue. You know that I cannot lie to the Fire Daimyo. Well, he's asking for an audience from all of us. What is it, Haim? The daimyo wants to meet Naruto. Looks like Sensei spilled the beans about her. He said he requests an audience today. Well, Tsunade, shouldn't be a problem. We are only a couple of hours away. Chapter 7. As they were arriving at the Fire Daimyo's palace, the Hokage as well as the Sannin were greeted fondly. Making their way inside, the palace servants opened their way for as the Fire Daimyo was awaiting their arrival.
Greeting Daimyo-sama.
They all stated as they slightly bowed. As the daimyo nodded, he gestured for them to accompany him to his rest area for some tea and small chit-chat. Tsunade, I must say that I am shocked and utterly disappointed to know that you of all people together with Jiraiya have had a granddaughter and have not decided on letting me know. Actually, I did not know that you even had an heir, the fire daimyo said behind his fan. My apologies, daimyo-sama, I had not revealed Naruto's existence due to enemies that may come at her. As she is my sole heir to the Senju clan, she is mine and Jiraiya's granddaughter. Too Sannin spectacular, I can expect great things from her then. What is your name, child? I am Naruto Senju Uzumaki, fire daimyo-sama. Tsunade, you have an exquisite girl. Polite, beautiful, and I can see there's a strong presence about her. I am glad that you're no longer the last of the Senju clan. This brings me much joy. Am I to presume that your days of travel are over? Yes, daimyo-sama, before we were requested to come to you, we were on our way back to the Hidden Leaf Village, so Naruto-chan can attend the academy. I see. Well, I will definitely boast about this. Having a future heir for the Senju clan, the granddaughter of two Sannins, I am excited the world shall know of this. Now, Tsunade, I do recall getting a letter from Danzo about you attacking the Hidden Leaf Village years ago. Can you clarify what this was about? Daimyo-sama, can we discuss this matter privately without Naruto's presence? Naruto looked up at her grandmother with a pout before hearing the fire daimyo respond. Why, yes, guards. Sir. Please take Naruto Heim to the gardens to play. I believe my grandson is there. As we have business to discuss, and make sure no one lays a hand on her, as she is the heir to the Senju clan. At that, the guards stiffened and bowed to Naruto, leading her out of the chambers. Okay, Tsunade, as you were saying. Naruto is the daughter of Minato Namikaze, or Senju, as he is my lost son, and she is also the daughter of Kushina Uzumaki, the princess of Whirlpool. When Naruto was born, my son sealed the nine-tailed fox within her, so the villagers as well as some civilian council members yelled for her death, thinking that she was the demon fox itself. Some villagers were bold enough to attack Shizune and Naruto when she was but days old. I see. Then I wonder why you didn't destroy the Leaf Village and started anew. Sarutobi stiffened and glanced over at Tsunade. Sensei was there to calm me down, but believe me, daimyo-sama, it was something I wanted to do. I see. Well, I will let the world know that we have a new heir to the Senju and Uzumaki clans, Naruto Heim, and any attempts at her well-being will be against my law. I will not allow such a prestigious clans and the last royal Uzumaki to be spat on. The fire daimyo stated. Furthermore, I shall accompany you along to the Hidden Leaf Village, as I will regard the council on this matter at hand as well. Plus, I want a celebration. The Sannins back in the Leaf with an heir to the Senju and Uzumaki clans, we will be fortified on top of the power hierarchy. So I want a celebration to be thrown throughout the fire country. Daimyo-sama, I would not want Naruto to be celebrated as a princess, as I do not want her spoiled rotten as other clan heirs. I want her to be a dutiful heir. Nonsense, Tsunade. Naruto Heim has already been left out of accommodations. She will be treated as such. Can't you imagine the publicity, the envy the other nations will have at the knowledge that we have such clans once thought of extinct to be alive and strong in such a little girl? Guards. Sir. I want you to send guards ahead of us to the Leaf Village and inform the council members of our arrival, and task them with a celebration for Tsunade's return to the village, and for the new heir to the Senju and Uzumaki clan to be announced. And get my belongings ready, for I will make my way there. I expect to leave in an hour, so get going. As you wish, daimyo-sama. Chapter 8. Back at the Hidden Leaf, the two Eternal Jonin Gate guards Kotetsu and Izumo were lounging on the table watching over the entrance to the Leaf. Man, sure is boring out here. How'd we end up with this job? Stated Kotetsu. Well, you wanted an easy job, and I don't know why I listened to you. Stated Izumo. Well, as long as something happens to make this day pass already. I'm getting tired of just sitting down. Well, just take a nap and leave me alone. Just as they were setting back to relax and watch the clouds, the envy of the Nara family, when all of a sudden they heard loud noises coming from the path. As they looked up, they saw a messenger shinobi from the palace. Kotetsu, falling from his chair, got up at the speed of light. State your business, Izumo asked. We are messenger shinobi from the feudal lord, and we come to assemble the shinobi clans by the order of daimyo-sama, stated the guard, handing over the documents to Izumo. Izumo nodded towards Kotetsu, signaling him to let the clan heads know. Let Shikaku know that the feudal lord should be expected in the next hour with Hokage-sama. And he wants accommodations and the clan heads waiting. A couple hours later, as the fire daimyo with the Hokage sat in the council room, everybody was allowed inside. On the walls were umbus and royal guards of the fire daimyo. The shinobi and civilian council sat in their respective chairs except for the Hokage, who stood by the fire daimyo's right side, while Jiraiya stood to the left side. Everybody was quiet as to what would warrant the visit from the fire daimyo. Now I imagine that you all must be wondering, what am I doing here? Well, first of all, I am here because I am throwing a celebration to the Senju and Uzumaki clan. I was recently made aware that Tsunade Senju has an heir to her clan, Naruto Senju, and I couldn't be more happy to know that one of the oldest clans in the world will have an heir to continue producing future Senjus and Uzumakis. At that moment, Tsunade walked in along with Naruto. "The demon is back!" yelled civilian council Haruno, and at a swift moment the fire daimyo made a hand gesture and one of the guards ended council member Haruno's life while taking the body away. Now, wasn't that rude of her? Such a waste of space. Pity. No matter, good thing my shinobi are very good in cleaning up the trash. Anyone else? The fire daimyo stated as he opened his fan to blow some air to himself while he giggled. The council room was quiet and in utter shock of what they had just witnessed, while Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru wore a smirk on their faces. Now, as I was so rudely interrupted. Oh God, how I hate being interrupted. Anyhow, what was I saying? Oh yes, we are throwing a celebration in this village for Tsunade, and the heir of both prestigious clans are back in the village, and I shall announce it to the world, as is my right to boast of my country's accomplishments. Daimyo-sama, may I speak freely? Asked one of the lesser civilian councils. And you are? If you must, what is it that you want? Rudely interrupting me again. Daimyo-sama, my name is Yuma-chan. I was partner with Counselor Haruno. Our tasks is to protect the civilians of Konoha from any threats, and that includes the... Yuma was stating when the fire daimyo cut him off by raising his hand. Hiruzen, isn't this village in my nation a shinobi village? Sir. Okay. And so don't you have advisors pertaining to this type of matter? Sir. What are these civilian for, and why are they here? I just see chairs occupied by people not qualified for a shinobi village I fund. Such a waste of space. Daimyo-sama, they were founded back in the last war to help with assistance in lesser areas of work in the village, as well as the Shinobi Academy, though they have usurped more power than needed. The daimyo raised his hand, silencing Hiruzen. That is quite enough, Hiruzen. Well, we no longer are in that war, so I don't see why they weren't dealt with back then. Do I seem to be missing something? No, Fire Lord, they have kept control since the Age of Wars. No matter, as of today in this village, the civilian council will be no more. I am funding a shinobi village, and shinobi is who I need to be running it in the councils, not civilians. The civilian council members were in utter shock as one tried to stand to protest. Before he could completely stand, there was a royal guard behind him with a kunai to his throat. Pity, pity. I sense a draft of utter disappointment. Shall my guard clean up the trash? Now I will address this right here and now so that you can go spread it around the village. Tsunade Senju is back, and along with her heir Naruto, the granddaughter of the two legendary Sannin. As well as there will be a celebration on the return of said legendary Sannin, and for an heir to not one but two prestigious clans, Senju and Uzumaki clans. As you are all aware, Kushina Uzumaki was the princess of Whirlpool before she was sent, so that makes Naruto the next princess of Whirlpool by blood. And I will make it into law that if any harm shall come to this girl, be it shinobi or villager, while it be physically, emotionally, or financial, be it she is glared at, talked about, harmed, denied service, or any of the sort, will be executed publicly. Believe me that I do not have any qualms about there being a single civilian left in this village, as I do believe that I can fast-track permissions of people who want to move to Konoha rather quickly. But you can't dictate what happens in privately owned stores, countered a civilian council. Your Hokage can't dictate. I, on the other hand, can dictate whatever it is I want. If I choose to close you out and throw you out of Fire Country, I will throw you to the deserts of Wind Country. That's if I don't kill you this very moment. Now, if there shall be no more civilians left in this village, so be it. After all, I am funding a shinobi village. Do I make myself clear? The civilian council paled that they were stripped of power and were forced to leave and even accept this demon into the village. Now, I did state that we no longer have a need for civilian council now, so I don't see as to why you are all doing here. If this chamber isn't emptied in a second, I shall have you lot killed for disobeying my command. stated the Fire Lord as he shut his fan. At that remark, the entire civilian council left the chambers after reluctantly bowing to the Fire Daimyo. Now at the other matter at hand, Hiruzen, you have 3 advisors, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu, is that correct? Yes, Daimyo-sama. Does the name advisors imply anything other than just advisors? Does that name suggest any sort of power?
No, Daimyo-sama.
Very well, as we just established, the advisors are just that, to advise the Hokage when he or she has any pressing matter that the Hokage cannot decide on his own. The Shinobi Council or the Council, as of now, there is no other council has power to sway in where the Hokage's attention should be. Ultimately, the Hokage has the power to do as the Hokage pleases to do. Only I or a representative of mine that I gave authority to has any power over the Hokage. And that is it. Hiruzen's advisors were angered that they were stripped of their power but wore a stoic face, not showing any emotion. Every other member of the council just smirked at the old bastards finally having to have lost. Now why don't we get back to planning the celebration, if I do say so myself. I do love me a good party, stated the Fire Daimyo as he got up to look out the window. As the night passed, the village celebrated the return of the legendary Sannin. A feast was passed around the village. People cheered for Tsunade and Jiraiya and the heir to the Senju clan, mostly due to not everyone remembered the demon brat existed. As the weeks progressed, Tsunade, Shizune as well as Naruto settled in the Senju compound. The compound was huge in comparison towards the only inhabitants. Walking inside the gates of the Senju compound was a lush forest with the main house in the center. Inside, Naruto was undressing, getting into her nightgown to go to bed. She had chosen a room on the 2nd floor to have a view over the trees, just barely to catch the streetlights to the village. Ecstatic that she was going to be joining the ninja academy the next day. Her Gigi had stopped by to give her a letter to take to a shinobi by the name of Irika to allow her to enter the class. That would allow her to skip the years that she had missed since she was trained by her obesan, auntie, Ajizan Ojisniki, and her Gigi when he visited. As she laid, she couldn't help but wonder who her classmates were, and how was school going to be. She was both in turmoil and excited of meeting new people her age. The next day, Naruto woke up happy to get the day started. She ran from her obesan's room to wake her, and her Ajizan up, and ran downstairs where Shizune was making breakfast. Go get ready for school, Naruto, so you can come back down and have breakfast.
Okne-chan.
Naruto ran up the stairs again, showered, combed her hair, and brushed her teeth. By the time she went back down, Tsunade was downstairs, as was Jiraiya, having morning tea. Throughout the years, Tsunade and Jiraiya had sparked a love interest between them, as they both realized they made each other happy and enjoyed how happy Naruto was with them together. As Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Shizune made their way towards the school, they stopped in the entrance along with all the other parents. Glancing around, they saw Mikoto Uchiha, Hanami Hyuga, along with other mothers, saying goodbye to their children as Tsunade released Naruto from her hug before sending her off. Tsunade was feeling heartbroken that she was not going to be with her granddaughter all day. Before Naruto walked in, she made sure to hide the rainbow-colored snake in the top half of her dress. Grabbing the door handle, she took a deep breath and pulled. As Naruto walked into the classroom, she made her way towards Irika, handing Irika a letter, noticing that everyone was eyeing her. As he read over the letter, he addressed the class. Quiet down, everyone, we have a new student in class who has just moved into the village. She will start with us as of today. Muttering erupted in the classroom. Why is she allowed to skip 3 years? Complained a pink-haired girl. That isn't very fair. She is allowed to skip a year because she was trained outside the village and has permission from the Hokage himself. Troublesome, said Shikamaru as he eyed the girl. Now everyone perked up as to who had permission from the Hokage to skip school. That just means the Hokage is showing favoritism. Naruto was getting impatient with this girl. Enough, Sakura, if you continue, I'll send you to the office. Would you like to introduce yourself? Irika stated. Hello, my name is Naruto Senju Uzumaki. I am thankful to be part of your classroom and hope we can all get along and be friends. As she said her name, everyone gasped that she was a Senju. Many of the girls were envious of how beautiful she is, and the boys couldn't stop looking at how beautiful she is either. As Naruto walked up the stairs, she heard, Senju, so you must feel special. You don't look special, remarked Sakura. With that pink hair and that forehead, I wouldn't talk. Looks like Kami forgot to stop when he made your forehead. Everyone laughed at Sakura, who just felt embarrassed. Oh, she wanted to kick that redhead's ass so bad now. What can't handle it? My obeisance said, if you can't handle being teased or trolled, then you shouldn't do it yourself. And who is your obeisance? Asked Sakura. My grandparents are Tsunade and Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin. Everyone turned to Naruto as if seeing a star. You're the granddaughter of the legendary Sannins that we've all heard. That's them, and this is me, am just their granddaughter. I will however surpass both and become even stronger, yelled Naruto as she punched the air. Shikamaru blushed as he eyed the girl. He had no words to describe her, so he just said, troublesome. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at her with a hint of a blush as well, but thought, so she's a Senju, doesn't look tough at all, and so the murmurs went on. Quiet, screamed Irika. I know we're all excited to have a new student, but we must continue class. Now we are in the portion to go outside and check everyone's progress in the kunai throwing test, followed by a sparring session. As everyone made their way outside, Naruto waited to leave until a girl with indigo short hair and paled lavender eyes went up to her. Hello, my name is Hinata Hyuga. I am the heir to the Hyuga clan. I would like to extend my friendship if you were to need anything. Thank you. So kind of you. I'm Naruto Senju, as you already know. I would really appreciate your friendship. As the two girls walked out, observing, they noticed that everyone's gaze was on Naruto, as Irika and Mizuki were handing out 10 kunais and shuriken to everyone. We will start with the kunai and shuriken throwing contest. You will all be given 10 kunais, then we will continue with the shuriken and do 10 as well. Everyone scored the following. Kiba scored 6 out of 10. Choji scored 5 out of 10. Ino scored 7 out of 10. Sakura scored 3 out of 10. Hinata scored 9 out of 10. Shino had scored 8 out of 10. Everyone else in class went on to finally Shikamaru was called. Shikamaru, hearing his name, he went and picked up his kunais. Noticing that Naruto was observing him, he signed and blushed a bit. Troublesome, he stated as he readied his kunai. He launched them, hitting 8 out of 10. Irika had noticed that he blushed a little after observing that Naruto was looking at Shikamaru, and smiled. I see, stated Irika under his breath. You're finally doing something right, you lazy bum, screamed Ino. Now Sasuke Uchiha, called Irika. Sasuke walked up, gathered his kunai, and the horde of fangirls screamed at their Sasuke-kun. One in particular squealed so loud she sounded like a banshee, which was the pink girl Sakura. Naruto couldn't help it but was getting angry. She cracked her knuckles, amassing chakra into her fists, but before she was able to act in her rage, she heard her name being called. Naruto hated fangirls. Her obeisance said they were an embarrassment to Kunoichi. Looking up, she noticed that Sasuke had hit 9 out of 10 of his kunais, tying up with Hinata. God, I hate fangirls, stated Naruto loudly, so that all the girls noticed, and as it registered in their heads, they all shot a death glare at Naruto. Naruto got her kunais, and without looking at the target, she glared back at the fangirls, throwing her kunais, hitting their mark. The girls all busted out laughing but died down when Irika said 10 out of 10. Sakura roared in anger and asked why if she missed 9 out of 10 targets. Irika turned to Naruto and asked if she would like to do the honors. Naruto just looked at Sakura's loud mouth and stated, since apparently you can't tell, the obvious of this exercise is to immobilize, and to do that you have various options. The joints in the ankles makes them unable to walk. Cut out the wrists, they can't throw weapons or perform hand signs. Cut out the shoulders, they can't swing an arm. The chest, kill them. The head, they're dead. The neck, you paralyze them from the neck down. And if you hit the mark on a male's groin, he'll be down long enough for a turtle to kill them. Was that dumbed down enough for you? All the boys just grabbed their family jewels and sweat dropped as the red-headed girl made that remark. Irika smiled at Naruto. Very good, Naruto, normally shinobi. Want to go through the torso? It's good to see someone thinking differently for once. Sakura tried to lunge herself over to Naruto, who just walked by her. She couldn't believe that this outsider was making a fool of her, and what made her even more mad was that her Sasuke-kun was just staring at her with awe in his eyes. Now class, let's get going to the spars section of the class. The spars were Shikamaru versus Shino, who both gave up when asked why. Shino stated that he was a distance fighter, and was his clan's jutsu was the only way, so he felt that it was unfair. And when asked from Shikamaru, well, I'm a distance fighter as well, and my shadow is a jutsu, so it wouldn't be fair either. Choji versus another boy, who Choji won. Sasuke versus Kiba, which Sasuke won in a second. Hinata versus Ino, which Hinata embarrassed Ino. Now for the final spar. Naruto and Sakura make your way to the field. As both girls walked over to the area, they stood opposite of each other. Sakura got on her academy taijutsu stance, while Naruto just eyed her, not making any sign that she would move. Naruto saw all the openings the girl had, so she knew Sakura would attack blinding. All she had to do was wait. As soon as Iruka yelled to start the match, Sakura charged at Naruto with a raised fist, wanting screaming incoherently to hit Naruto for embarrassing her. But just then Naruto dodged at last minute and kneed Sakura in the stomach, causing Sakura to bend over in pain. But before Sakura went far enough, Naruto lifted her up by her index finger, punching Sakura on the side of the face with her palm, sending her falling and out of the arena. Just remember when Android 18 got the drop on Vegeta. Everybody was in awe of Naruto's strength and ability to take down Sakura so quickly. As Naruto walked out, Sasuke asked Iruka if he could go again since he didn't have much of a challenge. Iruka then asked the class, would anyone like to spar against Sasuke? As no one offered to spar with the Uchiha, time was passing, so Naruto looked up at Iruka and saw that Sasuke was eyeing her up and down and volunteered. Iruka was hesitant since girls and boys don't normally spar against one another. But fine was all he stated. Naruto walked back to the arena as well as Sasuke. The both made the seal of confrontation. As they jumped back, both got in their fighting stance, eyeing each other. As Iruka yelled to begin, Sasuke launched himself at Naruto at last minute. He jumped up, bringing down a roundhouse kick at Naruto's face, but she was able to block it, grabbing him from the ankle, pulling him down to her fist. Ready, she punched him. Sasuke blocked it, but not without flinching as he shaked his arms as they had fallen asleep from the hard punch this girl threw at him. You're strong, aren't you? Sasuke stated. Naruto stayed quiet but smirked, but before Sasuke realized, Naruto vanished and popped up behind him, sending him a kick at his side, sending Sasuke flying. Sasuke was able to recover and get back up as he charged at Naruto, sending a barrage of punches. Unfortunately for him, Naruto blocked the attack. Once more jumping, she kicked Sasuke in her mother's signature kick, dropping it down on Sasuke. But as he jumped back, he noticed that Naruto's kick created a small crater on the ground, but before he could react to that, Naruto was flying towards him, fist raised to punch him. So Sasuke went through the hand seals and called out, "Fire style fireball jutsu." Sasuke brought his fingers to his mouth while breathing in, only to let out a big fireball directly at the Senju girl. Before Iruka could go and stop the jutsu, Naruto stopped at seeing the fireball coming at her. So she too responded by going through her own hand seals and called out, "Water style." Water wall. A huge water wall formed around Naruto, causing a huge stream of mist to go around the two fighters. Sasuke didn't know what was going on, but he was definitely amazed of the sheer power this one girl had to claim water of that size without any water source nearby. But before he could locate the girl, she had found him through the mist and delivered a chakra-infused punch, sending Sasuke flying out of the arena and into the tree. Everyone gasped at seeing Sasuke fly out of the mist and hitting the tree so hard his fangirls just ran towards him. As the fog cleared, Naruto just walked back. Speechless, Iruka went to check on Sasuke but found that he was alright, helping him get up. Alright, winner Naruto. And now you two, it's time to do the seal of reconciliation. Sasuke and Naruto went up to each other and did the respective seal. Sasuke not so happy that he was just beat by a girl, but when she was in front of him, seeing her smile and congratulate him, Sasuke just blushed, turning away from her. Good job, was all Sasuke could say. As the day finished, Iruka let everyone out of class to go home. Class has ended, announced Iruka, and everyone rushed to get out. Hinata walking out with Naruto along with Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. Outside, all the parents were waiting for the kids. Sasuke ran over to Mikoto Uchiha along with Itachi Uchiha. As Sasuke looked, he saw that Tsunade, Jiraiya were waiting for Naruto, talking to his Kachin Mikoto. "Obasan!" Naruto screamed as she jumped on Tsunade. "How was your first day of class, Naruchan?" "Obasan, it was great. I won 2 of my fights, one against a pink girl who's a fangirl, and another against Sasuke Uchiha." Sasuke stiffened and turned to glare at Naruto. Itachi, Mikoto, Tsunade, and Jiraiya laughed at Sasuke's reaction. "Is this true, Otudo?" Itachi asked Sasuke as he was giggling at him. "She just got lucky the mist covered her up." "Mist?" asked Jiraiya. "Sasuke used the fireball jutsu on me, so I used the water wall, even though I could have dodged it easily but decided against it, and when the mist formed I sensed for his chakra, and since he wanted to use ninjutsu I used grandmother's technique to send him flying." Mikoto and Jiraiya winced at remembering Tsunade's punches and just chuckled. Tsunade raised her first. "That's the way to do it." Everyone smiled at the kids as they said their goodbyes. Tsunade turned to see Hayashi and Hanami making their way. Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama, it's good to see you two doing well. Likewise, how are you holding up, Hanami? Better thanks to your treatments. Good, although I thought I told you to be in bed rest. Even coming out here I did not allow. Yes, Tsunade-sama. We only wanted to pick up my daughter. Then we're heading back. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, elder brother, Hanami-sama, Hisashi Hyuga bowed to them as they noticed that Niji was walking out of the academy as well. Flashback. As the years were progressing, a faction within Kumogakure was staging to kidnap Hinata Hyuga from the Leaf Village, so they sought to take advantage when an attempt for peace was brought upon. This faction was still in their ways from when the third Raikage was in power and hated that the fourth wanted peace with the tree huggers of all people. As the Kumo ambassador was leaving back to his hotel, he was pleased that the talks were as fruitful as they were. Peace within the leaf and the cloud would be beneficial for both countries. Meanwhile, back at the Hyuga compound, Hayashi and Hisashi were talking in the study, planning on overthrowing Hyuga elders to move past the archaic practice they force upon in the clan, when suddenly something didn't feel right as they both activated their Byakugan and saw that one of the Kumo shinobi was inside Hinata's bedroom, throwing her inside a bag in attempt to run away with her. Both Hayashi and Hisashi made a run for it. Both darted out. They ran into the shinobi right before he left the compound. As the ninja, he was visibly displeased that he was caught, so he brought the bundle up and held a kunai to it. Choose carefully what you do, Hyuga, or else she dies. Right before he was able to continue, he was struck multiple times from behind, immobilizing him. When he dropped, they saw that it was Hanami who had struck him, rendering him immobile. You'd think me a fool that I would allow anyone to take my daughter, stated Hanami. Guards! Yelled Hayashi as branch members went for the Hokage, where the Kumo shinobi was apprehended and interrogated. While the ambassador was sleeping in his quarters in the hotel, he was abruptly taken from the umbu that swarmed his room, being taken to the interrogation department, denying any claims that he had any part of it, so word was sent to Kumo. While in Kumo A, the fourth Raikage was doing some arm curls in his office, getting annoyed by his brother's rapping that would never stop. When Mabui walked into the office, Raikage-sama, we have an issue back at the Leaf. What is it, Mabui? Looks like a member of the Lord Third Believers left with the ambassador and attempted to kidnap the Hyuga heir and was caught. Right now the Leaf has our ambassador and our shinobi and want explanation as to what's that fool, yelled A as his expelled chakra breaking some of the windows. Send word to the Hokage that Kumo has no part in this and set up for us to meet so we can take care of that imbecile ourselves. As A and the Hokage met at the respected meeting point on the border of both lands, they retrieved the prisoner. Upon meeting to have him returned to Kumo, the Raikage had him executed on the spot to prevent any doubts that they might have had anything to do with it. Hokage, I do believe that for the moment the Cloud will need time to deal with this faction of usurpers before the Cloud can sign an agreement to prevent any more mishaps again. I would agree, stated Hiruzen. As time had progressed, Hanami had become pregnant and was falling ill. Hiruzen had called for Tsunade and was able to catch it early on before it progressed, saving the Hyuga's matriarch's life. End of flashback. Chapter 9. In the coming weeks, Naruto got closer to her classmates. She sat in a row of her friends. The closest to her were Sasuke, who barely talked but liked having the red head around. He would say that Naruto kept the fangirls away. To the class's surprise, he sat to Naruto's right. Since her arrival, Sasuke had been more open to talking, while Shikamaru, who used to be the last dead of the class, sat to Naruto's left, which since the redhead was in school, he was actually putting effort in school, making him rank high up to being placed in third behind the second top student in the classroom, Sasuke. These two had sparked an unspoken rivalry for the redhead's attention. From them sat Hinata, who was the fourth top student in the classroom, then Choji, and Kiba sat next to the Hyuga heir. The top student's place was taken from Sasuke, making Naruto the top student in the classroom thanks to Shizun's teaching and the Sannin's training. Naruto was the top kunoichi, followed by Hinata. This friendship has sparked for Hinata to leave her shyness behind and become more confident in herself. Sasuke always worked harder to beat Naruto as well as Shikamaru, but they were unable to beat her in spars. Every day after class, Naruto would run home and be trained by her obeisane, the slug princess Tsunade, if not Orochimaru as well as Jiraiya. But being back in the village, Hiruzen had started going to their home more often and helped in Naruto's training majority of the time. However, he would summon Monkey King Enma's kin to help with her training. Tsunade hated that Jiraiya and Hiruzen were trying to persuade Naruto to their summon. She was going to make sure that Naruto inherited the slug contract after her obeisance, but Jiraiya always told her that Naruto's father's summons was the toads. Then Hiruzen would interject that Naruto's close combat matched that of the monkeys. Orochimaru then stated that Naruto had a closer bond to the snakes, since she never left without Uni. Tsunade had enough and ended the conversations. Meanwhile, back in the Uchiha district, the elders and the older Uchiha were meeting in the Naka Shrine, planning out their coup d'etat. Majority of the Uchihas were against the coup d'etat, but the power-hungry older generation had none of it. They wanted the power to belong to the Uchiha clan and no one else. They hated the Hyuga clan, boasting about how they are the stronger ones in the village, and how Sarutobi was the leader instead of a proud Uchiha. Fugaku should have been the Hokage, not Minato. In their household, Mikoto Uchiha would constantly argue about the coup d'etat, that this would only hinder the village instead of uniting it. Later on that night, Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha were meeting with the Hokage about the predicament they were in. Hostility could be sensed within the Uchiha district, where some just liked living in peace in the village while others were power-hungry. Shisui had devised a plan to place everyone under his genjutsu Koto Amitsukami, the most powerful of all genjutsus. In order to sway the Uchihas from further planning, and instead to come as one with the village. Itachi was to assist Shisui to carry out his mission to prevent any further corruption and any bloodshed that could happen. Lord Hokage, I plan on using my Sharingan to place them all in the genjutsu to unite the village. Are you sure this will work? Don't you think they will know they are under a genjutsu? Even if Shisui would be found, I will be there to make sure that it works out. Two Mangekyos working together will make sure they are all placed. Lord Third. I see. And what if this doesn't work? Trust us, Lord Hokage, this will work. The Uchiha district is divided. Some don't want to do this, they love the leaf as is. While other, mainly the older ones and the power-hungry ones, want to strip the power, but they aren't in terms with each other. I see. Well, when do you plan on carrying this out? In the Naka Shrine they are to meet tomorrow night. I shall prepare myself for this and make sure that it goes on without any problems. Very well, but we still need to devise a plan as a fail-safe to make sure everything works out. Hokage-sama, if things should not work out, I would take care of the Uchiha myself. I know what I say sounds far-fetched, but Konoha is my village, and I will protect it from any threats, be it foreign or domestic. Both Shisui and Hiruzen turned to Itachi. As I will assist him, Hokage-sama. Let's not let it get that far, you two. We must make sure that this is done peacefully and without any unnecessary deaths. Yes, Hokage-sama, both Uchihas stated at the same time. Little did they know was that they were being spied on by a plant figure on the wall, hearing everything, eavesdropping on their conversation and reporting everything back to Madara. The next day in the meeting in the Naka Shrine, both Itachi and Shisui were both present along with Fugaku and all the power-hungry Uchihas. As the meeting was taking place, they were roaring about attacking Konoha as Shisui and Itachi sat next to Fugaku without anyone knowing. Tobi had snuck in under a genjutsu and assistance from Zetsu. He was one with the wall. As Shisui activated his Mangekyo Sharingan as well as Itachi, so did Tobi. Tobi placed Shisui under a genjutsu influencing Koto Amitsukami. Shisui then looked at Fugaku and the power-hungry Uchiha. Before anyone knew what was going on, all the power-hungry Uchihas took out kunais, leaving the Naka Shrine, and started attacking their own clan members, all of the peaceful ones calling them traitors, weak-minded fools. Screaming could be heard as Itachi and Shisui ran out. They activated their Mangekyos once again and attacked the power-hungry Uchiha clan members. Mikoto activated her Sharingan and started her own assault on her husband to keep him from killing their son Sasuke. Hiruzen saw through his crystal ball all the commotion that was going on and sent the Umbu to help out Mikoto, Shisui, and Itachi. "Where's Sasuke?" screamed Itachi at his mother. "He's at home, I told him to hide." "What about Otosan?" "He's been dealt with," Mikoto stated with dry tears staining her eyes. When Itachi saw his mother in the moonlight, he noticed she had activated her Mangekyo Sharingan in that night. Mikoto had witnessed Fugaku was about to kill Sasuke, as Sasuke was slowly moving away from his father, holding an open wound on his arm, where Fugaku had cut him with a kunai. Izumi saw everything that was going on and activated her Sharingan, jumping into the air, taking out a kunai and planting it on a traitor's back before he got the better of Itachi. "Izumi-chan," declared Itachi, surprised. Mikoto, Izumi, Itachi, Shisui were getting surrounded by the influenced power-hungry Uchiha. "Shisui, what's going on?" asked Mikoto. I don't know, I was about to activate my jutsu when it seems I blacked out when next thing I know I hear screams coming from outside. Are these the remaining ones from the Naka shrine? Asked Izumi. Yes, the rest were dealt with, but not before they took out a lot of clan members. Just as Makoto and her little group were about to prepare for the onslaught of fire jutsus, they saw that the outlaw of Uchihas were being surrounded by Umbu. That is quite enough, stated Hiruzen, but on the contrary, instead of stopping the Uchihas were fixated on ending Makoto, Itachi, and them, so Hiruzen had no choice but to order the Umbu to deal with them. A fight had started. Fireball jutsus were thrown back and forth as water-style, earth-style jutsus were fired back until finally all the rogue Uchiha were taken down. After all the ordeal back in the Hokage office. What went wrong? Asked Hiruzen as he had Makoto, Shursui, and Itachi in front of him with Inoichi and Shikaku at their sides in the Hokage office. I don't know, Hokage-sama. I activated Koto Amatsukami to instill love and high drive to protect the village and all its civilians for better peace, and all of a sudden everything went black, which has never happened before. Only to when I snapped out of it, they had launched out of the Naka shrine and out to the streets to kill out clansmen. I see. Itachi, did you see anything out of the ordinary? No, Hokage-sama. Shursui activated his jutsu, and I too just blacked out for a second. I am not sure what happened. Okay, I'm going to have Inoichi take a closer look. Is that all right, Shursui? Yes, Lord Hokage. Inoichi. As Inoichi placed a hand over Shizui's forehead, he started his jutsu. After a couple of minutes combing through Shizui's memories, he released his jutsu. Shizui's jutsu was tampered with by another source. Everyone looked up and at Inoichi. Explain, furthered the Hokage. As Shursui activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and activated his Koto Amatsukami, I felt someone enter Shizui's mind with their own Mangekyo Sharingan, placing him in a genjutsu, influencing the genjutsu himself to changing the works to kill anyone in their way, Uchiha or not. That same person turned to Itachi to cause the same, but this person was baffled as to why the genjutsu wasn't working on Itachi. So he left the body, and that is when Shursui blacked out. Why do you think this didn't work on you? Hokage-sama, before I activated my jutsu, I had already made it, so everyone using regular eyes or regular Sharingan would be affected. That's why Itachi had his Mangekyo activated the entire time. My jutsu didn't have enough power packed into it to influence the Mangekyo Sharingan. I see. I wonder who could be strong enough to take control of your jutsu, Shursui. Does anyone else have Mangekyo Sharingan in the Uchiha district aside from you three? Before tonight, Fugaku, Itachi, and Shursui had Mangekyos, that we know of. Now I replace my late husband as a Mangekyo wielder. That would mean that the threat came from someone outside the village with either a Sharingan or powerful genjutsu capabilities. This is what I wanted to avoid. The Uchiha clan has lost nearly all of its people, dealing a heavy blow to Konoha as a whole. Aside from Makoto, Itachi, Shursui, Izumami, and lastly Sasuke, every other shinobi from the Uchiha clan was no more. Only the elderly who were inside their homes were killed during the massacre, and a couple of civilian Uchiha families. With the Uchiha clan being drastically reduced, Makoto took hold of becoming the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Her first act was to move the Uchiha clan further inside the village. Since the size was reduced drastically, they no longer needed such a big compound, and this would allow for the remaining Uchiha clan to better acclimate to the village. As they finally settled into a new compound, it had several houses for the living Uchihas along with some extra houses for future Uchiha families, although some of the Uchiha civilian families decided to move out of the clan and into Konoha's civilian districts. The Uchiha compound was now relatively close to the Senju compound, which was not as elegantly surrounded by forest like the Senju, but was becoming a pretty compound with all the gardens that Makoto planted around, making it homey and lively for the clan members. How do you find your new home? Believe it or not, I like it a lot better, sensei, stated Makoto to Tsunade. That's good. You have to love where you live or else it's a prison. I agree, the last compound was just that. Never felt mine. But what could I do? How's Sasuke taking all the changes and the loss of his father and clansmen? He won't speak much about it, but I think that after seeing his father that way, and the way we were about to be slaughtered, he feels as though things worked out in the end, I suppose. I see. Well, I'm here next door, so if you need me you can come to me. Thanks, sensei. Part 2. Chapter 10. Do you guys want to get some ramen? Naruto asked. Do you always have to eat ramen? Asked Sasuke. Yes, ramen isn't good for you. stated Shikamaru. "I'll go with you, Naruto-chan," said Hinata. "Me too," Choji stated happily. "You guys don't know the best part life has to offer," she said to Shikamaru and Sasuke. "Choji, let's see who can eat the most," Naruto said with fist raised up high as her and Choji started running towards Ichiraku Ramen. "Tuchi-san, I am San," Naruto screamed at the top of her lungs as she ran inside Ichiraku Ramen, sitting on her favorite chair as her friends arrived. "Naruto, how are you doing?" Both Tuchi and I am smiled at Naruto. "I'm doing great, but I'm starving. I need some of your godly ramen." Both Tuchi and I am smiled. "Naruto, do you want to start off with 2 miso pork ramens?" "Yes, please," Naruto stated with sad face. As everyone else put in their order, Choji noticed how Shikamaru wanted to sit next to Naruto, as well as how Shikamaru stared at Sasuke throwing daggers at each other. Choji smiled, glad that his best friend had found a girl that he liked and was snapping him out of his laziness. By the end of the dinner, Naruto had 10 ramen bowls, for miso with pork, for beef, and 2 soy sauce with extra chasu. "I feel stuffed," exclaimed Naruto. "I couldn't even eat another bite even if I tried," Choji stated with sorrow as his friend ate 2 more bowls than him. "I can't see how you two can eat so much of that," exclaimed Shikamaru as Sasuke agreed with him. "Well, it was actually delicious," stated Hinata as she had 4 bowls. As they all got up to leave, Hinata, Choji, and Shikamaru were about to lead out back home, while Sasuke and Naruto were going to do the same. Shikamaru hated that after having lunch like this he had to walk the opposite way since the Nara clan was on the other side of Konoha, while Sasuke's compound was closer to the Senjus. "Good night, everyone," said Naruto. Shikamaru glaring daggers at Sasuke and Sasuke sporting a grin that no one but Shikamaru saw as they turned to head back home. "That was delicious," she said to Sasuke. "Yeah, it was good. Although I don't think it's so good that you can eat it every day. You just don't have good tastes, that is all. I'd say I have better taste than you since you only enjoy that." "You wish." As the two continued walking to their compounds, passing by the Uchiha compound, Naruto was about to say goodbye to Sasuke, so she could continue walking over to the Senju. "I'll walk you home." "You sure, Sasuke?" asked Naruto with a small blush. "Yes, I'm sure my Kachin wouldn't let me live it down if I let a girl walk by herself at this hour. I would definitely think I raised you better than that," stated Mikoto clan head of the Uchiha. "Kacha," said a startled Sasuke.
Good evening, Mikoto-sama.
Naruto stated, bowing slightly. "How are you doing, Naruto?" "I'm doing well. We had Ichiraku after we all trained and now we're heading home. My obesan might be waiting." "Well, would you like to come in? I made cookies and Tsunade-sensei is here." "Cookies?" Naruto yelled. "Well, if obesan is here, I don't see why not." "You're going to continue eating, you might get fat," stated Sasuke. Mikoto's eyes widened as she knew what was to come. Naruto cracked her knuckles, heading towards Sasuke. Sasuke backing up, fear knowing what was to happen every time Naruto cracks her knucks. "What did you say, Sasuke?" as she jumped, hitting the ground, forming a crater, Sasuke barely dodging it. "I'm sorry, Naruto, I didn't mean it like that." Before Sasuke could dodge again, Naruto landed a punch at him, sending him flying inside the compound. "Well, you definitely have your mother's personality and sensei's power," chuckled Mikoto. "You knew my Kachin?" asked Naruto, pulled out of her daze. "Yes, me Hanami and your mother were trained under Tsunade-sama. It was an all-female team." "I didn't know that. That is definitely amazing. Could you tell me more about her?" "And I thought all-female teams were frowned upon." "Of course I could, Naruto, she was my best friend after all. And well, technically yes they are, but when you stack up a Hyuga, the Red Hot Habanero, or the Red Death as she was known as later, and an Uchiha, and let not forget that the sensei being Tsunade Senju, well, people tend to fear the said female team." "That's amazing. I want to be in a female team as well. I can already imagine me with Hinata-chan. It's Izumi-chan in a team right now, because the other girls don't like me for some reason." "Well, how about my son, Sasuke?" "And yes, Izumi is in a team." "Well, Mikoto-sama, he's no girl, besides I don't like him right now." Sasuke got back to Naruto and Mikoto as Naruto glared at Sasuke, turning away from him. Sasuke's face just fell. "I'm sorry, Naruto." Sasuke didn't mean it like that, Naruto, he was just trying to tease you. You know boys that like girls tease them like that. Kachin! Screamed Sasuke, his face turning red and bright. Naruto turned some more, turning red as well. Before she could respond, I knew I felt my Narukan's chakra out here. Obesan. Naruto jumped at Tsunade. Yes, Sasuke called me fat because I like food. No, I didn't, Sasuke said as he felt the stare of three females. He was primarily afraid of the stare Tsunade and Mikoto were sending him. Well, Narukan, if he hurts your feelings like that again, you know your Obesan can break every bone in his body, right? Said Tsunade as she was crackling her fingers. And I can heal him enough to do it again and again, right? Tsunade glaring down at Sasuke with Mikoto behind her. Calling a girl fat, well. Tsunade-sensei, I can hold him down for you. Sasuke paled as both older Kunoichi laughed at Sasuke's predicament. As they all went back inside to have some tea with some cookies, Naruto didn't even look at Sasuke. Sasuke was getting frustrated until the grown-ups got up and went to the other room to have some sake. Sasuke grabbed Naruto from the arm, blushing, and dragged her outside. I said I was sorry, Naruto. I didn't mean it like that. It's fine, I guess. Sasuke's face fell a bit. I guess you have to get your wins whenever you can, since you can't ever beat me in spars. Sasuke's glare shot up, looking at Naruto. That's not true, I've beaten you. Yes, when I let you, so I don't hurt your little Uchiha pride. Sasuke was getting irritated. You know what, come to think of it, you are getting fat with all that ramen you ate. And I think those cookies are already making their way to your puffy cheeks. Looking like a red tomato. Before Sasuke could register what came out of his mouth, he was punched by a chakra-infused punch and was sent flying. Sasuke got up, muttering something incoherently when he noticed that Naruto was gone. I guess I deserved that, stated Sasuke. You sure did, Ototo, stated Itachi from behind him. You like that girl, don't you? Sasuke's face turned red. No, I don't. Then why are you blushing, asked Izumi, making Sasuke turn even more red. You guys don't know. You know girls don't like to be called fat, and they will hate the boy that does that. Sasuke stiffened. You think she'll hate me forever? So you do like her? Sasuke said as he walked away back inside his house. I don't care that she left. You know, Ototo, I think you hurt her feelings. I saw her with a pained look on her face. Sasuke looked towards where Naruto had left, feeling bad. He wanted to go after her. Why don't you go apologize to the girl you love? Said Izumi. Sasuke frowned. I don't like her, and as if I care if she got but hurt by my honesty. Like you got but hurt because she beats you in spars. Sasuke got mad and went inside his compound, but not without feeling like chasing down Naruto. Itachi and Izumi laughed at his antics. As Naruto walked back home, she was so mad at Sasuke, all she wanted to do was to kick him down into the ground. She walked back inside to her house, went into the bathroom, and checked herself in the mirror. My cheeks aren't bigger, they're the same they've always been, Naruto said to herself. I don't get why Sasuke was mean to me. Well, I don't need him as a friend. Chapter 11. The next day Naruto had woken up early. Even though it was the last day of their weekend, she went out to visit her Gigi at the Hokage's office. Gigi, she said as she barged in through the front door. How are you doing, sweetheart? I'm fine, Gigi. I came because I want you to teach me some cool jutsus. Well, that would be fine, but unfortunately I can't at the moment. Why not? Because I have a lot of work to do at the moment. Gigi, please, you don't teach me anything anymore. Well, how about this, when I get off work we can train. Naruto's face brightened up. Okay, Gigi, that sounds like a plan. Meanwhile, I'm going to go see Hinata. Meanwhile, Sasuke had left the Uchiha compound, was walking towards the Senju compound. As he was about to knock on the door, he sighed, hope she's over being mad at me. Sasuke thought, so he knocked on the door, which Shizun opened it. Sasuke-kun, how are you doing today? I'm doing well, Shizun-san. Is Naruto home? No, she went off to see Lord Third. I see, is she still mad? I don't know, why would she be mad? She got me mad because I called her fat. Then she punched me and walked away. I see, so you like my Yamato, Shizun said while wiggling her eyebrows, and a grin plastered on her face. Sasuke blushed. I don't see why everyone thinks that. Well, if you weren't blushing, people wouldn't lead to that. stated Shursui from behind. On second thought, I don't care where she's at. What are you doing here, Shursui? Shizun giggled at Sasuke. Well, she didn't eat breakfast, so I think you would know where she would go after seeing Lord Third, stated Shizun. I'm here to pick up Shizun, stated Shursui proudly. Are you two going on a date? Asked Sasuke. Shizun and Shursui both blushed. Well, yeah, stated Shursui. Unlike you, I make it known that I like a woman. Yeah, whatever, stated Sasuke with a wave of his hand. Sasuke left the Senju compound, making his way unknowingly to the Hokage tower, but before he could make it there, he heard a couple of banshees scream, Sasuke Kun, as they were running towards him. Get lost, losers. Oh, Sasuke, don't be like that, I want to spend time with you, squealed Sakura as she laced her arm over his. Forget it, billboard forehead, he's going to spend time with me, declared Ino. Both girls glared daggers as they had Sasuke's arms. Sasuke was getting irritated, pulling his arms back, but before they could protest, he pushed them with such force that they both fall to the ground. Annoying fangirls. Sasuke walked away from them. Sakura had teary eye at his display towards them, and Ino was surprised that he would do that. If you had this much free time to do this type of nonsense, then maybe you should use that time to actually better yourselves. A bunch of weaklings you lot are. I can't stand weakness. Both girls just stared at each other thinking they weren't doing enough. Before they could call back their Sasuke-kun, he was already racing off, heading inside the Hokage tower. As Sasuke reached the Hokage's door, he knocked, waiting for the reply from within. Komein. Sasuke made his way inside, bowing to the aged Hokage. Sasuke, my fine boy, what brings you in today? Hokage-sama, sorry for the interruption. I was looking for Naruto but heard she would be here with you. Naruto was here not too long ago, but you just missed her. She had left to get some food, and then to find some friends to hang out with while she waited for me to get off, so we could do some training. You're actually training her? Yes, I've actually helped in her training along with her grandparents since she was a lot smaller. I see. Thank you, Hokage-sama, as Sasuke bowed, slightly turning around, heading towards the door. Meanwhile, Naruto had saw that Shikamaru and Choji were heading towards a dango shop. She waved at them. What are you guys doing? Hey Naruto, we're gonna grab a snack, said Choji. What a drag, stated Shikamaru, knowing full well that Naruto would want to join in. Can I join you too? Yes, sure, come on, stated Shikamaru. As the three went to take a seat, they sat in a booth, Choji sitting on one side alone, while Naruto sat inside the booth, sliding over for Shikamaru. Shikamaru blushed slightly, seeing as he had to sit next to Naruto. Glancing over at Choji, he made no effort to move, smiling at Shikamaru. Once settled to have a snack, Choji and Naruto ordered 5 sticks of dango while Shikamaru ordered 2. As the dango arrived, Naruto reached over to grab her plate, getting really close to Shikamaru as they were now touching. Naruto's chest was slightly touching Shikamaru's shoulder and her leg was brushing up on his. Shikamaru's face was blushed a crimson on having Naruto so close to him. Are you feeling okay, Shikamaru? Asked Naruto. You're looking a little red. She placed her hand over his forehead. You feel fine. Choji just smiled, looking straight into Shikamaru's eyes. Shikamaru knew what his best friend was doing. I'm fine, it's just hot in here. I guess it's a bit stuffy, Naruto stated as she sat back getting her plate. Shikamaru had ordered extra sauce and poured some on his and then went to pour the rest on Naruto, knowing she liked the sweet sauce. Naruto, seeing this, got extremely happy. Thanks, Shikamaru, as she tugged on his arm, laying her head on his right shoulder, looking at him pour that sweet sauce. Shikamaru stiffened at this but internally felt his heart beat faster. Troublesome was all Shikamaru stated. After they all had their snack at the dango shop, they were walking outside. Do you guys want to go train in the forest? Why the forest? Asked Choji. I don't know, I just really like training in the forest, makes me feel at peace. But going all the way towards the forest, that's such a drag. I don't think I can make it, my parents are waiting for me to continue doing some clan training, stated Choji. Naruto turned to look at Shikamaru. So you'll go with me? Sorry, Naruto, it's our dad's hosting a training, stated Shikamaru. Naruto slumped. Sounds good guys, maybe next time. Hey, there's Hinata. Maybe she would want to go, stated Shikamaru looking over at the Hyuga walking towards the bakery. Just as Naruto was about to leave to catch up to the Hyuga heiress, she was spotted by Sasuke. He witnessed her giving Shikamaru and Choji a hug before running off. Huffing in jealousy, he folded his arms glaring at the two boys before watching the blonde catch up to the lavender eyes-colored Hyuga. As he continued walking at a slow pace, he wasn't going to let her know that he was following her. "Hinata!" screamed Naruto as she was upon the girl. "Naruto-chan. What a pleasant surprise, how are you?" "What are you doing, Hinata? You want to go train with me in the forest." "Why in the forest?" "Because it's different to the training grounds and it's peaceful." After thinking about it for a bit, she nodded in agreement. "Sounds like fun," stated Hinata as she was grabbed a sec later and dragged to the forest. Once in the forest, they both got on their taijutsu stance. "Okay, Hinata, let's go all out." Hinata nodded and got on her taijutsu stance, activating her Byakugan. She giggled. "Fine, Naru, let's do it." Just before she dashed to Naruto, she turned and winked towards Sasuke's location. Hinata was every ounce the prodigy and deserving of her heiress title. She was a focused, ruthless, and strong kunoichi when she fought, but a shy, nervous girl that her clan hated when not in a combat situation. As Hinata approached Naruto, she was forced to jump back due to the amassing chakra. Naruto was gathering only to punch the ground and have the land formation slightly change and be uneven. "You're not going to get me with your gentle fist, Hinata. Maybe not at this moment, but it'll shut down your chakra points." Naruto shot towards Hinata, chakra-laced hands punching her way at the heiress, only to have her dodge each one before ducking at the last one and doing a sweeping kick at Naruto, knocking her down. Just then Hinata landed a Juken strike to the abdomen of Naruto when it went up in smoke, a clone. She remarked, only to dodge from behind as a roundhouse kick would have sent her rolling. "Nice dodge, Hinata," before Naruto flipped backwards, performing some hand seals. "What, you know elemental ninjutsu?" asked Hinata. "Of course. What are you going to do?" smirked Naruto, fire-style foxfire, as 10 fireballs formed about in front of her. "Ready, Hinata?" Just as Hinata was about to run towards Naruto, she was stopped by the fireballs that started to approach her at Naruto's command. She dodged all of them with ease until Naruto formed the hand signs again, and this time another set of 10 were coming before the last one was sent. She noticed Naruto finishing another set of hand seals. "Snake lightning," was all Hinata heard as she saw a snake made of lightning dash towards her. Hinata widened her eyes before narrowing to think of the best solution and best way to dodge as she noticed a small dot inside the snake's forehead. Her eyes glassed over and by pure instinct she dashed towards the lightning snake, raising her 2 fingers, delivering a Juken strike at the snake's head. Instantly the jutsu was dissolved. Naruto was dumbfounded. Her jutsu was undone. In utter shock she asked, "What did you do, Hinata? How did you do that?" "I don't know. I saw no way out and I blacked out." Stated Naruto. "Meanwhile, spying on your girlfriend," stated Itachi as he noticed Sasuke stiffen at his remark. "She's not my girlfriend." "Well, my little Ototo, why are you spying on the Narukan?" Itachi stated with a smirk. "Yeah, Sasuke, looks like you like her," stated Shisui from beside him. "Oh, shut up, you two. No, I don't." "Well, judging by how fast your heart was racing, and that mad look you had on your face as she hugged the Nara boy, I'd say you have it bad for her." Sasuke swung at his brother, who just broke into a flock of birds, laughing as he vanished. Sasuke stopped, looked back towards the direction Naruto was at, whatever, as he continued going home. Shisui was also amazed. While looking at the fight, he was surprised at the Hyuga heiress ability to cancel out the jutsu. I wonder if the Hyuga could do that the entire time. He'll have to talk to Lord Hayashi. Naruto and Hinata were laying down on the forest ground, looking up at the small clearing cloud, watching. Shikamaru's favorite activity. "This is nice after a good spar," stated Naruto. "It is." "Hinata, do you think love is real?" "Why do you ask?" "I don't know. My Obasan and my Ajizan argue a lot, but I think they secretly love each other. Like I catch them at times giving each other some looks." "What kind of looks?" "Well, a couple weeks ago my Ajizan was taking a shower, and my Obasan walked in. She screamed and ran out the door." Hinata giggled. "And after that day my Obasan blushes whenever she's in close proximity to my Ajizan, well, kinda like you or Sasuke blush for no reason." Hinata at this point was as red as a tomato. She pulled as much willpower as she could before saying, For no reason? Yeah. Naruto turned around to where she was laying face down, this time face towards Hinata. Sasuke gets moody. I don't get why he has to be a pain in the ass, but you blush and stutter when anyone compliments you. Hinata lost all focus and started to blush again. See how you're blushing right now, which I don't get why you're blushing. We have to work on your confidence, Hinata. You're a beautiful girl, and a strong one too. We're going to become rivals, so we can each get stronger together and become the Leave's most powerful kunoichis. As the two got up, they were making their way back into the village. Gigi should be getting out of work soon. Jiraiya-sama is working? No, my Gigi, the old man Hokage. Oh, why are you waiting for him? Well, he said he would train me. More training. Naruto turned to look at her. Why not? Besides, there's things Gigi can teach me that my obesan nor Ajisen can teach me. Hinata turned to look at Naruto with admiration. Why do you train so hard? I want to become Hokage, but on top of that I want to be stronger than my obesan, Ajisen, Gigi, and my Nei-san.
Shizune-sama.
No, I have another Nei-san elsewhere. Shizune Nei-san doesn't want to be a combative kunoichi, just a medic. I see. Where does you Nei-san live? Elsewhere. You don't know where? I do, but she's not of this village. She's actually a Cloud Jonin that I trained with during my travels with my obesan. I see. She's from a rival village. Yes, you can say that. Is that the only reason why you want to get stronger? No, I want the village to acknowledge me, that I can protect them and not be a menace to them. Why would you be a menace to them, and why would you need to be acknowledged by them? Well, the villagers hate me. At that moment, Hinata turned to look at the glares being sent towards Naruto before he had thought that they were sent at them completely as troublesome kids, only to now realize that they were sent at Naruto. Why does the village hate you? It's something I can't say, but the villagers hate me. They're the reason that my obesan and Ajisen took me out of the village. When I was just born, they tried to kill me along with Shizune Nei-san. Why would they try to kill a baby? It's a secret. I'm not at liberty to discuss, Hinata. But they hate me. They called for my death. My obesan killed some villagers, as well as Gigi had the Umbu kill some villagers. When I came back with the fire daimyo, he actually had a civilian council member killed on the spot, and he's the only that abolished the civilian council in its entirety. Hinata eyes widen. I didn't know that had happened. Yes, from what my Nei-san had told me, it was a standoff between certain angered shinobi, Umbu, and villagers against my obesan. You mean Tsunade-sama was facing off many people? Yes, my obesan destroyed a building and injured many people, and shinobi killing a couple with just one punch. That is unreal. No wonder she is a legendary Sannin. Yes, she was about to summon Katsuyu to destroy the village until Gigi promised her the threat was over. Ajisen and Ojisniki then stood up and threatened the villagers, saying that if anyone attempted against my life, that he would make sure to summon the entire Toad and Snake clan to demolish the village. Shikamaru was silent as Naruto continued. So you see, even if the fire daimyo threatened them, that if they were unjust to me, it hasn't stopped. And I want the villagers to admire me on their own accord, not because they are threatened by the fire daimyo or the Sannins. Hinata looked at Naruto with new light. I will help you in any way I can. Naruto smiled at him as she hugged Hinata fiercely. Thanks, Hinata. Naruto turned and continued walking over to the Sarutobi compound as Hinata followed. Hinata was unpleasantly volunteered to train with Naruto and the Hokage. They started running, push-ups, and sit-ups. Once they were warmed up, they stretched before going into chakra control exercises. Due to her clan's training, Hinata was already equipped with tree walking and some other manipulations. So they skipped the usual practices and went over to spar against the Hokage. It would be a 2 versus 1. Hinata, what we're going to spar is a full-on spar, no holds bar. And anything that is observed in this compound stays in this compound. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Hokage-sama. No one in the village aside myself and her grandparents know of this, so breathe one word of this and I'll be forced to execute you. Hinata paled but nodded, feeling dread, not wanting to be in the battlegrounds anymore. But before she could turn to Naruto, she turned to her, giving her a wink. We got this. Hinata felt a new sense of power welled up inside her. Ready, Hinata. Ready. Naruto dashed at the Hokage with speed he had never seen before, when all of a sudden, a small crater was formed on the ground as Hinata jumped above Naruto. Byakugan activated, attacking the Hokage in her family's taijutsu. Hiruzen jumped a couple meters back, making hand seals. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Naruto jumped back, performing hand seals. Earth style, Earth Wall. A giant earth wall sprang forth, hiding the two. Earth style, Underground Projection Fish. The two sank down, and when they were rising up above ground, Naruto had already finished hand seals. Earth style, Earth Spikes Jutsu. A flurry of spikes dashed towards the Hokage as he jumped before he could make hand seals. Naruto slammed the ground. Forest style, Frenzy Plant, as vines shot up at the Hokage, piercing him, but then the Hokage puffed in smoke. Shadow Clone. Naruto snarled. Hinata was lost and in shock at just seeing the Mokuton ability when Hinata snap out of it and help me out. Right as Hinata scanned the arena, are you able to create trees? On it. Naruto performed some hand seals with style. Spontaneous tree summoning. As Naruto slammed her hands in a praying fashion, multiple trees shot up from the ground, growing in a rapid state. Hinata using the shadows as cover. Catching the Hokage. I must say this was unexpected. I did not think you would catch my clone and myself, stated the Hokage as he noticed the Hyuga heiress had landed a Juken strike to his shoulder. Using Naruto's vast trees and vines to distract me, you hid your chakra and attempted to strike at me. I definitely underestimated you, but won't happen again. Without wasting any time, Naruto performed the necessary seals. Forest-style leaf shuriken. A mass amount of leaves shined from the trees, deck ending on the Hokage, with Hinata right behind them to attack the Hokage. While Hiruzen was dodging the leaves, he noticed Naruto was coming from behind and Hinata from his front, both ready to attack. Just as he was about to jump, a vine grabbed his foot, holding him in place before a punch from behind and a Juken strike from in front of him were landed. In a small daze of the force, he smirked. Not bad. Naruto was fastly going through her hand seals. Hope this works. Crystal style. Crimson fruit. Naruto called out as a dome of pink crystal was forming around Hiruzen. He had a shocked expression on his face, but before the jutsu completely covered him, it stopped. Damn, I had it that time. No matter, Naruto charged chakra into her fists like her obeison, and before she landed a punch, Hiruzen got out of the crystal prison and blocked the punch, being sent a couple inches. Very good, Naruto, you almost had it this time. I must say, Hinata, you and Naruto make an excellent team, taking advantage of Naruto's trees to cover your tracks. Thank you, Hokage-sama, but I'm all out of chakra already. But what was that last technique? Was that actually another Kekii Genkai? Yes, sweetheart, Naruto has 2 Kekii Genkai at the moment. Aren't I awesome, Hinata? Naruto winked at her, also spent sitting down on the ground. Ilse, but how do you have 2 Kekii Genkai? She has all 5 chakra natures. She has potential to have more Kekii Genkais, but as of now her strongest is the Mokuton and Forest styles, which in reality it's the same, but she identifies them differently, and she's learning her crystal release. I see. What's the difference between Forest and Wood styles? But I also don't get why you don't want this getting out. Well, Hinata, started Naruto, for me Wood style is using my trees and other jutsus I have. But Forest style, it's life itself. I can control vines, leaves, or the solar power of the sun. In regard to your other question, Hinata, it's Tsunade's decision as of right now that no one but a select few are able to know about this. Naruto released the jutsu, letting the created trees to be absorbed back into the ground. I'm spent, Naruto said as she plopped next to Hinata. And I actually have 3 Kekii Genkais. I have started on the ice release, combining my water and air affinities. Show me, stated the Hokage. As Naruto gathered her chakra, she molded it, closing her eyes. She focused on her palm, and from it an ice flower manifested. She then created a shadow clone and went through hand seals ice-style killer ice spears as she slammed her hand on the ground. Fascinating, how marvelous, stated the Hokage. I will let your grandparents know of this. How often do you train like this? Every day. Why, well, I know why, but do you really have to go this far? Unfortunately, I do. I want to make my parents proud. Who are your parents? Naruto looked at her Gigi, who in turn just nodded. As she sighed, my Kachin was Kushina Uzumaki, and my Otosan was... Before Naruto could continue, Hinata interrupted her with wide eyes. It all makes sense now, Minato Namikaze. You are the daughter of the Yellow Flash. You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He was the lost son of Senju Tsunade, and that is why you can use with style. Naruto and Hiruzen shot at Hinata direction, not sure how she got all of that. How did? Naruto was about to ask when Hinata continued. I have been asking around myself and looking into the archives. Since you came back being the granddaughter of the Sannins, I had questions. When you said your birthday was a mystery. Then when you told me how the villagers treat you and how your obeison attacked the village, well, this new piece of information was enough to put the puzzles into everything else. The villagers wouldn't attack a baby just because they would have to believe something was something else and have hatred, so back then the Kubi had attacked. The Yondaime sealed the fox inside his only daughter. And who should raise her but the Sannins, who happened to be their granddaughter. It's no wonder why Lord Third would often leave the village every year on certain days only. Quite simple, actually. Naruto looked down. And you don't hate me? Hinata looked at her as if he'd just been kicked in the gut. Why would I hate you, Naruto? I could never hate you. As she pulled her in for a hug. I get why now, why you have to prove so much to everyone and why you're working this hard. But you don't need the villagers' approval. If they can't see how wonderful you are and what a valuable person you are, then they don't deserve your love. Hinata stated. This girl has her head on straight, doesn't she, sensei? She knows everything. And she knows the repercussions of speaking anything of it outside the compound. Naruto moved away from Hinata. She won't say anything. Tsunade went ahead and knelt down in front of the two, cupping her Naruken's face. I know she want Naruken. Hinata nodded hastily at the Sannins and Hokage. Okay, you two, why don't you run along? We have important business to discuss with sensei. As both Hinata and Naruto were walking out of the compound, they were making their way back when Hayashi was making his way back to the Hyuga clan's compound. Hinata. Naruto, how are you two doing? Hayashi-sama, Naruto bowed slightly. We're doing well, just got done doing some training with Gigi. You two trained with Lord Hokage? Yes, Gigi promised to train me, and since me and Hinata were already training in the forest, she promised to train with me against the old man. Hayashi smiled and looked down at the two. I see, so she's the one that has had Hinata actually putting an effort in her training, Hayashi thought as he smiled down at the two. Why don't you join us for dinner? Asked Hayashi to Naruto. Naruto beamed up at him. I would love to. Shizen-chan is out on a date, and I know Obeison and Ajisen are going to stay with Gigi for a while, so that would be great. Hinata looked up at her dad with a smile. As the days progressed, Naruto was in the Senju compound training with Hinata being observed by Tsunade. Hinata had won the favor of Tsunade and was being taught how to control Tsunade's monstrous strength. Hinata was able to use Tsunade's punch, but she had pushed it further with her gentle fist. Hinata was able to create a more powerful version of her vacuum palm that would destroy portions of her surroundings, depending on the amount of chakra she would put in. Aside from that, she learned that her chakra nature was water with a smaller affinity to wind. Using simple water jutsus to add to her gentle fists, as well as using her chakra affinity to strike at her opponent's chakra network. As both Kunoichi got on their fighting stance, Tsunade reminisced on the shy girl Hinata was when she first met the Hyuga heiress. She was too shy for her liking, but then Naruto brought her out of her shell and made the girl come into her own. Now she was more confident in herself, not flinching after she hurt her opponents, but stood proud as a kunoichi that she was able to fend off her opponents. And sparring with Naruto helped her father look at her into a new light. She was no match for Naruto, but Hinata was no slouch. As the girls leaped forwards, Hinata activated her Byakugan. Naruto saw that, narrowing her eyes, only to see that Hinata stopped and called out, 8 trigrams vacuum blast. A blast of chakra raced towards Naruto. Good thing for Naruto was that the vacuum blast was a focus attack and not a wide range, so she jumped. Not expecting that was what Hinata was after. Hinata readied her next jutsu, adding wind chakra nature to her hands, 8 trigrams vacuum slash. Hinata's hands glowed, she started to spin and directing blades of chakra laced with wind hurled at Naruto at top speed. Wind-style violent whirlwind, Naruto screamed as a power wind-style wind shot out of her mouth, decimating Hinata's attack and heading straight for her. Fortunately, Hinata's Byakugan saw where the attack was going to land, so she went and took cover. But before Hinata could get far, Naruto landed, performed the necessary hand seals, landing on a praying seal and released fire-style foxfire. 10 balls of fire appears around Naruto. As she stretched out her hands, she sent the fireballs towards Hinata. Hinata back flipped, focusing her Byakugan, seeking the chakra points in the attack. She extended one finger out and called out, "Vacuum bullet," as she hit the chakra points on the fireballs, making the attack vanished. Naruto was shocked. "You're getting better at finding the chakra points in techniques. Okay, good, then try doing that to this then." Naruto performed the hand seals as Hinata tried to get close enough to strike it Naruto forest style. Leaf shuriken. Tsunade looked up confused as to what was said and saw that a bunch of leaves glowed around the trees and were hurling through to Hinata. Hinata on the other side couldn't find any chakra points on the leaves themselves, but they looked sharp as kunai the need to evade. She jumped out of the way, making a beeline towards the water, but before she could, Naruto had finished her second set of hand seals. She had amassed shuriken from crystals and ice around her. "That is enough," stated Tsunade. "What was that, Naru-chan? My forest style?" "Yes." "Well, it's technically wood style, Obasan, but I'm not using wood but leaves or vines, so I changed it to forest style." "I see, so that's what sensei meant. Well, we're done for today. Tomorrow you have the day off from training as we are going to get ready for your 10th birthday." Naruto and Hinata left the Senju compound. Hinata was going to go home since she had to continue training in her clan's technique, while Naruto was heading towards the training grounds to train with Orochimaru and Anko. She always liked going to train with Ojisniki because he always taught her really cool new jutsus. At this point he had taught her various wind style, water style, and lightning style, while her Ajisen Jiraiya had taught her earth and fire style. She at least had 2 or 3 jutsus of each element under her belt. "Naruto-chan, it's about time you got here," smirked Orochimaru. "Sorry, Ojisniki, I was sparring with Hinata-chan." "The Hyuga brat?" asked Anko. "Yes, she's my best friend." "Okay, enough with the pleasantries. I want to focus on something else, Naruto-chan. You said that the hidden cloud shinobi had a Kekii Genkai that she could train with water and lightning, right?" "Yes, Ojisniki. She had those 2 affinities, and Karui said that there was someone in Cloud Village that can train her in the storm release." "I see. Why don't we try to recreate it? It takes the same principle as your Mokuton, ice, and crystal release." "How is your crystal release coming along?" "Well, I can only do the shurikens, jade crystal blade, and my crystal prison technique from the scrolls you gave me." "I see. Well, a subordinate of mine is coming back to the village. She is a crystal style user herself. As a gift for your 10th birthday, I tasked her with training you in the crystal release." Naruto's eyes beamed up. "Really? That is awesome. What is her name?" "Her name is Guren. She has a lot of skill and is deadly with her crystal style." Naruto smirked. "I'm going to be the greatest Hokage ever." "Don't get ahead of yourself, Gaki. You're nowhere near being a Hokage," teased Anko. "When I have you doing my chores, we'll see who's boss," teased Naruto back. A tick mark appeared on Anko's face. "Nice try, Gaki." "Enough, you two," stated Orochimaru. "Naruto, I want you to sit in a lotus position and focus your water and lightning chakra. But before you do, I wanted to combine your hands and channel your ice release, then your crystal release, and finally your wood style to get a sense as to how each of those combinations feel. Once you can identify it, then focus on your water and lightning, and let's see if you can successfully create the storm release." "Yes, sensei." Naruto sat excited to learn a new jutsu. "You really think she can learn how to control another Kekii Genkai, Orochimaru-sama?" "I believe this girl can. Plus, if she can master another Kekii Genkai, I want to move her on to the Kekii Toda and even further if I can. After all, my goddaughter will be no slouch." As Naruto sat, she felt her ice release combine. Then she dispelled the small flower of ice that formed. As she started to form the crystal version of her flower, she noticed the subtle changes in how they changed, so she dispelled her crystal flower. Once she moved on to her wood style or forest style, she created a vine to shoot up and a vibrant red sunflower shot out in front of her. She noticed that her wood style takes the most dramatic combination and shift in nature. It starts with earth, then being flooded with water style. She regarded this was to the physical manifestations of it being a physical attribute part of nature, as to her crystal and ice release were solid forming that did not require an anchor but herself. As she prepared to combine water and lightning chakras, she noticed how her natures didn't want to work together and how they would overpower themselves. But then, at the end of 6 hours with 50 clones, she got a spark of a successful combination. This nature would be hard to master. Forming her unique hand signs, she crossed her fingers, calling out, "Kage Bunshin Jutsu." 500 more Narutos appeared around, all sitting in a lotus position, all working to combine the water and lightning style chakra natures. By the end of the day, she hadn't gotten very far crystal style, ice, and with style came naturally to her, but this storm style was not wanting to manifest itself. She could only feel a spark of light at the end. "That is enough for today, Naruto-chan," stated Orochimaru as he and Anko had just stopped sparring. "We'll pick back up the day after tomorrow." Naruto ran out of the training grounds over to Ichiraku's for her beloved ramen, although she contemplated getting it because she knew if she didn't eat at home Shizune would clobber her. "Well, one bowl won't hurt," stated Naruto with a cheeky grin. "Hey Naruto-heim." Naruto turned around seeing Itachi and Izumi walking towards the ramen shop. "Itachi and Aizen, Izumi-nichan, what are you two doing here?" "Well, we wanted to get a bite to eat, and when we saw you we chose to accompany you." "Ramen is the best you know," Naruto stated matter of fact. Itachi and Izumi chuckled. "So are you excited for the big party tomorrow?" "Yes, I can't wait to have all my friends and Gigi there so we can play. I hope I can play with the monkeys and frogs again. I hear you're going to get a big surprise." "Well, Ojisniki is getting me a personal trainer for my crystal release, so yes, I'm excited." "Keep an open mind, Naruto-heim. I hear there are big surprises in the horizon for you." Meanwhile, "What are you saying, you old monkey?" asked Tsunade. Hiruzen signed, knowing this wouldn't bode well for him keeping such a secret from both his students. "Today at midnight I will give Naruto 3 scrolls that only she can open. Only after midnight can she open the scrolls with her blood. In there lies 5 people." "Who are they?" asked Orochimaru. "They are Minato, Kushina, and 3 unknown people who the Shinigami stated would be a great help to Naruto." Swan's anger rose as well as Jiraiya's. "Why are they sealed in a scroll, and why haven't we been told about this?" "They are alive in the scrolls. The Shinigami herself gave me the scrolls and told me they should not be opened until Naruto is 10 years old. If they are even attempted to open prior to her turning 10 years old, all 5 would die in the scrolls. Do you really think you'd have the restraint to not open the scrolls knowing of your medical prowess and attempt to save them?" Minato had no organs, Tsunade, and neither did Kushina. On top, she had the 9 tails extracted from her. She would have died regardless, so the Shinigami sealed them both in the scrolls to regenerate their organs plus heal their wounds. "Tsunade, I know you're the world's best medic, and I know your temper, and you're not very patient. I don't think you would have waited, and you would have attempted to unseal them to heal them yourselves. I think what Sensei did was for the best. And for you not knowing, you know you'd have it in the back of your minds this entire time. And be unable to concentrate on Naruto," stated Orochimaru. "They're right, Heim. I know I wouldn't have the patience, and I definitely know you wouldn't have it either," stated Jiraiya. "Although I can't help but be angry that we weren't told, but I can also see logic. Precisely, so why don't we get Naruto to open the scrolls and have the best birthday ever?" stated Hiruzen. "What worries me, Sensei, is who is on the other 3 scrolls. We don't know if they are friend or foe. It's the chance we have to take in order to free Minato and Kushina." "Very well." Later that night at the Senju residence, the Hokage and Orochimaru had arrived with all 5 scrolls just as Tsunade was finishing with tea. Her nerves wouldn't let her drink sake at the moment. "Do we by any chance have a clue of who could create so scrolls?" asked Tsunade. "I have no idea, but they may be formidable and we must be on our guard just in case," stated Jiraiya. "Agreed. I actually tasked the entire Umbu to surround the house in case someone else emerges that we can't control. A swift end," stated Hiruzen. "Do we really think someone can outfight 3 Sannin, the Hokage, Minato, and Kushina?" smugly stated Orochimaru. "I don't know, but I want to take chances with Naruto." So Hiruzen got up, moved, and the furniture while placing the scrolls and drawing the sealing formula that was implanted in his mind from the Shinigami. "Okay, all we need is Naruto now." Naruto was exhausted, about to lay down before she heard her obeisance call from downstairs. Coming, Naruto made her way down to see what they wanted. It was really late, helping set up banners and everything. She just wanted to get to sleep. "Uni, let's go see what they want." As she picked up her rainbow-colored snake, placing it around her neck, resting on her shoulder. In the living room was Gigi, Ojisniki, Ajizan, Obasan, Kakashi and Aizen. For context, in making Kakashi a Senju, make him the grandson of Tobirama, making Tsukumo the son of Tobirama. "What's going on?" asked the redhead. "Naruto, we have a special surprise for you, but only you can open it," stated her Gigi. "Right now, Gigi?" "Yes, my little Heim. Caress Tsunade, we can't explain it right now, it's only for you to see, okay?
Okowo.
Stated Naruto. As her Uni sensed Naruto's nervousness, she came out and rubbed her head on Naruto's face. Tsunade moved away from Naruto's front view. She saw 5 scrolls opened laid flat on the ground. What is that? Asked Naruto. These are sealing scrolls like the ones we've been practicing. Okay, you want me to unlock them? Yes. As she got closer, she saw the smaller scroll that had the Fuinjutsu for ki, while the scrolls on the left read Uzumaki, the ones on the right read Kushina, and Minato. Naruto gasped, Otusen and Kachin. Naruto immediately got excited that her parents left her gifts in these scrolls. As she saw the scroll that acted as the key, she pulled out a kunai. As per the instructions, she lit the candles around her and the scrolls with fire jutsu. She then grabbed a kunai, slashing her palms, letting blood seep onto the scrolls. As the required blood seeped, she started to perform the necessary hand seals, finishing with placing both bloody palms on the squares. On the key. Her blood started to glow as it traveled on to the 5 scrolls. Her hair started to lift like her mother's. Her body started to glow a bright green with crimson at the end, signaling that the key was sucking some chakra from her. Everybody looked at Naruto shocked, as they never imagined that it would suck out her chakra. When Tsunade attempted to stop her, she was forced back from a barrier that the unlocking process had put up. Sensei, it's going to suck up her entire chakra. Naruto, stop this. No, Tsunade, look at her forehead. Tsunade stood dumbfounded that Naruto's mitotic regeneration seal appeared on Naruto as it stared to spread to her entire forehead and down her cheeks. Now Naruto's chakra was blowing like a hurricane inside the barrier. When finally all 5 scrolls were glowing, just then Naruto's eyes opened. As no one noticed, Naruto's eyes had changed in that moment. Her pupils went white as veins around her eyes bulged with one tomo each. As the sealing scrolls started to resonate, she ended up falling on the ground asleep of chakra exhaustion. Kakashi appeared behind her, catching her before she hit the floor. Kakashi noticed the bulges around her eyes start to subside. As he picked her up, everyone went wide-eyed at the 5 sitting on the sealing scrolls. Looking up from the familiar feeling, Kakashi went wide eyes. Chapter 12. What's going on? Demanded a redhead emitting immense killing intent Shizune, and Kakashi fainted with Naruto in his arms. The legendary Sannin and Hiruzen were on alert when suddenly it stopped. You have become an old monkey, stated the redhead. As another started to laugh. The last one just, I want to know what's going on. Hiruzen and Tsunade froze. Kazan Otusen? Asked another. Sensei, what's going on? Asked the last one. Tsunade started to weep, dropping to her knees, as well as Jiraiya couldn't compose himself. The 4th Hokage, Yellow Flash of the Leaf, the Red Death, the creator Lord Tobirama, the god of shinobi himself, and finally the mistress of death in the flesh, Mito Uzumaki, stated Orochimaru with a grin. Kushina looked up, getting on her feet as well as the other 4. Naruto, my little girl, what's going on? Why are you looking so old, you old man? Kushina couldn't stop rambling. I believe my sealing scroll was used, was it not? Stated Mito. Sealing scroll? Asked Tobirama. Yes, Mito-sama, stated Hiruzen. And by the looks of it, not at the correct time. Stated matter-of-fact Mito, as I would like to know. Not that I'm complaining, but how'd you 2 end up in my scrolls? As she looked at Hashirama and Tobirama. What do you mean? Asked Hiruzen. I was supposed to be unsealed in time to help Yuzushiogakure, but by how old you look, Hiruzen, I can say that I'm decades late. Mito teased and chuckled. Kushina saw a red-haired girl on top of the silver-haired Jonin Naruto. Kakashi? She saw her little girl and picked her up. My beautiful little girl. Minato was on Kushina's side immediately. Looking at his little girl and student, he couldn't help but marvel at her beautiful face, but was pleasantly surprised by the Byakugan seal on her forehead that was like Kushina's and his mother's. As he looked up, what's going on? Last I remember, me and Kushina were on death's door. We had finished our goodbyes. Tsuanda and Jiraiya hugged Minato and Kushina, crying their eyes out. We thought we'd never see you again. Minato relaxed. I'm sorry, I didn't get to tell you sooner, Kachin. And Otusen, Minato said, smiling, hugging both his parents. I believe we should have a seat, so I can explain everything that's happened, stated Mito as she made her way over to Kushina. Kushina, you've grown into a beautiful woman, my darling, and I can tell you're my great-grandson, a strong man. But my no god could have prepared me for this little beauty. Is she my granddaughter as well? Stated Mito as she pushed Minato and Kushina aside. Yes, grandmother, she's Minato's and Kushina's daughter, stated Tsunade. Hashirama teleported next to Mito. How splendid that our line continues. And strong, does it not, love? Yes, love. I see a perfect Uzumaki, such a fine young woman, such beautiful red hair. But I sense there is more to her than we are aware of. Tobarama made his way to Kakashi. And who's this one here? I can sense he's of Senju blood. That's your grandson sensei, the son of your late son Tsukumo, stated Hiruzen. I see, so my line as well has continued, as he stared at Kakashi, picking him up and laying him on the sofa. As everyone got over their shock and sat on the couch in the living room, Kakashi and Shizen finally joined everyone. Well, to start the explanation, the sealing scroll. I used one of our masks from the Uzumaki shrine when I created this scroll. I summoned her, the death god, to help me and bind life itself to this sealing formula. You see, I knew about the impending destruction of Yuzu, and I wanted to make sure that I, along with Tobarama and Hashirama, were alive when this happened, as to why I made 5. The scroll is a one-time trip where by the specific time it heals your body and reverts enzymes and DNA to reverse the aging process to the prime of oneself. By the time I had finished creating the scroll, I had already sealed Hashirama in his weakened state, and barely was able to seal Tobarama before dying in the hands of the Gold and Silver brothers. Unfortunately, the Shinigami broke from my control and sealed me inside and took the scrolls herself. I see, that is why we never were able to find your body or those of my senseis, stated Hiruzen. Precisely. So when Minato summoned the Shinigami, I saw everything from beside her and I knew what she was attempting to steal, so I pushed my chakra out and attached Kushina's and my own as the Shinigami pulled the chakra and was about to take all 3 into her bowels. She realized her mistake and voided the contract, expelling all 3 of us. That is when she really looked at the potential of my granddaughter. I don't know exactly what she saw as for her future, but I do know that she was saying that she would have a future full of loss and endless battles, and if something wasn't done to correct, it would come about the end of the shinobi world unless intervened. So she pulled out the scrolls, sealed Minato and Kushina with a sliver of the Ninetales chakra along with me, and added some of her essence in Naruto. The Shinigami stated that Naruto would be able to call upon all chakra natures and their combinations in time to help combat the evil in the world and the destruction that was to come. And I was only being allowed to live to help train her. Everyone was silence in the room, contemplating her. So my question is, how is my granddaughter doing in her training? Tsunade, you better not have been slacking off on this little girl, stated Mito. No, Obasan, we have been training her since she was 3 years old, and she has your Mokutan abilities, grandfather, stated Tsunade with worry in her eyes. Her Obasan was the only one that would scare her to death. Mito smiled. Hashi's ability, eh? Mokutan? Asked Kushina and Minato at the same time, as Hashirama beamed with pride. Well, isn't that something special? Plus, she has your manifestation in water control, uncle, and I dare say she surpasses it. Really now? Smiled Tobarama. Well, technically she has 4 Kekii Genkais at the moment. She has Mokutan, Crystal, Ice, and we're working on getting her Storm released to manifest. I've recalled my subordinate who has Crystal released to train her in the art of crystals, stated smugly Orochimaru. Kushina smiled at Orochimaru. Mito smiled. Splendid, and I see she has my mitotic seal already. She is a force just like an Uzumaki should be. Everyone smiled, looking at Naruto. What else is she trained in? Asked Kushina. As the Sannin were giving their explanations in what areas they've helped in her training, Minato and Kushina were in awe at their little girl, but then Kushina shrieked. Kumo, how could you let Kumo near her? Shouted Kushina. Naruto squirmed in her arms as the rainbow snake hissed for disturbing Naruto. What's this? A rainbow-colored snake? Asked Kushina. That is my summons, Kushina-san. As my goddaughter, I have a summons on her at all times to either assist her or summon me of any possible threats. And I must say they are inseparable. That snake especially thinks of her as her own child and will not allow any harm to Naruto Haim. Kushina smiled at the snake, petting it. I guess I can like you too then. Kumo actually trained her in the art of kenjutsu. They even gave her this. Tsunade pulled out a katana black as night with shimmering specks all over and fuinjutsu inscribed through the middle of the blade. They do know who she is, the 2 Jonin sensei found out, and one in particular, the Jinchuriki of the 2 Tails, calls her a sister of hers, and even Naruto writes to her every so often. She's even visited the village when she is near Fire Country to see Naruto, and every time she comes she teaches Naruto new techniques. I see, stated Kushina. While no Kumo is going to teach her in Kenjutsu, there is no Kenjutsu better than that of the Uzumaki, and what about her taijutsu, stated Mito. She doesn't have a formal taijutsu, she just has a combination that she uses from all of us. She isn't fluid in the movements of mine nor the toads, monkeys, or the snakes, but she adapts and uses techniques of each of ours, stated Tsunade. Well, the Uzumaki Hasoken and Kenjutsu is what she'll start to learn then. She will be the strongest kunoichi. Hasoken? Asked Kakashi. It's basically the same as the Hyuga's Hakusho gentle fist style, but the main difference is that our taijutsu relies on speed and power over precision, where the Hyuga's gentle fist relies on closing down the chakra points in their opponents or their organs. We make it explode. In essence, just imagine a vacuum palm directed at your body every time we either kick or punch, and with that same chakra output we can deflect ninjutsu as well by expelling chakra from our chakra points in our arms or legs. Our taijutsu comes in 3 stages. The first stage is what Tsunade does with her strength. Our second stage is fine-tuning the chakra to gather in parts of our bodies to enhance those parts, making either our arms, legs, or whatever we choose to attack with seamlessly in combat. Stage 3 is we concentrate chakra around our body. Intricate seals will appear and our blows becomes 5 to 10 times stronger depending on the chakra input. If we fine-tune our chakra, we can make any well-placed hit explode on contact with a burst of power. Think of Rin Tosaka versus Luvia. If that would be the case, grandmother, she isn't compatible since I can't get her to implement it completely, stated Tsunade. And she has Tsunade's monstrous strength, stated Jiraiya. Well, Haim, is no wonder she never got it. Learning from you, you're too slow. You stopped working on the speed aspect of this taijutsu form and only implemented power. Look at her body, you can tell she is a fast kunoichi that has muscles to pack a punch. Snickered Mito. I would say that is an accurate description of her fighting style. Unless she is certain she has a winning technique on her, she amasses her chakra like Tsunade and unleashes it. Otherwise, she resorts to combining the other styles we have taught her, stated matter-of-fact Orochimaru. Kushina got up with Naruto in her hands. I'm taking Naruto for the night. It is pretty late and Naruto is asleep. I need to lay her down. You have your rooms upstairs, stated Tsunade. This is the Senju Uzumaki compound, and in this house alone we have enough rooms for all of us. Kushina stared. Are you sure? I haven't had any of you near for years. Do you think I want either of you out of my sight? Grandmother will take back her and grandfather's room. Uncle will take his old room back. My room and Shizun's is down here. Upstairs we have Naruto's and 2 extra bedrooms, stated Tsunade. Where does Otusan sleep? Asked Minato. Tsunade grew red and Jiraiya had a smirk on his face. With her, Jiraiya stated happily with a cheeky grin. All of a sudden Jiraiya was punched out the window. Minato and everyone else laughed. So you're finally getting your old bones dusted off, aren't you, Haim? Laughed Mito. Kushina and Minato headed upstairs with Naruto in their arms. As they walked into the room, they noticed her decorated room. She has her bed by the window with a book resting on her windowsill, a desk on the other side of the room, but on top they were amazed at the vines and flowers that adorned her ceiling with pink crystals shining all over. As they laid Naruto to sleep, pulling the covers over her, caressing her face, Kushina couldn't help but cry. Minato, we're actually with our daughter. We're so late. Her 10th birthday. I can't believe I missed out on so much of her life already. At least we have a second chance with her, Kushina. Tomorrow we're going to make up for everything we have missed with her. Mito, on the other hand, had picked up the katana, grazing her fingers through the fuinjutsu inscribed on the blade. Interesting, was all Mito exclaimed. What is it, Mito-sama? Asked Orochimaru. This sword, it came from someone with fuinjutsu knowledge. Not Uzumaki, but very extremely well made. I would dare say much better than what we as Uzumaki would make. This katana, whoever gave it to her was a fool. They don't know what they gave up. This isn't an ordinary katana. Explain, stated Orochimaru, now grabbing the attention from Tsunade, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and a deck ending from the stairs, Kushina, and Minato. This is the legendary Tesega, or also known as the Sword of Heaven. Never heard of it, stated Jiraiya. Are you positive? Asked Kushina. What is it? Asked Minato. This blade is probably one of 3 of the most dangerous weapon in existence. Of course, it could be fragile if it's not infused with chakra of its master, but when it is, it could be the deadliest of them all, stronger than the 7 legendary swords of Kiri, and more deadlier than your poison sword of snakes, Orochimaru. How so? Asked Hiruzen. Well, this sword, its sheath alone can be used as a weapon, nulling chakra-based attacks for a certain amount of time before cracking and breaking, but the sword itself, if you look at the fuinjutsu on both sides, they each serve as their own function. The sword can change in shape to whatever its master needs it to be at its moment. Fusing the sword and sheath, it can form into a bow where then the master can fire chakra arrows at their opponent. It can transform into a whip or snake sword or even a scythe if not a staff. On top of that, it has the capabilities to be used with chakra natures, which if I'm not mistaken can combine with the chakra natures of the wielder and transform into that substance and expel techniques for focused attacks from the user, and if you check the ceiling tags along the line, it can create focus barriers from oncoming attacks. It leaves your sides and back exposed, but for focused attacks it's undoubtedly a strong weapon. The only drawback is that this sword needs to be kept in a seal to be continuously given chakra, otherwise if it's not the moment that she draws the sword out of its sheath, it will start to consume chakra from her. And you said the Kumo shinobi just gave it to her? Yes, grandmother. She said that the one who bought it couldn't figure out what it was for, and it seemed weak for his capabilities, and Naruto could benefit from utilizing a sword to learn from before advancing to a proper katana. Stated Tsunade. Well, my child, I would say Naruto just got herself one of the most powerful weapons in existence. Only 2 other weapons can match the capabilities of this weapon. One I know Madara had, but it has been lost. The other was considered a myth until this moment, since this was considered a myth in Yuzu as well. And the last one is the sword of Totsuka, which can seal anything in its path. But my Naruheim has to bond with this sword before she can wield it. Everyone was brought out from looking at the sword when they heard a knock coming from the main door. Tsunade went to go and see who it was. They were all wary as to who it could be. As Tsunade was walking back, she was followed by 2 Umbu and 2 other females. The captain of the Umbu squad froze mid-stroke as she saw the red-headed Uzumaki Kushina. Well, I would say the both of you followed my footsteps, didn't you? Kushina smirked. Yugao took off her mask and ran to her old sensei, hugging her. Sensei, I thought you were gone. Behind her fiancé, Heiei Gecko knelt. Sensei, I thought my senses were wrong when I felt your chakra. Thinking that I was deceived, we rushed from formation to make sure with my very own eyes. The last 2 females jumped at Kushina, hugging her, crying at seeing their old friend back alive and present in the flesh. Mikoto-chan, Hanami-chan, you 2 have gotten old. As she hugged the girls back, both had a tick mark on their heads but restrained themselves from clobbering the red head. As the night progressed, they all sat in the living room talking about what everything Minato and Kushina missed throughout all these years. In the morning, Naruto woke up feeling groggy from all the chakra that was taken from her. As she sat up in her bed, she heard the Nine-Tails Fox call out to her. Kid. Naruto sat in a lotus position, entering her mindscape. Hey Kurachin. As she ran towards the big fox, jumping on him to give him a big hug. Have you felt them? Who? Your parents. Naruto went wide eyes. My gifts. My parents left me some gifts. I was unlocking them, then I passed out. No, your parents were sealed inside those scrolls. It took all of your chakra in order to release them. Why were they sealed? Wait, are my parents alive? Yes, they are alive. The Shinigami made sure they were kept alive and were sealed in the scrolls. I don't know the specifications as to what happened or why, but they are alive. Naruto just stayed quiet, looking down, playing with her hands, playing with the fox's hair. What's wrong? I thought you would be happy. Well, I don't know how to feel. I grew up without them. I don't even know who they are. I've heard of them from you, but no one has ever talked about them. I'm nervous, I guess. Well, you can either jump out the window and go train or head downstairs where everyone is waiting for you. What do you mean they're all waiting for me? Focus. You can sense them. They are all in the living you, and you can feel 2 chakras of people that are anxious. That is them. I see, I can feel them. One of them looks like it's getting out of control and barely able to be contained. And the other one looks like it's just calm and collected and unmoving. That would be my last jailer. Your mother. She may be strangling your father. My mother was your last scroll? Yes, so I know exactly how her chakra feels. I see. Would it be bad if I just jumped out the window and leave? Eventually, you're going to have to face them. They are your parents after all, and as much as I hate them, I will say that they love you. I know that it's just that I'm nervous my entire life without them. I can't imagine heading straight down there to them, and then just act like my life hasn't happened until now. Naruto got up from her bed, making her way to get dressed. I need to train Kurama. I don't know if I can stay here. I will say hi and then excuse myself to go train, otherwise Obasan will scold me. They'll understand those two. But I do know they are anxious to meet you. Naruto finished getting ready, putting on her shinobi sandals before heading out the door. As she made her way downstairs, she slowed her pace, feeling the chakras in the room, as they themselves were starting to get nervous, making her more nervous. Before she went down the last step to turn towards the living room, she took a deep breath and walked. As she reached the living room, she saw her Obasan, Ajizan, Jujisniki, Jiji, Shizune Nezen, Kakashi Onaizen. Then she saw Mikoto-sama and Hanami-sama with Sasuke and Hinata, and when she glanced she saw a red-headed female, a long black-haired man, and a white spiky-haired man that resembled her Kakashi Onaizen. Finally, she saw the last two, a blonde male looking at her with the same blue eyes she had, and finally she saw the redhead who looked exactly like her. After seeing the two, she got an urge to run to them and hug them, knowing that they are her parents, but for some reason she was rooted to the ground. Luckily, her Obasan came up and knelt down in front of her. Naruto-chan, good morning. I must imagine that you already know. Naruto nodded. I see. Well, come here, let me introduce you. As Tsunade leaned in and kissed Naruto's Byakugan seal, Naruto smiled at her grandmother. Obasan, I finally got it. As she rubbed on her seal. Yes, Naruto-chan, last night it manifested on your forehead. As Tsunade got up, she pulled Naruto along. Naruto-chan, this is your great-grandmother Mito Uzumaki, and your great-grandfather Hashirama Senju, your great-grand-uncle Tobarama Senju. This is your cousin Kushina Uzumaki. And this is your Otusan Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. As Tsunade was introducing her, Tsunade noticed Naturo squeeze her hand harder. Naruto stared at them, fidgeting before she left out a sound. Seems like she's finally speechless for once, stated Sasuke. Naruto got a tick mark on her forehead. Her hair started to flail in the air as she turned to look at Sasuke angrily. Fist coming up to crack them. Say what? She stated. Sasuke smirked. You were acting like how Hinata was acting way back when she would fidget and couldn't say a single sentence. Mito was chuckling, her hair flailing like that. She is definitely an Uzumaki. Naruto claimed down as she felt a pair of arms hug her and pull her close to her. My Naruto-chan, exclaimed Kushina. Naruto felt her body relax as she let herself feel the embrace from her mother, feeling the warmth that she hadn't felt before from anybody else. Although she felt like she was being crushed, even Uni decided to leave the young girl. But before Uni could escape, Naruto felt another pair of arms hug them both, crushing the poor rainbow-colored snake. Naruto, at that moment, had felt pure peace. Never before had she felt that peace she was feeling at that moment. But just like that, her life was flashing before her eyes, as she also felt rage boil up inside of her, amassing chakra in her fist. She slammed her fist into both Minato and Kushina, winding both of them, sending them a couple of feet backwards. Everybody was in shock, not know what had gotten into Naruto. Jiraiya and everybody was about to act and calm her before Tsunade put her arms up and halted everyone. Where were you? She yelled. You were gone for so long. You left me. Rage was taking over Naruto as her tears fell from her eyes. Chakra swirled around her, her hair standing again, wailing. You made me into the Jinchuriki. You made me into the being that the entire village hates. You made a decision without thinking how it would affect me. Don't you think that every time I walk out these doors I can't hear how the villagers want my death, how they wish they could do it themselves? I was attacked. I was attacked with Shizunichin. Kushina had tears on her eyes as Minato looked down, feeling ashamed. Naruto-chan, I'm sorry. We didn't mean for anything of this to happen. I never meant for you to be the Jinchuriki, but we were under circumstances where we had to make a last-minute decision, and we didn't have time to make any other choices. Naruto's last willpower just crashed as her emotions flooded out. She started crying while emanating green chakra with crimson edges. Around her feet, the floor cracked, bulges around her eyes formed at the edges as her eyes went from an ocean blue to pale center with a blue hue color on the edges, with a single tomo, her sorry and anger seething. At this sight, everyone gasped as what they saw manifest in the little girl, but suddenly in front of the little girl appeared Kushina and Minato, immediately in front of her, hugging her, pleading with her that they were sorry for putting her through everything. As she calmed down, letting herself be cared for by her parents, while everyone else calmed down by the power that was just showed by Naruto. As her sobs calmed and her breathing relaxed, Mikoto and Hanami had their dojutsus activated. Glancing at each other, they noticed that the bulges around her eyes subsided and knew that the tomo had disappeared as well. Orochimaru smirked, knowing what had happened, but hadn't imagined it to be true. Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya also knew what had transpired. Karachan says that I'm his favorite Kasan. Stated Naruto. You can talk to the Ninetales? Asked Kushina is surprise. Naruto nodded. Since when? Asked Tsunade. Since I was 3, I think. And why haven't we been told of this young lady? Well, 'cause he asked me and said you wouldn't understand, just like no one could know of my Mokutan abilities. At that remark, everyone quieted. As they had separated, Naruto was speechless before Sasuke, and Hinata could approach to check on her. She walked out the door and disappeared. They both looked at each other and nodded. Hinata headed towards the stone heads of the previous Hokage, while Sasuke headed outside the village towards the forest, both wanting to be there for her. Sasuke knew of a place where Naruto would go to and meditate. Chapter 13. Naruto arrived on the forest floor. She went into the clearing where a lone tree stood high and proud. Surrounding the tree was short lush grass and a gentle breeze. She walked towards her regular position, sitting on the trunk of the tree in a lotus position, digging her fingers into the ground. As she relaxed, she felt her chakra seep out, manifesting itself around her in a green aura. The plants around her and trees started to glow in green, giving the forest a luminescent aura. Sasuke couldn't help but be in awe of the forest. As he neared, he saw something he's never seen before from Naruto. Naruto was now encased in a chakra flow around her. With around her body grew flowers, vines, and trees grew higher. Leaves got brighter, glowing in shades of purple, blue, and pink tones. As he tried to get closer, Naruto stood up on her. The chakra visage was gone now. Before she opened her eyes. Can I help you, Sasuke? I was worried about you, so I wanted to check up on you. Sasuke stammered. I'm doing fine, I was just overwhelmed, so I wanted to relax in the forest for a bit. Naruto stated as she turned around and started to walk away from Sasuke, heading towards the pond behind the tree. Sasuke followed her. As he finally reached her, he nervously placed his arms around her and pulled her in for a hug. Naruto was reluctant at first but finally gave in and let Sasuke hold her and comfort her. Again she let the tears shed. I don't know what's going on with me. I should be happy to have my parents back, but I can't help but feel betrayed. Angry that I was lied to by Gigi. My Ono-Basin never told me who my parents were. By everyone, even your cousin, she knew my cousin and Odo-san, and no one ever told me. I can expect it from Hinata-chan's family, the way they act, but not yours or my family. Every time I think back to my parents and everyone back home, I get so angry, and I just want to let loose and lash out. Sasuke started to pat her back, soothing her as he sat with her on his lap as she curled up on him. It's okay to feel mad, I understand how you feel, you don't have to apologize for being mad. I would have been mad too, I would have fireballed them all. Sasuke chuckled in the end, making Naruto chuckle. As well as she rose her head, she nuzzled her face under his neck, feeling his warmth, taking deep breaths. Thank you, Sasuke. But don't forget, I still need to clobber you for calling me fat. Just maybe I might forgive you. Sasuke froze and paled a bit until he calmed down. If it'll make you feel better, I wouldn't mind. Naruto chuckled further. As Naruto was about to get up, she looked up at Sasuke, planning on giving him a kiss on the cheek. When Sasuke turned to see what she was about to do, only to have their lips met. Instead of pulling back, Sasuke knew he wanted it, he needed it. Naruto didn't know if it was the fog or what happened. She didn't initially pull away until her mind cleared from the soft lips had met hers. A moment later, she realized what had happened. She pulled away, beat red. Sasuke also red. You did that on purpose. Naruto screamed. I did not, said Sasuke. Besides, you're red as a tomato. Means you liked it. Smirked Sasuke at her. I did not. You want me to clobber you? Yelled Naruto. Well, you know that I love tomatoes, don't you? And besides, you're still in my arms. Sasuke stated with a smirk, looking down on Naruto. Naruto looked at her predicament, taking notice that she in fact was on top of Sasuke in his arms, and she felt her face red, which only made her even more crimson, like her hair amassing chakra. She punched Sasuke, sending him flying before turning to disappear into the trees. Sasuke flew by Hinata, who was spying on the two. Chuckling, Hinata went after Sasuke to make sure that Naruto didn't do more damage than was necessary. Sasuke, are you okay? Asked Hinata, still smiling. Hinata, what are you doing? Wait, were you watching? Ow, she punched me really hard this time. As Hinata chuckled. Well, I was looking for Naruto-chan to make sure she was all right, and when I found her with you only to see what you had done. I didn't do anything. I wonder what Tsunade-sama would say? Sasuke thought about an angry Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and worst off an angry Tsunade. Sasuke grew paled. Don't say anything, it was an accident, I promise. Sasuke defended. I never said I would say anything, Sasuke. But Naruto had Uni with her. I think Orochimaru-sama already knows. Sasuke paled beyond recognition. Oh no, Sasuke thought. Meanwhile, she probably needed time to think. It is a lot to take in all of a sudden to know that your parents are alive out of nowhere. Especially when none of us knew. Tsunade glared at Hiruse. As I said, you don't have the patience to have been patient. I needed to make sure this was a success. He's right, if you would have unlocked me I would have stopped you myself. But if you would have unlocked one of them you would have killed them and would have gone into depression. Not a decision to have been made by an emotional mother. Stated Mito. What manifested in her? Asked Mikoto with Hanami nodding. I saw that too, asked Hiruzen looking at everyone else. If I am not mistaken that was a combination of both the Byakugan and the Sharingan, stated Orochimaru with a grin. A combination? Asked Minato. How would that be possible? Do you all remember way back when I had inserted that vial with DNA from all three of you, before I was able to extract any of the unnecessary stuff and keep only the vital stuff for her survival? As everyone nodded. Well, I was forced, Orochimaru was stating as he glanced at Tsunade, to insert it into the baby before running any test or removing any of the specific DNA from each of you. What are you saying? Asked Jiraiya. In a sense she has both the Sharingan and Byakugan aside from whatever other else she has. But how is this possible? Stated Minato in explanation but in curiosity as well. I don't know, Minato-kun. I did not know how that test would affect her, and here I thought that the test that I implanted into her was what led her to have all 5 chakra natures. But this is quite remarkable. If I would say that her Senju genes plus Uzumaki are binding the rest of the genes, in theory making her a part of Hyuga and Uchiha. Tsunade huffed. That is all fine and dandy, but I will head out and look for Naruto so I can talk to her and explain what happened, as I would suggest you all start with her birthday party celebration. Are we to tell her about our findings? All of a sudden Orochimaru froze, dropping a vase of flowers he was organizing while talking to the other inhabitants in the room. Killing intent was emanating from him. What's got you riled up? Asked Jiraiya. Orochimaru turned to look at everyone with a dark gleam with red eyes. Little sweet innocent Sasuke-kun has decided to take it upon himself to take advantage of my goddaughter in a time of confusion, taking advantage of her as she had a moment of weakness and throwing himself at her, kissing her. At that moment the room was in mocked confusion while Makoto and Kushina were joyed and gushing that it was happening. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Minato were leaking killer intent. While Hanami was praying for Sasuke's survival, Tobirama, Mito, and Hashirama were just indifferent. You are all acting like you've never kissed anyone, stated Mito. I'm going to go look for her, Tsunade exclaimed as she was stamping her way out. Orochimaru disappeared, as did Minato and Jiraiya. XXX. As Sasuke and Hinata were making their way to look for Naruto, all of a sudden, he felt a snake wrap itself on him all the way until only his head was exposed. Then a flash of yellow appeared in front of him as another landed next to him, all three with evil gleam in their eyes looking down onto the Uchiha air. Anything to explain little Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru hissed lowly. But before he could be targeted, Hinata rushed before them. It was a mistake, screamed Sasuke. Oh really? So now my daughter isn't good enough, and you think you're too good for her? Sneered Minato. Before Minato could get hands on Hinata spoke up. It was a mistake. Naruto-chan was going to kiss Sasuke on the cheek for being there for her, but he turned to see what she was going to do, only to them kissing on accident, state Hinata. I see, exclaimed all three. Well, let me let you know a little something, Sasuke. If you hurt my little girl, stated Minato. I will. We will, chimed Orochimaru. Cut your little precious Uchiha family jewels and feed them to my snakes, hissed Orochimaru with an evil glint on his eyes. Sasuke ended up fainting at the sight at all three of the men surrounding Sasuke as he was bound by a snake's breath on his neck. XXX. Naruto was slowly making her way back to the Senju compound. She walked by to the playground, sitting on a swing looking at the other kids playing. She noticed that one girl in particular was waking up towards her. It was the pink banshee of her class. My cousin told me that you're the reason why the feudal lord had my aunt murdered. You're the demon fox, screamed Sakura. I hate you, you monster. Because of you my family member was killed. You should be dead, not my aunt. Before Naruto could react, Yuni jumped out of her sleeve, getting into her full-size 10-foot snake, But before even Yuni could react, Naruto's obeison appeared in front of her, emitting hatred and killing intent. Just as Sakura looked up, she was startled by seeing the Senju matriarch standing in front of her with a finger in front of her. Before Sakura or anyone could react, Tsunade flung her finger with great force, sending Sakura flying across the playground, hitting and breaking a tree, landing on a rock, cracking it in the process. Little did Tsunade knew she had broken a few ribs, right shoulder, and dislocated the left hip out of the impact. Swanda turned around. "Are you okay, my little Haim?" Naruto had watery eyes. As she started to cry, she threw herself onto her obeison, hugging her. A ninja appeared, taking Sakura to the hospital as other bystanders just walked away to prevent the legendary Senju woman to turn her wrath onto them. Tsunade picked up Naruto, cuddling her. "Wanna talk about it?" "No, obeison, I know the villagers hate me because Kurachin is inside me. And I understand why, so that doesn't bother me." "So, is your mother and father coming back upsetting you?" Naruto nodded. "I'm happy to have my Kasen and Otusan back. But I was just surprised, and it was too much at the moment. I was just taken by surprise. I would say it would have been better if it would have just been us and not everyone else." "Am I being selfish?" "No, you're not being selfish. I think no one thought about how this would appear to you. But you have to understand that your parents had a lot of friends and family members that are happy to know that they are alive. You know that after a couple weeks, so your Otusan can get back to full strength, he'll become the Hokage again." "Really? He's taking the Hokage mantle back?" "Yes, your Gigi is an old man. He needs to take a break and relax before he crumbles away." Naruto snickered. "Well, I'll just take the hat away from my Otusan then." Naruto grinned with a fist raised into the air. While Tsunade was walking back to the Senju Uzumaki compound, she was joined by a suddenly appearing Hiruzen. "Naruto, why don't you go on to the compound and go get to know your cousin and Otusan? I'll be right there." "Okay, obeison." "Hi, Gigi." She hugged her Gigi and ran back to the compound. "So your attack on the kid has caused me some headaches." "Well, old man, I told you anyone threaten my granddaughter, I will end them, be it child, ninja, or adult." She knew about the Nine Tails since her mother was the one that told her in anger since the daimyo killed her aunt. Hiruzen disappeared in a whirl of wind and leaves back to the Hokage office. XXX. "Kazan, Otusan," Naruto stated in a small whisper and looking down to the ground. Before she could react, she felt arms around her. A slightly lighter shade of red hair was all she could see. As she pulled back, she finally looked at her cousin, smiling down at her. "My beautiful girl," stated her cousin. As she looked behind her mother, she saw her Otusan smiling down at her, extending his arms. Naruto ran to her Otusan, jumping on his arms, hugging him. "Happy birthday, my little Haim. I'm glad you are all having a great family moment, but we have a celebration to get ready for," stated Mito. "Obeison, give them a moment," state Tsunade. "Nonsense, we have a celebration. A strong family has now been brought back, and a lot of things are going to be changing from now on." That night, many people attended Naruto's birthday party, more people than what Naruto thought would attend, many people that she did not know, as they were there to see if it was true that the Yondaime and the Red Death were actually alive. But the Senju compound was bursting to rejoice in the celebration that the first and his wife along with the second Hokage were alive as well. Many clan heads, high rich people, and many clan heirs were at the party. Naruto having fun with many friends playing around. Naruto had never had all the gifts that she had gotten like she did this time. Mountains of gifts. The real surprise for everyone was when Akumo Kunoichi walked in with a scroll strapped to her back. "Yujito Nizan!" screamed Naruto as she threw herself onto the Kumo shinobi. "You made it! Naruto-chan! Oh, I'm so glad to see you!" Yujito hugged Naruto. "Happy birthday, little Amudo." "Nasen, I have to tell you something, come." As Yujito walked into the party, she noticed most of the clan members looking at her with indifference except for the Hyuga, as Hinata glared at Yujito from behind, as well as Hayashi, Hizashi and Niji. Only Hanami was welcoming towards the Kumo Kanoishi. As Yujito was walking, she stopped at the sight in front of her. She couldn't believe her eyes. "Kushina-sama. The Red Death, how is this possible?" Kushina smiled in realization of who this Kumo Kunoichi was. "You must be Yujito and I. My daughter has told me so much about you." Yujito bowed respectively. "How is this possible? We've all heard that you had perished in the Nine Tails attack." As she looked up, she saw Minato. "Yondaime-sama, you as well? Lord First and Second Hokages. The legendary mistress of death. Long story," stated Kushina as she moved in front of Yujito, hugging the woman. "Thank you for caring for my daughter while I was away." Naruto was called in from the outside as she was playing with her friends to open up the presents. As Naruto got on top of the chair to the big cake that was baked from her Mito obasin, they all got behind her to take a picture. On both sides were Minato and Kushina. To Minato's side was Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune and Orochimaru, while to Kushina's side was Mito, Kakashi, Hiruzen and Yujito, and from behind were Hashirama and Tobirama. As the picture was taken, everybody saw the huge grin on Naruto's face as her red hair was pulled up into two buns like her obasin Mito with a long black with forest green kimono. Everyone started to eat cake. She started to open up her presents, getting excited by the more and more presents she had to open. After the party was over, Naruto was picked up by Yujito since she had fallen asleep on her from stories that Yujito had told her of her missions and how everybody else was doing back in Kumo. Yujito started taking her up to her room. When Yujito came back down, everybody in the compound started to talk in the living room. Kushina was sitting down with Minato and Mito. On the other sofa was Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya drinking sake on the sofa as they were bullying Asuma, Kakashi and Shizune to drink as well. Across was Makoto and Sasuke sleeping on her lap. Yujito sat on the sofa as she waited for the questioning that was sure to come from the now alive legends in front of her. "Does your Kage know who she's related to?" asked the Yondaime. "No, Yondaime-sama, only Killer Bee-sama and myself know who she really is. No one else in the hidden cloud know that she is related to Tsunade-sama." "I see." In all honesty, the Reikage has been getting whispers as the heir to the Senju Uzumaki clan heir has emerged and that she is a powerful kunoichi. Although he has no idea who it is, his curiosity has been piqued. But I would have never known that she was not only the Red Death's daughter, but the Yondaime's himself. No wonder she is such a promising young kunoichi. Kushina smiled. "Well, I would say thank you again, but it is a party." As Kushina grabbed Yujito by the arm, pulling her to the centered table, Makoto and Hanami got up, taking Sasuke and Hinata to Naruto's room, laying him down next to Naruto, going back downstairs to continue the festivities. As the night progressed, everyone was drunk, slurring words. Mito looking at everyone with disappointment. "And all of these people are supposed to be legends," she stated, shaking her head as Hiruzen laughed on the corner with his pipe. In the morning, everybody was sprawled out in the living room, bodies laid on the ground and sofas or chairs. Mito just glanced down with a sigh. Kushina and Minato cuddling to one another with Makoto and Hanami on the sofas. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya all drunk on the table. Hashirama and Tobirama behind the bar. Kakashi was cuddled up with the Cloud Shinobi. One by one, they all started to wake up. Yujito and Kakashi separating from one another immediately. Kushina and Makoto making their way upstairs to check on their kids. Naruto got woken up by Kushina and Makoto squealing as they had taken a photo, but Minato, Yujito, Orochimaru, and Kakashi were emitting killer intent. As she woke up, she noticed she was laying on top of Sasuke's chest as his arms were around her body. Meanwhile, Hinata was drooling in the corner. Naruto's face got red as she let out a scream, only have Sasuke wake up looking at his predicament and what he was doing. His face got red as well. Before Naruto could punch him, he leapt out of the bed. "How did I end up in there?" Makoto and Kushina were giddy, but as they looked up they could see tick marks on everybody else's faces. Sasuke's face paled, especially after seeing Orochimaru's arms. There were several snakes peeking from his sleeves. After they all had breakfast, Makoto and Sasuke left. Kushina, Mito, Hashirama, Tobirama and Minato were left in the room. "Naruto, sweetie," asked Kushina. "What is it, cousin?" "Well, me and your father wanted to talk to you about training you. We were told you were trained by your obasin and the others, but we wanted to train you as well if you would let us. Plus Mito-sama along with Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sama want to partake in your training as well." Naruto perked up at that proclamation. "What am I going to be trained in, cousin?" "Well, your father, Hashirama and Tobirama will train you in ninjutsu. But Mito Obasin and I will train you in the Uzumaki Taijutsu and Kenjutsu, plus in the greatest Kekkei Genkai that is only known in to the Uzumaki." "Do I really have another Kekkei Genkai?" "Yes, you do, my dear," stated Mito from the door. "I can sense it in you. Your adamantine chains are as strong as your mother's and mine." Naruto jumped out of bed. "Let's go, you know." "Wait, Naruto. Sit down, we need to have a talk," stated Mito. "What is it, Granny?" Mito lowered her gaze onto her granddaughter. "Well, you see, when you attacked your parents in your rage, we all noticed you activated a dojutsu." "A dojutsu?" "Like Makoto-sama and Hanami-sama." "Precisely. In fact, it was a combination of the two said females. It looked like a Byakugan and a Sharingan, but we're not so sure. Can you activate it for us?" Well, sure. If I have it, but how would I go about activating it?" "Send chakra to your eyes." Naruto closed her eyes to attempt to send chakra to her eyes. She wasn't able to. I'm attempting to do that, but I can't. As she started to send more chakra around, her eyes started to bulge but then relaxed. Later on that day, Makoto and Hanami were asked to join them into the training grounds of the Senju Uzumaki. As both females helped Naruto activate her dojutsu, they were surprised by the intensity of the dojutsu. I have never seen this type of dojutsu before, Hanami exclaimed. I don't think there was another incident like this one today, stated Makoto. Naruheim, what do you see? Well, I see everything in detail. I see you, but then if I look closer, I can see chakra running through your entire body, I think, and I can see behind me. Irika-sensei is getting Ichiraku without me. Naruto gasped in shock. Wait, Makoto-sama, are you moving in slow motion? I see, so she does have both dojutsu capabilities, smiled Hanami. Indeed, agreed Makoto. Kushina frowned, looking at the two kunoichi. Don't worry, Kuchi-chan, it wasn't your fault. This is a blessing after all, stated matter-of-fact Makoto, with Hanami agreeing. I just wonder how all those old cripples of the council will take it, stated Hanami. So Naruto, what would you name this dojutsu of yours? Asked Hanami with a smile. As Naruto smiled, looking at the older woman. How about Minakengen? As time progressed, Naruto was now a big sister herself. Now caring for her younger brother Menma, he was a solid 2 years old. Menma had blonde hair with violet eyes. He was a big boy compared to 1-year-old twins Mito and Ashina. Clearly Minato and Kushina wasted no time after they were released by the seal, but he turned out into a handful. Anyhow, Naruto, trained by her relatives Yujito's gift, had been the biggest surprise, a copy of how to create storm release and lava release. Although she wasn't able to get an actual jutsu, she had instructions as to how to create storm release herself to create her own jutsus. Along with it, she had jutsus for other Kekkei Genkais, since Yujito knew about Naruto's ability to use multiple Kekkei Genkais. As the final weeks for the student academy, Naruto was a powerhouse, being the top student in the academy, with Sasuke being the second, with Hinata being top third. All three were the most powerful academy students in their academy, with Shikamaru following just below them. Thanks to her family, Naruto had mastered all 5 chakra nature manipulations with the help of her Ojutsuki, Guren-sensei, Ajizan, her Jiji, and her uncle Asuma, and even Makoto had taught her the Uchiha signature fire style techniques and how to control her Sharingan portion of her dojutsu, while Hanami had helped her in implementing certain gentle fist techniques with her Hashoken and multiple jutsus learned from her other senseis. She was able to master the wood style, crystal style, and ice style, being her dominant Kekkei Genkais. But thanks to Yujito Nei-san, she was able to create some storm release jutsus. Unfortunately, lava release wasn't able to come to fruition, but she was to keep working on it. Working endlessly for the past 2 years, Naruto was able to make strides with her Hashoken. She was on stage 3, able to master her family's style of taijutsu. Her Kenjutsu was far away from mastering it, but she was showing promising signs. Unfortunately, she was so in tune to her chakra natures that Kenjutsu always fell behind. But she promised Mito Obasan and her cousin that she would become and make the Uzumaki proud. Minato had trained her in the flying Raijin and started her on the Rasengan. As per her Funjutsu, she had mastered her seals to a certain degree, being a level 6 seal master out of 10 to be a complete master. She was able to create her own seals but was slow to implement while in combat. Thanks to her shadow clones, Naruto was able to make strides that her classmates weren't able to. As per Sasuke, he was very prominent in the Interceptor Fist from his clan. He had learned the Great Fireball Jutsu to mastery level along with other fire-style jutsus like the Phoenix style. Unfortunately, Sasuke didn't have the chakra necessary for this jutsu, yet as Makoto and Itachi would train him, he was also trained by Kushina and Yugao in the art of Kenjutsu. Unlike Naruto, Sasuke was meant for Kenjutsu, he excelled in it. When it came to straight taijutsu, he, Hinata, and Naruto were tied to one another until Hinata activated her Byakugan or Naruto implemented her Hashoken with her own dojutsu is when Sasuke started to lose power. As per Hinata, her gentle fist had come a long way. As her Hanami's request, she was training with Tsunade as well. Her gentle fist packed power, and she now implemented her wind and water release into her attacks. She was doing away with the tradition of the Hyugas to just use gentle fist. She was implementing attacks. Her gentle fist with wind chakra was deadly, especially when she added use techniques from Tsunade herself. As finally the academy exam was upon her, Naruto was excited to finally be able to graduate and be an actual kunoichi. Chapter 14. As the academy students were waiting outside of the classroom, everyone was anxious to get to the exam. As students were getting called, some were walking out with their Hitai 8. Soon Hinata went in and walked out couple of minutes later, as did Shikamaru. Finally Sasuke went and came back as well with his Hitai 8. Lastly, the last person to go inside was Naruto. She was nervous, as can be her first exam was to make a clone jutsu, replacement jutsu, and a transformation jutsu. As she was able to perform all three of the jutsus successfully. She had created her clone jutsu without fail. As for her transformation, she transformed into her Jiji, and finally replacing herself with Mizuki-sensei, the one she did not like. After successfully doing her jutsus, she was taken outside as Irika was handing her the kunais and shuriken. She was able to throw them and get 10 out of 10 for each one. Lastly, she had to fight Mizuki-sensei. Unfortunately, no one knew that Mizuki was attempting to jeopardize Naruto's passing grades. But before he knew what was going on, Naruto was cracking her knuckles. As she jumped towards him, she disappeared from sight only to reappear behind him, landing a kick to his face, sending him flying to the nearby tree. Well, that just means you passed, Naruto. Although did you really have to hit him that hard? Stated Irika. Irika-sensei, well, I got too excited. Naruto laughed. As Irika gave her the Hitai 8, she was happy and ran outside. Before she opened the door, she placed her Hitai 8 on her right shoulder. Happy that she now was a kunoichi. Making her way outside, she couldn't contain her happiness. I did it! She yelled, getting congratulations from her friends. She couldn't help but feel proud. After the commotion had died down, they headed outside to find her Obasan, Ajizan, her cousin, and Otusan waiting her for, along with Mikoto-sama and Hanami-sama. Sasuke and Hinata made their way to them as well, all getting congratulations. Tsunade stated that they would make a celebratory dinner for commemorate the three that passed. And finally made it to Shinobi. They had 1 week before they found out who their teams were going to be, and they were feeling nervous no knowing who they were going to be paired off with. Sasuke didn't want to be paired with Sakura nor Ino since those two were major pains as his fangirls. Hinata didn't mind who she got paired off with, she liked everyone in the class. As for Naruto, as long as it wasn't Sakura, Karu, not Kiba, she was fine with it. Mischievously Kushina, Hanami, and Mikoto made their way to the Hokage's office, along with Irika being dragged by adamantine chains. Once they entered the Hokage's office, Minato was talking with Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. As they all turned around, they saw all three kunoichi standing with a tied-up Irika. Hello dear, stated Kushina. Minato just let out a deep breath knowing where this was going. Hokage-sama, stated Mikoto, and Hanami. I can imagine what this is about. Kushi, Mikoto, and Hanami. Oh really, husband of mine, and what is it? Well, you want the girls and Sasuke on a team? I guess he really is a smart one you got there, Kushikin, stated Hanami. Unfortunately, stated Minato before he was cut off as he saw Sharina, Byakugan, and adamantine chains sprout. Jiraiya, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru disappeared out of the room. Letting out deep breath, if you'd let me finish, I was going to say that unfortunately I'm not able to discuss team assignments with you, but that just to know that you all would be happy to know that I had already considered a heavy hitter team regarding the previous heavy hitter team. I guess he's not all looks now, is he, girls? Stated Mikoto, laughing as the other two smiled in unison. I'm glad you thought ahead, my dear husband, Kushina stated as she walked towards the Hokage, rubbing up his arm, kissing him on the cheek. And may we know who their sensei will be? I can't tell you more, Minato started before Hanami stated. Wouldn't be a shame if my vacuum palm would hit a sensitive male spot. Minato's sweat dropped. It's Kakashi, okay? Kushina kissed her husband. Thank you, Minato-kun, she stated as she walked out the door with her friends. Irika was passed out in the Hokage Tower, Minato not knowing why they had brought him here. The next morning was special for a bright red-headed girl. As she woke up, she jumped out of bed about to start getting ready for her shinobi selection exam. After talking to her family, she wanted to update her wardrobe to a full-fledged shinobi. As she was walking out of her house, Naruto wore a black elbow-length mid-thigh chipao that split on the sides like shinobi attire with a dark green border down the middle and around it on the edges, with the Uzumaki Swirl Clan symbol in the middle of the Senju Clan symbol on her back. She had a pair black shinobi gloves that had seals on the back of her hands in the center where she would seal senbon needles that were laced with poison on her left side, which were her favorite weapon as of yet. On her right hand, she had another seal with her custom three-pronged kunais. Around her midsection, she had a dark green sash to secure her chipao, hugging her frame, making her impressive developing bust show more, being the second largest girl in that area behind Hinata. In the back of her green sash had a seal that contained her tesega. Under her chipao, she wore dark green shorts that went down halfway to her mid-thighs, then just above her knees she wore just above knee-high black shinobi boots with bandages on her right thigh that had her weapon pouch. On the side of her boots, she had intricate seals that ran down from her knees to the tip of her boots that contained stored chakra for emergencies, and on each of her ankles she had seals for more sunbon needles that were laced with poison. Naruto wore her Hitai-8 on her right shoulder, her red-crimson hair flowing down her waist with small locks framing her face, her blue eyes bright with excitement. Her Byakuga seal on proud display with a difference of her Byakuga seal had taken a red color just like her hair. Finishing tying up her boots, she got up. "Kurachin, Uni, we're ready, let's go." Naruto made her way downstairs, kissing Menma on the forehead, yelling goodbyes to everyone. The academy students met in class. Naruto walked in for their team selection day, along with Hinata, who had her shinobi boots, with her shinobi pants as per canon, but the main difference was her upper wardrobe. Naruto had ripped apart her jacket, so now Hinata wore a elbow-length fishnet mesh shirt and a black halter-neck shirt with a purple sash around her waist, showing her impressive developing bust. As they walked in, everybody was gawking at the two kunoichi, Sasuke and Shikamaru, getting red with inappropriate thoughts, as even some girls admiring the confidence from the two girls. Kiba couldn't help but make an appreciative sound, getting glares from Sasuke and Shikamaru. As they sat down on the only two chairs left on the far corner of the room, they were greeted by Irika for the last time. Walking towards the center of class, he started with his speech, congratulating everyone on passing the exams, wishing them well on to continuing further, and to be careful with the outside world. As Irika started with the team selection. Team 1, Naruto had zoned out until it got to her friends. Team 8, Sakura Haruno, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. Both Kiba and Sakura wailed in frustration. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi. Again Ino and Shikamaru wailed in frustration. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, and Naruto Senju Uzumaki, stated Irika. Every fangirl screamed at their disapproval for not being with their Sasuke-kun. Irika-sensei, not to complain with the horde of fangirls, but isn't Team 7 unfair? The three top students are placed together. Well, Shikamaru, you're right, but this team selections have been made separately for a reason. Seeing as your clans per se, your clan specifically wanted to keep you guys together since the Ino Shikacho formation is valuable for Konoha. As per Team 8, they are meant for a tracking team with Inuzuka and Aburame main trackers, as with Haruno the support. Team 7 is a heavy-hitting team, as per the Hokage's thought. Hinata has shown to be the main frontal assault. Then Sasuke as the distance support with ninjutsu if not kenjutsu, followed by Naruto, who's all around from taijutsu to ninjutsu. And finally, medical ninjutsu. The other teams were built as specialized team. As per Team 3, they are a reconnaissance team. Team 1 shall be specialized in assassination, while Team 6 is to be part of the interrogation team. As per Team 8 and Team 7, they were going to be different, but your parents had gotten to the Hokage first to make sure the Ino Shikacho formation was to stay in formation. Such a drag, stated Shikamaru. Okay everyone, now that we got that out of the way, I suggest that you all go get some lunch, since your Jonin-sensei shall be arriving to pick you guys up in an hour. Do you guys want to get some ramen? Both Sasuke and Hinata stated at the same time. Naruto giggled. Well, I was going to say barbecue and cinnamon rolls for something sweet, but let's go, you know. Naruto stated happily. Sasuke and Hinata face-palmed. They should have kept their mouths shut, as they were being dragged out with adamantine chains. Sasuke had an annoyed face. You know we could walk. Let go of me. No, because you're not fast enough, Naruto stated. Soon all of the genin were walking back to the classroom and all sat with their respective teams. As they waited, Jonin after Jonin came for their students, all aware that they had an exam after this. Naruto was playing with Uni until she saw a shadow approach her. Her Naruchan. Naruto looked up. Uncle Asuma. Naruto jumped up and hugged the Jonin sensei. So you're Shika's sensei then? Yes, I am Naruchan. By the way, this is Kurinai Yuhi, the sensei for Team 8. Oh, so this is the lovely Kurinai you can't stop talking about. Hello, my name is Naruto. Asuma choked on his saliva. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, so he talks about me, doesn't he? Stated the kunoichi with a pink tint on her cheeks while smiling at Asuma. I would say a lot. I know he has a major crush on you. Naruto snickered. Asuma and Kurinai blushed. Well, since you're blushing, I would say you both are boyfriend and girlfriend now, aren't you? Kurinai blushed deeper. Well, no. You're blushing even harder now. By the way, you're so lovely. Thank you, Naruto-chan. But I best be going now. Team 8 with me. I'm going to get you for this, stated Asuma. Well, consider it payback, leaving me hanging on top of a pond, challenged Naruto. responded Asuma. Team 10 with me, let's go. By the way, Naruto Kakashi is your sensei, I think you know where he's at right now. Naruto face palmed. Thanks, Uncle Asuma. As Team 7 was the last one of the team left, Naruto got up. We're going after Kakashi Onizen. You know our sensei? Asked Sasuke. Yes, he's going to be another 2 or 3 hours late, might as well get to him before we rust away here, stated Naruto while punching her hand. All 3 genin left to the memorial. Kakashi Onizen! Naruto screamed. Kakashi's shoulders slumped. What are you 3 doing here? Well, I know how late you're going to be, so I decided to come to you unless you prefer. I told my cousin that you were 4 hours late. Kakashi smiled. Fine. Let's head over to Training Ground 7. Better be there in 15 minutes. Naruto smirked. Let's show him. As all 3 leapt out to the training ground, arriving at 10 minutes, Kakashi smiled down at them. Good, I see you made it in time. How about we start with introductions? But we all know each other, stated Sasuke. True, you 3 know each other, but I don't know you, Sasuke nor Hinata. What do you want to know? Asked Naruto. Likes, dislikes, goals, and what you bring into the team, asked Kakashi. Why don't you go Lavender? Hinata faltered at the nickname she received. Well, my name is Hinata Hyuga. My likes are my friends and I love cinnamon buns. I dislike bullies. My goals is to make my clan proud of me and be a strong leader for the Hyuga. And I bring my gentle fist style with my Byakugan. Now you duck butt. Sasuke frowned at the choice of words. My likes are tomatoes, my family and friends. I dislike traitors. My goal would be to bring back the full honor of the Uchiha clan. And I bring my Sharingan when I awaken it and my interceptor fist with fire style techniques. Now you Naruto. How about you Onizen? Sasuke and Hinata don't know you. Fine, Hatake Kakashi, you don't need to know my likes or dislikes. My hobbies are Checha Paradise, and my goals, well, you don't need to know that. Sasuke and Hinata sweat dropped while Naruto was cracking her knuckles. You pervert, as she launched herself at Kakashi. XXX. Chapter 15. Okay, now that we've got that out of the way, normally I would have an exam in the morning, but since I know you 3 have been training together, I know you guys have some skills, so I will test you right now. The purpose of the test is to get these bells from me. If you guys don't show me what I'm looking for, I will send you back to the academy. But there are only 2 bells, stated Hinata. Precisely, that means that one of you will be sent back to the academy, then don't it? All 3 genin sweated. And now we're worried that one of them wouldn't be advancing. And I suggest you come at me with the intent to kill. I will not be going easy on any of you since I know you all have gone through some training. As a moment of silence passed through, all 3 disappeared to the trees together. The purpose of the test is teamwork. How do you know? Asked Hinata. No genin team has 3-man squads, they all have 4. So this is a test to see how we all work together. Stated Sasuke. So what do we do? Asked Hinata. I'll attack him first, creating the diversion. Sasuke, you come up behind him and attack with both of you in hand, distracting him. Hinata will be the surprise with your gentle fist to knock him out, and we should get the bells. You think it's going to be that easy? No, but we have no idea how strong he is, and this would be the best way to test his skills as well. Okay then, stated Hinata. Kakashi stayed in the clearing. He was aware where they were hiding. He honestly expected better out of them since they were trained by strong shinobi, especially Naruto. He'll have to show them that overconfidence can lead to death. Just as he was about to make a move to get this going, he noticed that Naruto jumped out to the tree. She had crossed her fingers. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto thought summoning 50 clones, all with a smirk encircling Kakashi. 30 of the clones rushed in to attack Kakashi. What he didn't notice the hand signs that 10 of the others were making as they performed the underground projection fish technique, disappearing to the ground. Then 10 clones started to make her own hand seals. Water-style hidden mist jutsu. Naruto stated summoning mist to surround the battlefield. Only for those same 10 clones started to make another set of hand seals, fire-style. Foxfire, each clone summoning 10 orbs of fire around them, grinning. As they all glanced at Kakashi before the mist completely covered up, he started to sweat drop at the sight of 100 small fireballs. Each of the clones' hands itched with anticipation. Before he knew it, they were flying straight to him. Kakashi saw that the fireballs were coming near him. He started to jump, evading the fireballs, performing his own hand seals, summoning a lightning-style technique to demolish the jutsus. When the Naruto clones saw Kakashi jumping and attempting to avoid the fire style, did the clones rush in. Fighting as her clones dispelled, she was able to see that Kakashi was having a hard time fighting off her clones as they were using her clan's Hasoken fist against Kakashi. Luckily for her, he had taken 2 blows, one to the abdomen and another to the right leg. Naruto was able to survey with the dispelled clones. She only had about 4 left fighting Kakashi. In combination, she activated her Minakengen, and at just the right time now behind him Sasuke was undergoing his own hand seals just as Naruto was doing the same in unison with Sasuke fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Both him and Naruto exclaimed at the same time, expelling a huge fireball heading straight for Kakashi. Wide eyes, he was staring at the fireball coming in front of him and another behind him. With Hinata, she saw what was happening. Seeing that Kakashi's only way out was up with her Byakugan, she jumped from the tree above the mist, just in time to see Kakashi jumped up in the air, only to see Hinata had already jumped towards his direction. 8 trigrams air palm. Hinata exclaimed, sending a burst of chakra directed at Kakashi. Unfortunately, Kakashi only had time to block the attack, which didn't make it less painful being sent flying down to the ground as he landed, slowly getting up. He heard Uzumaki vacuum wave, exclaimed Naruto as she too thrust her arm, sending her own burst of chakra directly to Kakashi. Although he was able to curl up to avoid that hit, he was still hit on the ankle. I see I'm going to have to get serious now, stated Kakashi, raising his Hitai 8, revealing his Sharingan. Triple X. What's going on? Asked Kushina as she, along with Mikoto, Tsunade, and Hanami, were watching the fight. Mikoto and Hanami both had their dojutsu activated as they were relaying the fight to Kushina and Tsunade. Triple X. Kakashi was about to go on the offensive. He noticed that all 3 were coming in at him from different directions, Sasuke from the front, Hinata from the side, and Naruto from the back. Before any of them got close, Kakashi was going to hand seals to release a lightning jutsu, but before he was able to finish, vines started to sprout from the ground attempting to trap him. No matter where he jumped, the vines were after him until finally he unleashed a Chidori on the vines to stop them. Just then he felt another fireball jutsu coming down from on top of him, thanks to Sasuke, who was looking at him with a smirk. Kakashi did the substitution jutsu only to be attacked by Hinata attempting to shut down his chakra points, and now Naruto had her adamantine chains attempting to trap him while protecting Hinata. Just when he thought he was avoiding Hinata and the chains, 10 clones appeared from the ground. As they slammed the ground, they screamed, "Crystal style. Crystal pentagonal prison." All around Kakashi, crystal prisons were erupting, trying to encase him. Just as he was nearly caught, he heard the main Naruto. With style. Tree bind, flourishing burial roots sprout up, entrapping Kakashi as a tree formed, not allowing Kakashi to move. Kakashi looked up. He saw Sasuke with a kunai straight at him, with Hinata having 2 fingers ready on his heart, and finally Naruto had hundreds of crystal shurikens in the air pointing at him from all sides, with one in particular pointing at his throat. With a heavy sigh, Kakashi had no choice. Just as he gave up, Sasuke came around and unhooked the bells from him. "Guess we all win," stated Sasuke with a smirk. Yes, you all pass," Kakashi signed. "So your mothers are trying to recreate their old team back together through you 3, Kakashi stated. "I knew you Naruto had the Mokuton and all 5 chakra natures, but I did not know that you had developed them this far." "Well, that's what happens when you're out on missions a lot. You miss out on my training, Zonaizen," Naruto stated matter of fact. Releasing her jutsu back down to the ground and dispelling the crystals, Naruto waited to see what Kakashi Onaizen would say next, as her teammates got up next to her. "I guess that didn't take long. I have to go report back to the Hokage. Be prepared to start missions this coming week." As he vanished out, came with a celebratory mood. Mikoto, Hanami, and Kushina all gushed and picked up their kids, hugging them, with Tsunade taking her turn at Naruto, almost suffocating the red-headed girl. Just as she settled down, Naruto collapsed. She had used too much chakra. "Naruto?" asked Hinata and Sasuke. "She's fine. She used her dojutsu plus her Kekkei Genkais. She knows her Minakengen uses a lot of chakra." Chapter 14. "What do you mean he's back?" screamed I. Yujito just froze as the color of her face just paled and froze over, hoping, praying to Kami that she wasn't found out, that she knew that they were back. "Those are what the reports that we've gotten, sir. The Yondaime, the Yellow Flash, is back along with his wife. And apparently it's been revealed that the Yellow Flash's parents are 2 of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, and Tsunade, and the heir to the Senjuzumaki clan, Princess Tsunade, had with her is actually their daughter," reported the Hidden Cloud Shinobi. "How can this be? I never imagined in my life that the Yellow Flash was actually their son, nor that they had a daughter whose reports her to have multiple Kekkei Genkais," stated I to himself mostly. Deliberating back and forth in his office, he turned to his advisor Mabui and his brother Killer B as well as Yujito Ni. What do you two think of this new revelation? Reikage-sama, why don't we kidnap the heir to the Senju clan, breed her to give us more Kekiai Genkais? Yujito and Killer B both snarled, knowing that he was talking about Naruto. This is the yellow flash daughter, do you really believe that is wise? Don't be a fool with 3 Sannin. Both of them back, and plus they have Mito Uzumaki back, we wouldn't stand a chance against them. Mito alone is problematic enough, she was one of the main reasons why my father had decided to attack and demolish the land of Eddie's Yuzushigakure. But to have all 3 of them back, it goes to show you how powerful that clan of Uzumakis are. Reikage-sama, that's not it. We have reports that Hashirama-sama and Tobarama-sama, the first and second Hokages, are back as well. What? Screamed A. How can this be? They were to be long dead. We don't know. We believe that whatever brought back the Yellow Flash must have brought the others back since they all came back on the same day. What do we do, bro? Asked Killer B. Why don't we ask for an alliance? Wouldn't it be better to have them as allies rather than foe? Asked Yujito. Mabui nodded in agreement. You'll have to think about it. Eve already tried that and it was a failure. I don't want another failure. The Hidden Leaf has not just become even more powerful. And I know they are allies with the Hidden Sand, but they are helping the rebellions in Kiri, so I know if they succeed they will have not 1 but 2 hidden villages as allies. As the Reikage pondered on his decisions, snapping his fingers, he called forth Umbu. Call an emergency council meeting now. After meeting ended, everyone had decided to go with the alliance route. It was better to have an ally rather than an enemy. In the ambassador group were Yujito followed by Mabui and 2 other shinobi. So far the Reikage didn't ask for anything but rather proposed a beneficial alliance where if either one shall fall to an enemy in war the other would aid in support, and if conflict should arise they would assist the new ally in any sort of conflict. Approaching the gates to the Hidden Leaf Village, they were allowed entry and escorted to their hotels before given 2 hours to get settled and have a short rest before being escorted to the Hokage Tower where an already awaiting Hokage with his council would be expecting them. Hokage-sama, it is an honor, bowed Yujito as Mabui bowed to the Hokage as well. We come to deliver Reikage-sama's scroll on the alliance that he would like to go with on the Hidden Leaf Village, although he is aware of the previous happenings and thus he will be open to negotiations, stated Mabui. Ladies, please sit, stated Minato with his council seated at the main council room with his advisors. While Minato had inspected the treated, he passed it along to council members to let them see if it would be beneficial to the Leaf Village or what would be the best course of action to consider. Meanwhile, with Naruto. Throughout the day Naruto was training with her grandmother Mito and her cousin in the Hashokan Taijutsu style of the Uzumaki, while her clones were working on the sealing arts alongside others continued with either chakra control or ninjutsu manipulation. By the end of her training Naruto was nearly whipped out the Hashokan style along with nearly 1,000 clones drained her. Getting picked up by her mother she was taken to bed tucked in. Tsunade and Shizune were still at the hospital. Tsunade getting through some paperwork while Shizune was just getting out of a surgery writing the report to give to Tsunade. Jiraiya was out of the village training Itachi for the role of the spy master. Mito had taken to herself to get into the bath to get some light reading done before going to bed, while Kushina decided to need some dough so she could make some rolls in the morning with breakfast. Hashirama, Tobarama, and Hiruzen were with Minato at the Hokage Tower going over the treaty sent over by Kumo. Out in the Hidden Leaf Village it was a dark night with a cool gentle breeze as Sasuke was walking back home after going to the market to pick up some tea his mother wanted for the morning. He was grumpy. Why was he talked to getting this tea at this hour? When from the corner of his eye, he saw a shinobi sneaking into the Senju Uzumaki compound. Sasuke knew the shinobi was not welcomed since the seal on the gate flashed a crimson red. The seal composed of a surveillance seal where it started to record any activity from intruders while alerting the people living within. While Mito was taking a shower, the fan she carried with her at all times where she had the receiver seal on was in her room. While Kushina's mirror was on the sofa away from her, she had no idea what was going on since she was elbow deep in flour. Tsunade too had the seal since she was of Uzumaki blood. As her seal started to glow she glanced over at her sake cup pouring water into it creating a mirror-like surface to see an intruder walking inside the compound. Tsunade immediately got up flying out the window. Sasuke followed the intruder to see what he was about to do only to see him at Naruto's window performing hand seals on and tapping her forehead. From what Sasuke could see it was a sleep-inducing jutsu, he grabbed Naruto and shunshined away from the compound. Sasuke was wide-eyed, screaming at the top of his lungs. As he jumped over the fence, Makoto ran out the door to see what was going on. Sasuke just yelled at her that Naruto had been taken from a cloud shinobi. Makoto panicked. "I'm going after her cousin. Get Kushina-sama." As Sasuke left in a hurry, Makoto jumped over to the compound, rushing inside screaming that Naruto had been taken. As a freshly showered Mito rushed out and Kushina full of flour all ran out the door of the compound following Makoto, as they saw Tsunade rushing towards them. "Naruto has been taken, sensei," screamed Makoto. "By who?" screamed Tsunade. "Kumo shinobi," stated Makoto. Makoto aimed a fireball towards the sky to alert Minato, grandfather and granduncle, of what's happening. Tsunade ordered as Makoto complied, sending up a huge fireball that caught Minato's eye as he was sitting in front of Yujito and Mabui. As he stood up, "That's coming from home," stated Minato as he turned around. "Mabui-san and Yujito-san, didn't you have another shinobi with you too aside from him?" asked Minato. "Yes, Hokage-sama. Unfortunately," he stated, "he fell ill from some fish he ate at the market and stayed back at the hotel." "Why do you ask?" As Mabui was telling, Yujito realized what was happening. "Naruto!" Yujito screamed, as she and Minato jumped out the window, followed by Kakashi, Tobirama and Hashirama, as Mabui was dumbfounded as to what was going on. "Can't anyone use the door?" she stated as she too leapt out the window, reminding her of her Raikage's tendency to always break the windows back at the Raikage's office. "Shit!" screamed Tsunade. "What?" screamed Kushina back. "The seal that me and Jiraiya placed on Naruto, it's not activating to summon me to her. She must be in a sleep-induced jutsu." Sasuke reached the hideout of the shinobi who took Naruto. He noticed that there was another 2 shinobi waiting for him. "Were you followed?" asked one. "No, but they already know that she's missing. While I was making my way out, a fireball was blasted in the sky, so I'm sure that they will be here soon, so we might as well leave." "What about Yujito and Mabui?" "Leave those wretched bitches back there. With this prize here, we'll make her into a sex slave and have her breed new shinobi for the Cloud Village after we have some fun with her, that is. We can overthrow the Raikage and take control of the village," stated the one shinobi as the other 2 laughed. "There's no way we're going to allow that fool of a Raikage to betray the hidden cloud and become allies with these leaf dogs." Sasuke was seething with anger at this point. Grabbing a kunai, he threw it at the bag where they had now placed Naruto. As she fell out before hitting the ground, the cloud shinobi saw Sasuke arrive, pick her up, and leap into the trees. Just as he settled her down, Sasuke looked down at them with his Sharingan activated, with 1 tomo on one eye and 2 on the other eye, all morphing to 3 tomo due to the anger and anguish he was feeling. "You will not take Naruto anywhere," Sasuke stated with a growl and intense anger. "Well, look what we have here, an Uchiha, and by the looks of it, it's her boyfriend. Well, no matter, we can take him too. Scared of what we'll do to your little girlfriend? She not worth anything else but to be used as a breeding livestock for the village. We're going to make sure of that," stated another shinobi to Sasuke. "We now have a Uzumaki Senju bitch and an Uchiha scum. We'll definitely overthrow those fools now." Sasuke had lost all control as Sasuke leapt into the air, performing hand signs for his grand fireball, but before it hit, the shinobi one appeared behind him and kicked Sasuke into a tree just as another shinobi grabbed Sasuke from the hair, lifting him up only to let him go and punching him in the gut, and a quick punch to the face sending him flying. "You think we, the remaining subordinates of the Gold and Silver Brothers, will fall to a mere genin?" All 3 of the shinobi laughed. You think you'll get your little girlfriend back?" laughed the Kumo shinobi. Just before he punched Sasuke again, Yuni had slithered out of Naruto, transforming into her original size of 14 feet. She leapt and bit the man on the neck, shaking from side to side before sending him flying towards a tree. "What the fuck is up with that snake?" yelled one of the men as his other comrade performed some hand seals lightning style. Thunderclap arrow. The lightning jutsu unleashed. Yuni raced towards the second man, but before she was able to reach him, the guy Yuni had thrown came back, throwing a mill shuriken at her, making her stop before she was able to attack the current man she was in front of. "Do you think that's a summon?" asked one of the men. As all 3 were looking at the snake, who was hissing at the men, they had forgotten about Sasuke. He leapt up, sending a fireball jutsu. Unfortunately for Sasuke, all 3 men scattered, one appearing behind Yuni with a katana, another behind Sasuke, kicking him on the back, sending Sasuke to the tree trunk below Naruto. The last one landed next to Naruto's sleeping form. When all of a sudden the snake started going on an attack frenzy when it noticed that the man was next to Naruto again. Yuni slithered up the tree towards the man before he was able to take her. Yuni, had slapped him with her tail away from Naruto and Sasuke. Why is this snake protecting the two? They were trying to see how to approach the situation. All three men froze when they heard someone from behind the snake. Kukuku. You see, snakes can be very aggressive when their territory has been invaded and their young ones are threatened. Orochimaru stated as he appeared from the darkness. And you Nickels have invaded my treasured land here. Sasuke, why don't you be a deer and check on Naruto while my snakes feed on these specks of dust? Sasuke got up, complying with Orochimaru. A bloody mouth and bruised face, he went and picked up Naruto, holding her close. He turned around. He saw that Orochimaru had summoned two other snakes aside from the rainbow-colored snake. Sasuke saw that the rainbow-colored snake wanted to shred the man to pieces. As all three men cowered at the sight of three snakes with Orochimaru of the legendary Sannin, they wanted to retreat and escape, only to be stopped by Orochimaru grabbing their leader by the throat as Orochimaru lifted the man. You see, that little girl you tried to kidnap is my goddaughter. And I always keep track of my little ones, and this snake is always with her, and you have angered a mother at this point. The Cloud Shinobi looked up at the snake in fear and at Orochimaru. Just as Orochimaru gave the signal, Uni tore into the man, separating the man limb from limb. Just bleeding out, the Cloud Shinobi was screaming in pain as his comrades saw in horror what was happening, knowing that they were soon also going to die by the same hand. Sasuke had decided to close his eyes. He didn't need to continue seeing what was going on, as he also cupped his ears. Uni ripped the man's bowels from him. He dropped to the floor dead. Now I know that you were the one that kidnapped her, so we're going to leave you to last. Orochimaru grinned with a sadistic look on his face as Uni ripped the man apart, just like how he did the last one. Screams could be heard throughout the forest, prompting for Tsunade and everyone else to rush, hoping that it wasn't Naruto nor Sasuke making those noises. Yujito was palpating killer intent. The more anxious she got, just as Kushina and the others, only for when they arrived they saw the most gruesome scene in front of them, freezing them in their tracks. Two of the three shinobi's bodies lay torn to pieces from feet, legs, head, bowels, hands, arms, torsos, all splattered all over the ground. A rainbow-colored snake died in crimson blood, while Orochimaru had a mad look to him with an evil glint in his eye. Mito appeared next to Orochimaru. Leave the last one to me. As she neared the last shinobi, he recognized the kunoichi that was approaching him. Mistress of Death, was all he said as she was performing hand signs before placing her hand on his forehead and heart. Fuin, Uzumaki Infinite Death, stated Mito as her hands glowed. Dark seal markings appeared all over his body as the man screamed, his eyes turning white from the pain alone, his body rigid from the intense pain. All over his body you could see cuts and gashes appearing, being healed instantly. The transformation jutsu disappearing. We have a screamer, stated Mito, such an annoyance. She then placed another seal on his throat to clamp the vocal cords on him so he couldn't scream anymore. Now that is more like it, Mito stated with a smile on her face. Mind teaching me this fabulous sealing jutsu? Asked Orochimaru. Glad to, smiled Mito back in delight. Just then Mikoto, Kushina, Tsunade, Minato went over to where Sasuke was holding Naruto on top of him as he was attempting to cover his eyes and ears at the horrible scene that had portrayed just seconds ago. Mikoto attempted to touch Sasuke. He swiped at her with a kunai. You will not have her, Sasuke yelled with anger. When he opened his eyes, Sharingan blazing as it finally registered that he was looking at his mother, Tsunade, Kushina, and Minato and Yujito. Just before he could let her go, he started to cry of anger, so much anger. Kazan, stated Sasuke, crying. The things they wanted to do to her, they said such horrible things that they wanted to do to her. Kazan. Sasuke sobbed as he hugged Naruto hard to his chest. I can't believe people would do that to her. Why are they so cruel? Yujito knew what he was talking about just as her eyes flashed, going black, one blue and one yellow, as her monster cat walking over to the last man standing. Before she could get closer, Mito lifted her hand. I know this wasn't your doing. Leave him be, he is suffering way more than any snake or shinobi could do. Besides, this is clan business now. Mabui walked up to the scene looking at the two shinobi on the field. Just before Uni rounded on her about to attack, she was stopped by Orochimaru. Explain before I let the snake rip you to shreds like she did them. As Mabui approached the shinobi, she flipped them over looking for something, as to finally reaching the last one inside a seal from Mito, lifting up his chest to see the mark. I see. Mabui turned around, bowed deeply to the family in front of them. Hokage-sama, and everyone else, I am sorry, deeply sorry for what happened. Explain, sneered Orochimaru just as the rainbow-colored snake hissed ready to attack. Mabui bowed again. These are remnants of the Gold and Silver Brothers' followers. The day the Raikage had arranged to become allies with the Leaf, there was a small uproar from a faction that used to follow those two. Lord Second was thought to have killed them all, but unfortunately he missed some. They wanted to kidnap Naruto, leave you two to get put in jail, and overthrow the Raikage, stated Sasuke. How do you know that? Asked Mabui. I heard them as they were about to leave just before I attacked to save Naruto. I see, this changes everything. I will let the Raikage know that, as I imagine, terms have changed due to circumstances, stated Mabui. Indeed they have, stated Minato. Just then Mabui wrote a letter explaining the details. The Raikage should be here in a couple of days. As Mabui performed her hand signs, the letter disappeared. What happened? Asked Tsunade. She has a jutsu just as the yellow flash, where any objects she can send through her jutsu and it travels instantly. At this point Raikage-sama should have received the letter as is, stated Yujito. Mabui nodded. What about that one? What's going on with him? Oh, he's in my infinite death seal, stated matter-of-fact Mito. As Mabui looked at her to elaborate. This seal encases his body in a status phase. You see, it takes two seals, one on the heart and one on the mind, to protect the two from dying. As the seal travels, each neuron in his body is sending electrical signals to his brain that it's being attacked and penetrated. Basically, at this moment he's feeling that he's being stabbed over and over and over at each nerve, and this seal will change the pain from a stab to burn or severing slowly, plus the seal turns the user's blood into sickles so it attacks every vessel in his body. That is why he is rigid from the pain that he is feeling. If I hadn't severed his vocal cords, he would have still been screaming as of now. You can see gashes appear on his body and are healed instantly just to be replaced. It really is the perfect sealing formula. Mabui and Yujito shuddered as to not wanting to be feeling what he was feeling. Want it? Kill him. How are we supposed to get information out of him if he dies? Asked Mabui. Oh, he won't. I'm protecting his heart and mind for the same reason. As I remove the seal, he will have remembered everything he went through. His heart and mind will be as if nothing happened, but he'll be wishing to have died then, just as how he is now. Are you going to keep those bodies? Asked Mikoto. Both Mabui and Yujito nodded no. As Mikoto opened her eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan flared up, calling on Amaterasu to burn away the remaining flesh of the two killed shinobi. As everybody was about to turn around to leave back, they saw that Sasuke had cried himself to sleep with Naruto tight on his chest, hugging him back. Tsunade had her mystic palm healing both Sasuke, most of his injuries already fading. Everybody for once had a soft smile on their faces. Minato placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Everyone hold on to me. Just as everyone touched Minato, he flashed back to the compound inside of Naruto's room with Sasuke and Naruto on her bed, both asleep. I think it's best if we let them both sleep, stated Minato. As Kushina approached him smiling, does this remind you of something? Minato smiled back at his wife. The day I saved you from Kumo yourself. Kushina giggled as she kissed her husband Mabui, and Yujito's sweat dropped. Again, it's been a complicated history with your village, stated Mito. As both of the Cloud Shinobi nodded. Orochimaru had reduced Uni back into her small form as he washed the snake. She was oh so happy to climb back into bed with Naruto. As she made her way inside Naruto's sleeve, everyone stared at the snake happily. That Naruto always had a protector. Let us retire, it's been a day and unfortunately an eventful night, stated Mito with authority. Just as they all left the room, Mito performed hand seals touching the wall on opposite sides of the mirror. Fuin, binding fortress. A seal array covered the window, glowing green as it died down. What did she do? Asked Mikoto. It's a seal that if anyone attempts to jump in through the window with a chakra signature that hasn't been known to the house will burn the shinobi to dust in a matter of seconds, stated Kushina. I see, why hasn't this always been there? Furthered Mikoto. Well, if the chakra signature hasn't been in the house for weeks on end, it disappears, meaning that that person could be killed instantly as well, answered Kushina. I get it. It's best then. In the morning, as Naruto was waking up, she noticed she was laying on top of somebody. Opening her eyes, the haze of sleepiness going away, she lifted her head. Just as she was about to scream and punch Sasuke through the wall, she saw his face with fist raised in the air, tracing her fingers on his swelled eyebrow and busted lip. Opening his eyes to look at her, looking at him, He couldn't help but freeze as he started to turn red. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Sasuke, what happened to you?" she asked in return. "Who did this?" "What was the last thing you remember?" asked Sasuke. As Naruto sat up, "I came to bed after training with Mito Obasan and Kazan and I passed out." "Well, that is a relief at least," stated Sasuke. "Why is that?" "Well, last night you were kidnapped by some Rogue Kumo shinobi." Naruto gasped. "No, I wasn't. I would have woken up if I was." "They put you in a sleeping jutsu. That is why you didn't wake up. When I saw, I thought that you had realized, and that was why they had knocked you out and then placed that jutsu on you." As Sasuke explained all of the details that had happened, Naruto had snuggled back to him. Yuni had reached out of her sleeve going to Sasuke, as she rubbed herself on his chin, appreciating what he had done. "I guess Yuni likes you now." "Yes, she saved me from being killed yesterday." Chapter 15. As the days came and went, pretty soon from the horizon there was a group of shinobi that was appearing. The two eternal gatekeepers stiffened as they saw a tall dark man with tan hair with large gold braces with a white shirt on open to show his exposed chest. Flanking the man were two shinobi, a white-haired one and a yellow-haired one, with a group of genin and his brother Killer B. As the Raikage arrived at the Hokage's office, being led into the conference room where on one side was Tobirama, Hashirama, Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Mito, while on the other side was Mabui and Yujito waiting for him. As they all stood bowing to the Raikage, he stepped to the chair, taking a seat opposite of the Hokage. "Once formalities were out of the way, I just went straight to business." "So care to explain what happened?" asked the Raikage. As the details were foretold to the Raikage along with the recordings from the seals that were around the Senjuzumaki compound, the Raikage couldn't help but tighten his grip, getting angrier and angrier by the second as everything was foretold. "Where is the traitor?" barked the Raikage in a loud rage-filled roar. Before anyone could say anything, Mito raised her hand to silence the Raikage. "It would do you well to clam down, eh? After all, it is I that has the traitor in a stasis seal." I just glared at the red-headed woman. "Well, get on with it and get him here," yelled I. "It would do you well to know your place and not order me around, if you know what's good for you," warned Mito. Sighing, Mito performed her hand seals as she slammed her hand on the table. Fuin. The seals elaborated through the midsection of the table to appear a male shinobi that had seal markings throughout his body, white eyes, mouth wide open, twitching when he could. "What is this?" asked a little perturbed of the sight of horror on one of his shinobis. "He is in a seal where he is being tortured endlessly," smirked Mito as a menacing look on her, looking directly into the Raikage's eyes. As she got up, she went to the head of the shinobi, performing a set of hand seals after removing the seal on his vocal cords, allowing healing the vocal cords for a scream of pain, begging for death with sobs on him. Licking her lips, she looked at the Raikage. "I do love hearing a man plea for his life." Followed by removing the last seal, the man's body fell limp. Conscious, the man was crying as he turned to the Raikage. "Raikage-sama, please end this. I can't live like this, please end it." I was shocked at what he had just seen, anger boiling back up in his body. "You fool, how dare you betray the hidden cloud and cause this to happen? I gave explicit orders." The man couldn't stop crying. "Who gave you the order to attempt to steal the Yandame's daughter?" "The council want nothing with the treaty. Maba and Yoki were the ones that orchestrated this attempt to kidnap her." "I see," stated the Raikage. "See, Darui, take care of him." Mito stood up. This is clan business. Why don't you let me handle him my way in front of your eyes?" I looked at her, intrigued himself as to what she would do. "Go on." Mito smirked at the man who was now crying, attempting to get away from her. As she finished the hand seals, Fuin. Otherworldly incineration. As she tapped the man, the seals started to spread over the man's entire body. As they glowed red, he started to scream and wail like never before, but soon started to vanish and disappear as ash before disappearing to small molecules into nothing. The screams were even too much for I to handle as he winced, while Darui was pale, as was C, with a look of horror. "I don't play when it comes to my granddaughter, Raikage." As Mito looked at the Raikage with a stern look, making him feel fear, but would not display it in front of these people. But one thing for sure, on the hidden cloud side, they would do no such thing to anger this woman. "I can see why all those villages decided to wipe your family off the face of the earth." As the meeting progressed, they finally got to the topic of the alliance. "Hokage, are you still wanting to create an alliance?" asked I. We will accept an alliance, but the terms shall change, stated Minato. What are your new terms? Asked I. A wedding, stated Minato happily. Raikage, C, and Darui both felt hitting the ground. A wedding? Asked the Raikage, attempting not to choke from the randomness of what this man proposed. A wedding with who? A wedding between Yujito and II and our own Kakashi Senju. This will bind the two villages with two important people. Your adoptive sister, and our own adoptive son turned nephew, stated Minato. You can't be serious, stated C in outrage. So you want my Jinchuriki, stated I. No, she will be married to Kakashi Senju and reside in the village but will be a permanent ambassador to the Cloud Village. She could be called for only important political exchanges between the two villages. She will be a kunoichi for the Leaf Village as per the duties of the wife of one of our own. And I know that this is the second time the Cloud has attempted to form an alliance and both times your shinobi turn on you. And as you know this time, it was someone from our family. I think it's time for the Cloud to be more approachable to the conditions. I pondered on this, not liking that he was put on the spot, but this blasted kidnap attempt would either cause for retaliation from the Leaf, and seeing the people in front of him, it would not bode well for the hidden Cloud, especially Mito, that one alone can cause the most problems for the Cloud Village, and yet they have the first and second Hokage. The Cloud would not survive. Yujito, the Raikage asked. Yes, Raikage-sama. What's your opinion? I noticed the glance she sent Kakashi and the slight blush she got from him. At your beck and Raikage-sama, if it'll help mend the political calamity this kidnap attempt happened at Naruto, and Sasuke Uchiha, and forge a strong alliance, I will do as I am to be told as a kunoichi of Cloud. As he looked down at the kunoichi and at the copycat ninja Kakashi, the Raikage didn't let that endearment towards this girl that Yujito displayed just now. Naruto, but I couldn't put his finger on it yet. I want to meet Naruto, and then I'll make my decision. Kakashi and Yujito walked out to retrieve Naruto. The Raikage noticed how close Yujito was already to Kakashi, thinking there was something else going on there as well. Naruto called Yujito as she walked towards Naruto with Kakashi. Yujito ne-san and Kakashi Onaizen, what's going on? Naruto stated as she hugged both of her siblings. The Raikage is here and he wants to meet you, Kakashi stated. Sasuke growled, why? I don't know, but no worries, everyone is there, and we won't allow anything to happen. Itachi is in the room hidden, so you know your brother won't let anything happen either. I still want to go, just in case, stated Sasuke. Want to protect your girl, Yujito teased. Sasuke got red, pouting. He turned, whatever, we're just friends. Yujito and Kakashi giggled, making their way back to the council chamber. Yujito and Kakashi walked in, followed by Sasuke, which took everyone by surprise. Naruto appeared into the council chamber. As she walked in, she saw that Omoi, Samui, and Karui looked bug-eyed. As soon as Karui stood up to scream at the proclamation of being betrayed by Naruto, Omoi and Killer Bee grabbed her, hands over her mouth. Samui just looked at Naruto, nodding at her as she turned to Karui, giving her an icy glare, telling to her shut up before she was made to shut up. Karui just stood there and calmed herself, giving Naruto a look. As they both nodded at each other. Bowing, Naruto, Hokage-sama. Raikage-sama, you called for me. Now that everyone is here, I need to know. How do you all know each other? Asked the Raikage. What do you mean, Raikage-sama? Don't play coy with me, brat. Yujito has been taking longer on her missions when it comes to be near the fire country. Bee stiffens every time I bring up the new heir to Tsunade. And just now Karui's reaction, as well as Omoi and Samuus, means that you have a history with my shinobi. Stated the Raikage, and don't lie to me. It's apparent that you all know each other. Yujito, Killer Bee, Omoi and Karui all paled, while Samui kept her cool. As she glanced at everyone in the council chamber, Samui walked to the front of the table where she would have everyone's attention. Well, it was back when Samui started to talk between her, Naruto, Killer Bee, and Yujito. All gave their explanations, and with small insertions from Karui and Omoi. Gripping his chair until it broke. I see. So you decided to train a foreign shinobi without my knowing, growled the Raikage. Well, you see, brother, this little one. Shut it, yelled the Raikage. Hokage, barked the Raikage. If your daughter defeats Samui in a spar, I'll accept your conditions. As he turned to look at Naruto, since you've been trained by my shinobi, as well, I want to see how far you've come. What conditions? Asked Naruto. As she was told the conditions, Naruto's starry eyes gleamed with happiness. Yujito ne-san, as she jumped on Yujito, hugging her. Samui, you're about to be melted, Naruto exclaimed. Samui smiled at Naruto. Keep your cool, Naruto. I won't make it easy for you. I see, so this is the dynamic you created, Yujito, I stated as he saw Yujito laughing with the small Senju Uzumaki brat. Yes, Reikage-sama, I deeply apologize for all of us going behind your back. Stated the Reikage. Let's get on with it then. Over on the training field, Naruto and Samui both stared at each other, both with determination. Show me how far you've advanced. You better not have been slacking off, stated Samui. You wish, stated Naruto. Standing on opposite ends, Naruto stared at Samui, mentally preparing herself. Last time she went up against Samui, she was no match. This time, however, she was going to make sure she gave Samui a fight to remember. She had trained and was about to put all of her training on display. As they both got on their fighting taijutsu stance, Samui was impressed that Naruto wasn't rushing in like she did all those years ago. So you've matured. Glad you're not running into a fight head first. It'll show you how much I've progressed, stated Naruto, so I'm taking this seriously. Just as Naruto finished, Samui took off towards Naruto. Before she got too close, Samui jumped up in the air, spinning behind Naruto, as she turned, attempting to punch Naruto, only for Naruto to duck. But not before getting into stance. Samui noted that a ceiling array started to form, glowing blue. Uzumaki spinning bird kick, as she spun, sending barrage of kicks at Samui laced with chakra. But before she was done, Naruto pushed up by her hands into the air, spinning upright as she lifted her leg like her grandmother's Uzumaki heavenly foot of pain. Naruto brought her kick down to the ground with brute strength. Samui barely made it out of the way as Naruto came crashing down, creating a crater from impact. Samui was shocked at the impact, still wincing from Naruto's earlier attack. As the dust cleared, everyone saw Naruto just standing there looking at Samui, performing her hand seals, storm style. Laser circus, stated Samui. A barrage of beams raced towards Naruto just as Naruto slammed on the ground. Wood style. Wood dome, as a dome of wood erupted from the ground, covering Naruto from the attack. Taking it upon herself, she activated her dojutsu, immediately being able to spot the projectiles as they were on their way to her. She performed another set of hand seals while leaving a shadow clone. She disappeared to the ground. As the storm style hit the wood dome, it shattered, making the Naruto clone jump out of the impact as she performed a new set of hand seals, fire style. Foxfire, Naruto screamed as 10 orbs of fire appeared and racing towards Samui, only for Samui to evade the techniques. As she was going through another set of hand seals, water style, before Samui could finish her technique, the real Naruto appeared, form behind her, wind style. Violent whirlwind, releasing a powerful gust of wind from her mouth, sending Samui flying towards a tree until she slammed on it. Getting back up, Samui glared at Naruto. That was cool. But try this. As she unsheathed her sword, Naruto released her sword as well from behind her seal. I can obliged, stated Naruto, unsheathing her black katana that was given to her from Killer Bee. You see, Samui, after we departed, I trained in the art of Kenjutsu from Killer Bee Sensei's scroll, but then my family taught me in the art of Kenjutsu the Uzumaki way. Samui looked at Naruto coolly. Show me? As Samui and Naruto took off, all you heard was metal hitting metal, slashes hitting each other, just when Samui thought she was getting the upper hand to Naruto. Naruto jumped up to the air, infusing chakra into her sword. As she started to spin rapidly in the air, she was able to send slashes of chakra strikes towards Samui. Samui only had a second to think and predict where the projectiles were coming, making a plan while she deflected the attack. But Samui did not know the secrets of the sword, for everyone was surprised that as Naruto was dropping down, she changed the shape of her sword and thrust it towards Samui. Killer Bee's keen eyes narrowed as he saw the sword change shapes into a snake as it made its way towards Samui. Turning towards Kushina, what kind of sword is that? The sword you gave her is called the Tesega. The Reikage dropped his cup of tea he had as he was watching the fight. You gave her that sword. All Killer Bee could do was flinch. In defense, bro, I didn't know what that sword was. It ain't my style, I found no use for it, besides what is that, bro? This time it was Mito who started talking. It is called the Sword of Heaven. The sword can be infused with chakra and the user can use it with whatever element she manifests, in Naruto's case all 5 natures. Furthermore, the word can change shapes to whatever the user requires at the time, to a bow to send chakra arrows, the snake sword, axe, or whatever it needed. The drawbacks to the sword is that it needs to bind with the user with seals, and it needs a constant flow of chakra, which we devised sealing seals for that sword to receive a constant flow so it doesn't drain Naruto while in a fight. So basically it's a multi-use weapon then, asked B. Precisely. The sword you gave her, it's one of 3 legendary weapons. The ultimate defense against ninjutsu, the gunbai known to Madara. Then the ultimate sealing sword with gourd, the sword of Tatsuka. It's an ethereal sword once belonged to the Uzumaki but has been lost after the destruction of Yuzu. And finally the most powerful of them all is Tasega. The sword that can manipulate its design and enhances the user's abilities in ninjutsu. Damn bro, I screwed up, stated Killer B. Well, no harm, no foul. It was clearly meant for her, stated Karui, marveled at the sight of using Naruto utilizing that sword against someone as good as Samui. Unfortunately, Naruto hasn't had that much training in Kenjutsu. See, we've had to train her from the bottom up in the arts of Uzumaki, so unless she changes tactics she won't win the spar on Kenjutsu alone. Mito. Back at Naruto and Samui. Dodging the attack, Samui got closer to Naruto, appearing behind her, slashing down towards Naruto only to have the clone dispel. Forgot about my clone, didn't you? Stated Naruto. As Naruto was about to slash at Samui. Samui already had a kunai stop the slash, narrowing her eyes. Samui turned, sweeping her legs, dragging Naruto, almost dropping her. Sasuke, clenching his jaw, you better not loose Naruto, he said in a low voice. Naruto was able to sunshine away from Samui. Taking a deep breath, you've gotten better, Samui-chan. That hasn't changed, but what has changed is the tricks up my sleeve. As Samui narrowed her eyes, she wasn't sure what was to come, only to be surprised at the sight of Naruto. As all the others gasped, taking in the appearance of Naruto's dojutsu activating. What dojutsu is that? Asked Omoi. It looks like a Byakugan, but then again like a Sharingan, stated Karui. Is this a new dojutsu? Asked I. It's called the Minakengen. It's a combination of the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Unfortunately, we don't know the full extent of its powers just yet since it's new to us and we have no idea how she manifested it. Was Ai's reply. Water style. Hidden mist jutsu, explained Naruto. Gritting her teeth, Samui was starting to lose sight. Taking in deep breaths, she focused her chakra. Being a censor in this situation was going to test her abilities to the maximum. Unluckily, for her, she hadn't had much practice in the art as of yet. Have you forgotten I'm a censor, Naruto? Naruto face faulted. I did actually. But can you predict my every attack? As Naruto rushed in towards Samui, all that was heard again was metal hitting metal. Samui's more pristine control of her sword outmatching Naruto's. Spinning around as Naruto came in for an attack, Samui hit Naruto with the hilt of her sword. You're no match for me, Naruto. I agree, my Kenjutsu needs a lot of work, said Naruto through gritted teeth. It's time to end this, thought Naruto as she sheathed her sword back up, going through some hand seals. Shards of ice were appearing around Naruto, as if in a cocoon floating around her. In this mist, you're inside my field, I can manipulate the moisture, smirked Naruto before attaching ice style. Driving chains as Naruto starting to feel her ice chain started to form and about to surround Samui. Before Samui had a chance to react, she saw that ice was forming all around her, jumping up to the sky. Just as she saw Naruto making her way to her, she was performing her hand seals. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Roaring to life, blasting towards Naruto, she extended her arm out, converting the dragon into an ice-style dragon of her own, while sending it back towards Samui, who was performing another set of hand seals to combat the ice dragon. Storm release. Laser circus. Beams of blue light headed towards the dragon, but Samui was shocked that from behind the ice dragon beams of light were heading towards her as well. Naruto had copied her laser circus jutsu and neutralized her own jutsu, leaving the ice dragon upon her. Samui replaced herself with a log, but before she realized Naruto was on her from behind, crystal style. Crystal pentagonal prison. A prism crystal appeared around Samui. You're done, stated Naruto with a smirk. Samui looked up with a cool expression at Naruto. I think not. Finishing her seals, storm style. Laser circus. Samui finished filling the prism with a glow as it erupted, shattering. Falling to her knees from exhaustion and blood coming out of her mouth. I'm not done yet, stated Samui. Enough, yelled the Raikage. Hokage! The Raikage turned to the Hokage. You got a deal. As everyone went back into the council chamber, they all sat. Raikage, may I ask you what made you want to accept this deal? The answer is easy. I can tell there was more to this than meets the eye. And I had my suspicions on how easily you all regarded on Yujito. When I arrived, the atmosphere was not of people with animosity. Plus I knew that you all have known each other just by the interactions and the way the room felt as I walked in. I just wanted the facts, and be told the truth for once. Agreed, stated Minato. Just as the days past, preparations for the Senjuni wedding were in progress. While Team 7 was in the care of Mikoto, Kushina, Hanami, none of them liked it when Mito would take command of the team, as she would train them down to the dirt during other days. Itachi and Shursui would train Sasuke, while Hinata would train with Hanami accompanied by Tsunade, and lastly Naruto started to get trained by Tobirama and supplemented by other family members. The day is here, Naruto stated as she got up from her bed in a rush to get ready. The Raikage and his company was already in the village. Standing in front of one another, Kakashi mesmerized by Yujito's beauty and Yujito stunned by Kakashi's beautiful face, since he wasn't allowed to take off his mask. Kakashi and Yujito getting married, binding permanently the alliance between Kumo and Konoha. Threw the entire village into a frenzy of a party. Celebration as their copycat ninja being married. Hope for more little Sanjus running around was soon to be expected. As a whole, the Hidden Leaf was poised as the strongest hidden village with one alliance with the Hidden Sand, helping the revels in Hidden Mist, securing Mei Terumi as the Mizukage. All that was left was for her to come and finalize the alliance with the Leaf. Finally, the strongest of the alliance with the Hidden Cloud, an alliance through marriage not easily broken, especially when two of the famous ninjas were binded. A celebration was poised between two villages as Kakashi moved out of the main Senju house. He and Yujito moved into one of the other houses in the Senju Uzumaki compound. As Kakashi and Yujito were going to go on their honeymoon for the month, they made the necessary arrangements to have Kushina officially take over the team missions and training for the time being. Along with Mikoto and Hanami, all three were ready to make the team as great as they were during their Genin days. Chapter 16. 1 week later, back at the Hokage's office. Dad, I want something more than D-rank missions. I am not training this much to be just an errand girl, yelled Naruto at her father. I have to agree with Narukin, stated Sasuke. As do I, joined Hinata. Sighing, what do you think, Kushina? Smiling down at her charges, I do believe they are ready. Hinata has come a long way. Sasuke is progressing finely, and Naruto, she's advanced enough, making me comfortable enough to take them out of the village. Fine, stated Minato. I do have one C-rank mission left. It's nothing flashy, it's just an escort mission. An escort where to? Asked Kushina. As he looked at Kushina, land of waves. Kushina tensed. I see. Could we have time to explore that area? Yes, I would imagine Mito would want to head there as well. I do believe she would like it. Then you all have my permission. I would suggest taking someone else. You never know what might be lying in waiting for anybody in Yuzu. Kushina nodded. I'll ask Mikoto or Hanami and see if either one wants to go with us. That is fine by me. I'll have the client be brought in then. As the door opened, a strong smell of sake hit the room and in walked an older man. Tazuna-san, this will be your escort. He glanced around looking at the genin and the woman. So you're giving me 3 brats and a woman as my escort? I thought I asked for actual ninjas, not a mother with her children, especially that red-headed little brat. She doesn't seem like she should even be here. As he finished saying that, Naruto had her teeth clenched fist ready as a green aura of chakra swayed around her as the floor cracked as vines slithered up Tazuna's body. Want to repeat that, old man? Asked Naruto. Naruto just got scary, stated Sasuke in his mind, a little taken aback from this. As Hinata too took a step back. Do you think my daughter and my wife wouldn't be enough to escort you, Tazuna? Asked Minato. I would say they are. Tazuna stated, a little scared, now no longer drunk. Perfect, you shall all leave in 2 hours. So go prepare, stated Minato as all the shinobi in the room sunshined away. Mito-sama, we have been tasked on an escort mission outside of the village near Yuzu. Mito turned around. Oh, and you do know him coming, right? Chuckling, yes, I had already told Minato that you would want to go. I must go, and asked either Mikoto and Hanami if one would accompany us on the mission as well. What rank is the mission? Asked Mito. C rank. Why ask for other jonin to join? Mitano is wary of when we go to Yuzu there might be trouble, and he rather us go prepared than to lament later. I see, a wise decision. Is Orochimaru or Jiraiya not back from their mission yet? No, they aren't back. Okay, then ask one of those two then. What about little Menma and the twins? You know Minato will be busy at the Hokage's office. Just then Hashirama came with laughing with a scowling Tobirama as Menma had drowned all over Tobirama. I think I found my solution, stated Kushina. Besides, Tsunade-sama will be here as well. Mito nodded. Naruto arrived to the gates. Tsuna along with Hinata and Sasuke were already waiting. I wonder what's taking Kassen long. She's normally never late. Just all of a sudden 4 females sunshined behind them all. Are you all ready? Kazen? Asked Sasuke and Hinata. Yes. What are you doing here? Asked Hinata. Well, we decided to both join your mission. Plus, we wanted to see Kushikin's home village. Home village? Asked Sasuke. You see, Sasuke. Kushina started to explain as they all started to walk out of the village gates. I, along with Naruto and Mito-sama, come from a clan called the Uzumaki clan that resided in Yuzushiogakure, Kushina stated. Our clan was so big that our clan alone comprised of a village about 2/3 the size of Konoha. Stated Mito proud. Our clan was a very powerful clan. We were mostly feared for our sealing arts and our Kekiai Genkais. Stated Sasuke as Hinata nodded. Our clan had a big alliance with the Senju clan and Konoha. That is why every Jonin flap jacket comes with the Uzumaki swirl on the side of the uniforms. As I am married to Hashirama, the first Hokage. Well, if the Uzumaki clan was so powerful, what happened? Asked Sasuke. Well, Sasuke, we were strong residing in the land of eddies. The hidden Whirling Tides village was as powerful as the hidden villages, and we were viewed as a threat, being so close to the hidden leaf that nobody wanted a joint power from both of us. One day, however, the hidden mist, hidden cloud, hidden stone, and hidden sky village attacked Yuzu in hopes of destroying us. Stated Kushina. For hidden villages? Hidden sky village? Asked Sasuke dumbfounded. How is it possible that 4 villages had to get together to take down one village? Well, it was the start of the Second Shinobi War. You see, they wanted power. The Hidden Cloud had the Gold and Silver brothers, the Reikage, the Second Tsuchikage, and the Mizukage wanted power that the Uzumaki had. At that time, we had the complete alliance of Konoha. Even Tsuna was first establishing the alliance with Konoha back then. As they declared war with small fronts towards Tsuna's borders, they left the southern parts of the Land of Fire empty, which majority of the forces took to. As everyone nodded pensive, thinking how awful it must have felt to see so many shinobi surrounding your village. As the forces arrived, my people were ready. Our sealing arts aren't just for show. And our strength is unrivaled. They thought they had power and numbers and would annihilate my people without any losses. But little did they know is that my people were well prepared. Stated Mito proudly. So when the intruders arrived, my clan fought with everything they had. We, the Uzumaki, destroyed the hidden sky village. We slaughtered the many of the foes. Strong shinobi took down the Mizukage, the Reikage. Stated Mito, the smug and proud tone leaving. Unfortunately, it was a lot of enemies for my clan to handle, facing it possibly for every one Uzumaki to 30 enemies. I am proud to say that my clan weakened, cutting the enemy's forces by more than half. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough and my family fell, but I know that many Uzumaki still live scattered among the nations. But we lost but most of our family. Finished Mito. After the forces abandoned, taking the injured and weak shinobi, Konoha finished the war winning. But even the hidden leave had casualties. By the end of the war, Tobirama, the second Hokage, had almost passed in combat. So the Uzumaki was a far stronger clan than the Uchiha and Hyuga? Asked Hinata, gathering the attention from Sasuke and everyone else. Well, in essence, yes, I would so. Stated Makoto. As Sasuke turned to look at his mother in astonishment. Back in school, we learned that when the Nine Tails first attacked, Mito-sama was battling it by herself. When the newly established Hidden Leaf Village was established, the 4 strongest clans were the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Nara clans. They made their way to stop the fighting and put the beast down. But when they got there, they saw that Mito-sama had the demon fox trapped in her adamantine chains. Mito giggled. I could still remember Hashi's face when he saw me. He was astonished that me, a woman, would have the most terrifying beast locked down. Unfortunately, Madara was hasty and attempted to attack me in order to take the Kyuubi from me. Unlucky for him, he wasn't expecting me to be able to fight while keeping the Kyuubi down, so I sealed his and the Hyuga's chakra away. Before any of them could think to do anything else, I sealed the Kyuubi inside of me. Of course not all of us have the chakra chains, stated Mito. Me and Kushina were more powerful than most of our clans. You see, even though Uzumaki were powerful shinobi, we have shinobi born with power far more potent and greater than the rest. Kushina and myself are two examples, just as my little Narukan here has chakra more potent than even myself and Kushina. Meaning that she has the capabilities to surpass both of us and Tsunade. But in the end, every Uzumaki has a Kekii Genkai. Our clan can have the adamantine chains, our third eye, which allows us to pinpoint someone's chakra from afar, healing bite, and Fuinjutsu. Although Fuinjutsu can be learned by anyone, it's like for us it's translated differently compared to others who just have to learn the characters, and thus every Uzumaki has the Fuinjutsu Kekii Genkai. Sasuke glanced over at Naruto, who was just lost in thought. Amazing, he stated with renewed respect for Naruto. Tazuna just glanced at the bottom of the ground. So are we heading towards the land of eddies? Asked Sasuke. Yes, Yuzu no Kuni, formerly known, but now known as the land of waves, stated Tazuna for the first time. As everyone glanced over to him. There is an area of the island that we cannot access that is surrounded by a barrier that no one attempt to go to, so it's isolated to the southern part of it. As everyone nodded, finally quieting. Everyone, we are leaving land of fire territory. I suggest we get into formation. Hanami and Makoto will step back and keep watch from afar, as we will stay behind as you three join formation. All three genin nodded, with Naruto taking point, activating her dojutsu as Sasuke took to the right and finally Hinata took to the left, with Kushina and Mito taking the rear. As the group finally made it to the water, making their way to a boat to make their way to the land of waves, just as they landed, Mito parted from them, heading towards the other side of the island towards Yuzu. With renewed vigor, she hastily made her way back to her home. Just as Makoto and Hanami appeared to accompany the team, they saw a puddle. Naruto had her dojutsu activated, making a hand signal towards everybody towards the puddle. As Hanami and Makoto activated their dojutsu, they saw the chakra inside the puddle nodding towards each other, just as Sasuke and Hinata also nodded. As the group passed, two shinobi appeared out of nowhere, chains surrounding Kushina, Makoto, and Hanami as they screamed in pain, being shred to death. 3 down, 3 to go, laughed one of the brothers. Before any of the genin could do anything about it, another shinobi appeared behind Naruto. Gozu, Meizu, you did good, although you left the kids alive, smirked the last shinobi. Don't worry, Kajika, they're next, stated Gozu. Before anyone realized. Uzumaki vacuum wave. 8 trigrams vacuum palm, yelled Naruto and Hinata as a burst of chakra was sent to 2 of the shinobi. Naruto's heading towards the now known Kajika as Hinata's hit one of the brothers as Sasuke yelled, fire style. Fireball. Heading towards the last of the brothers. Hinata's and Naruto's attack landed just as Sasuke's was dodged. But before they could do anything else, another shinobi started to laugh, appearing from behind the one Naruto attacked. Are you lot having trouble with a bunch of kids? Stated Logan, yet another shinobi, as he entered the clearing. Raiga, don't interfere, stated Kajika. If you lot don't hurry it up, I'm going to have to kill you all too, stated Raiga. But before anyone else did anything else, Hanami appeared behind the group, facing the demon brothers. Byakugan activated along with Hinata's Byakugan in their gentle fist stance ready. Just as Makoto appeared next to Sasuke, and both entering their interceptor fist style, activating the Sharingan. Lastly, Kushina appeared in front of Naruto in her Hasoken fighting style. As Naruto activated her Dojutsu second stage, with now Tsutomu appearing on her Minikengan. Laughing, Raiga stated, so the mothers went out with their kids on a stroll to their demise. How pity, his comment stopped short as a chakra chains dashed towards him. Uzumaki? He thought, be careful everyone, we have an Uzumaki here. Raiga stated. Just then Naruto smirked, sending her own chakra chains towards the guy named Kajika, going through hand seals, but before she was able to, a mist started to appear. Naruto asked Kushina. Not me, Kazan. Gritting her teeth, I see, stated Kushina. 8 points, larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Now which one will be my kill point? Zabuza, stated Kushina as she stood straight up. With her chakra flaring, letting it out, she dispelled the mist. The Red Death. I guess the rumors are true. I must say it's quite an honor to meet you in the flesh, stated Zabuza as he glared down at Kushina. But just as you reappeared, you're going to die. Makoto, take on Raiga. Hanami, take on Kajika. The 3 of you take on the demon brothers, and I'll take on Zabuza. Kazan, I'll help you, stated Naruto. No, Naruto, get back and take on the demon brothers. As Kushina stated, this Uni slithered out of Naruto, growing in size just enough to protectively wrap herself on Naruto to spring into action if needed. Makoto and Hanami sprang into action, attacking the assailants. Just as Raiga and Kajika attacked back, metal versus metal was heard throughout the clearing. Fire blasts were launched just as vacuum palms, while lightning and water-based techniques launched back at the two kunoichi. Kushina looked up, pulling her sword out of her sheath, chakra chains coming out. Zabuza, my blade shall taste your blood. Launching herself forward, spinning in mid-air, her blade making contact with Zabuza blade, pushing him back. Flipping mid-strike, Kushina stood on the point of Zabuza's blade. Chakra chains made their way to skewer him, die, stated Kushina, only to have Zabuza jump out of the way just in time. Meanwhile, Raiga was charging up some lightning on his blade, attacking Makoto, who was dodging all of the attacks, intending on trapping him in a genjutsu, but not before he landed a lightning strike on Makoto, drawing her breath in. As she knelt in pain, an open gash on her leg appeared. Angered by this, she made quick hand seals, Katon Phoenix Flower Jutsu, releasing shuriken along with multiple fireballs heading towards Raiga. Raiga smirked. Child's play, gathering his own chakra. He started to deflect the fire attack with the lightning-infused Kiba blades. Unfortunately for him, Makoto body flickered behind him, finishing her hand seals fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu, hitting him square in the back only for it to melt into water. Hanami was attacking Kajika. He was no match for her, already weakened from Naruto's attack. She cornered him, getting him near. She was striking at his chakra points. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. She let out, launching a barrage of attacks on Kajika. Hanami wanting to end this quickly to help Makoto. Kajika fell to the ground, his left arm and right leg were out and he was barely able to mold chakra. You wretched bitch, he yelled. I'm going to take my sweet time plucking those disgusting eyes of yours. With Naruto, they were confronting the demon brothers in a battle, as they both attacked the genin with poison on their gauntlets, launching water-style techniques, diverting Sasuke's fire style, making his jutsus useless. Just as he was about to be hit from behind, Hinata launched her attack, 8 trigrams vacuum blast, sending a powerful wave of chakra, hitting Meizu in the stomach, sending him flying dead on impact. Hearing Makoto yell in pain, Kushina dodging a deadly strike, and Sasuke about to be hit with a poison jab, Naruto had enough. She gathered her chakra, punching the ground, the earth shattering, breaking apart in Tsunade's glorious signature, growling, Uni, help Makoto-sama. While going through hand seals, deep forest emergence. Trees erupted, attacking Gozu along with Raiga, Zabuza, and Kajika, everyone exclaiming at the sight of range of this technique, but before they were able to regain their balance, Naruto yelled again, forest style. Frenzy plan. Large vines shot out of the trees and ground, encircling on Kajika, Gozu and Raiga, but before the last vine got Zabuza, he cut it down with ease. Gozu being trapped, Naruto appeared in front of him with anger visible in her face, a wooden spear in her hand as she slammed it forward, with style. Splinter destruction. The spear spread, killing Gozu on impact, unfortunately for Kajika. He was trapped, his chakra was being siphoned away from the frenzy plant, but alas, he was able to cut himself free not before Kajika was able to jump away. Hanami body flickered from behind and give him a Juken strike to the heart, killing him instantly. Panting, Naruto smirked, what are you gonna do now? As she stood up on shaky legs, she was performing hand seals. You're next, Zabuza. You got a fine brat there, Red Death. I sure do, Zabuza, but unfortunately enough talk, you're done for. Before anyone else could make a move, a chill spread throughout the field. Naruto picked up on the chill as ice release, getting on the defensive, about to activate her own chakra. Her vines were cut down, releasing Raiga. So your brat has the famous Mokutan bloodline. Something like that, stated Kushina. Then she must die first. Zabuza made his way towards Naruto with the intent to kill, sword raised about to bring it down to Naruto. She had just finished her hand seals that were meant to the newcomer, but this was as good as time as ever to release it. Lightning style kill strike. Naruto extended her hand out like a gun, lightning chakra gathering in concentration. With Zabuza near enough, she launched her attack, but not good enough to her surprise, as Zabuza had used his executioner's blade to block the attack, breaking part of it. But that was enough time for Kushina to appear in front of Naruto, chakra chains racing towards him, but not before an ice dome appeared in front of them. Fortunately, with little resistance, the chakra chains destroyed the ice dome. A ninja with a hunter mask appeared, protecting Zabuza. Uni, already in her large form, sprang towards Raiga, encasing him, biting him, making sure to suffocate him to death. Naruto, shrouded in green aura, took the chance. Forest style. Rose whip, she yelled as she punched forward. Whips with thorns shot out of her hand, speeding through Zabuza and the hunter Nin at a rapid rate. going through hand seals at the same time as Naruto would style wooden ball. Naruto yelled as 6 wooden balls appeared from the ground that were launched at the enemy, but the hunter Nin finished with his hand seals, ice style. Certain kill ice spears. Ice spears appeared around Zabuza, cutting down the vines just in time as the wooden balls arrive and clash with the ice spears jumping out of the way and landing on the water. Zabuza started a series of hand seals just as Kushina appearing in front of him, performing her own hand seals water style, water dragon jutsu. Zabuza launched a water dragon with red eyes towards Kushina as she also released her jutsu boil release, Soryuha wind dragon. A dragon of acid condensed vapor dashed toward Zabuza's, canceling his water dragon with ease. Unfortunately, Kushina got overconfidence and didn't realize she was fighting the water clone of Zabuza, and the real one was coming from under when he finished his hand water style. Water prison jutsu complete. Encased in water, she panicked. "This jutsu won't hold me long," she stated. Smirking, Zabuza countered. "I don't need long, just long enough to kill you." Cutting down his clone, Makoto and Hanami were in front of the 5 water clones, while Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke were keeping the hunter Nin at bay. Uni had released the dead Raiga and was slithering in front of the 3 kids. "Naruto, my summoning chakra is about to expire. Orochimaru-sama will be notified of the happenings here. Please be careful." "Thank you, Uni will be fine." Gathering her chakra, extending her arm out, a water tendril reached out until it was in her hand. Pulling on it, the hunter Nin realized she had conjured a water whip without hand seals. "So you've mastered that jutsu without any hand seals," stated the hunter Nin. "I have numerous jutsus that I don't need to perform hand seals when I'm in my element," stated Naruto. "And you're going to be the one to receive all those jutsus. But you're away from land, so you can't use your Mokutan abilities," stated the hunter Nin. Smirking, Naruto stated, "I won't need my Mokutan to take you down." Activating her Minakengen, "I think it's time I get serious." Meanwhile, Hanami and Makoto made quick use of the water clones right before they were about to head towards the original Zabuza. Kushina had amassed a large amount of chakra and finally releasing it in the form of multiple chakra chains, exploding the water prison. One chakra chain sliced Zabuza's abdomen before the next one impaled him on the shoulder, dashing out from the next chakra chains. Seeing that Makoto and Hanami were on his tail, he performed his last jutsu, water style, exploding water colliding wave. Expelling a large amount of water from his mouth, sending waves at the kunoichi, he retreated. The hunter Nin turned abruptly towards Zabuza, creating an ice mirror, escaping Naruto, heading towards Zabuza. Once reunited, the hunter Nin disappeared with him. "Naruto?" asked Kushina. "They're gone," stated Naruto, with Hanami and Hinata confirming. They all felt a sense of calm heading back to shore. Hinata collapsed to the ground from having to have used too much chakra, as did Hanami, with Makoto having a wound on her leg from being cut down by the Kiba swords. "Is everyone okay?" asked Kushina. "I'm just exhausted," stated Hanami. "Me too," stated Sasuke. "I have been hit. I have 2 wounds," stated Makoto, "one on my leg and another on my abdomen." "I'll help you, Makoto-sama," stated Naruto as she reached Makoto, starting her mystic palm technique. "We killed 4 of their comrades and injured 1. You all got the demon brothers while Hanami got Kajika and I was able to stab Zabuza. Uni killed Raiga, then the other shinobi appeared," stated Kushina. "Tazuna!" yelled Kushina. "You will explain what is going on here right now. You never mentioned that there were going to be shinobi after you. This isn't a C rank mission. This has now turned into an A or S rank." Tazuna started to explain what has been going on around his country as everyone listened. How Gato, one of the richest men in the elemental nations, had ruined his country and its people were on the brink of death. Kushia was on favor of leaving and heading back home along with Makoto. Unfortunately, Naruto stood up and contraindicated her. "We cannot turn our backs on people that need our help, mother," stated Naruto, with Sasuke and Hinata agreeing. Hanami looked at everyone. "I agree with the kids," she stated after thinking about it. "We already took down 4 of them and they only have 2 left, and there is 1 for each one of us to take on, so technically they are outnumbered." Kushina faltered. "Makoto." She stared at her friend with pleading eyes, hoping that they cancel the mission to take the kids home. "I think we can handle them. Your Kenjutsu is leagues better than Sabuza's. I was only injured because I was caught off guard. And Hanami can easily take down the other one." After careful consideration, Kushina reluctantly agreed. "Fine, we will continue on." Chapter 18. Walking into Wave Country, the sight of the villagers made everyone feel anger and sorrow for the people of Wave. Is the entire village under this much duress? Asked Naruto. Some have it worse than others. We're one of the lucky ones only because we have skills, but even we can't be everything for everyone. This is why our bridge is very important for this country. Believe it or not, you guys are the hope of the village, stated Tazuna. This feels wrong on so many levels. I can't fathom how much pain and suffering the people are going through, stated Hinata. Everyone else walked in silence, taking in the sight until finally reaching Tazuna's crew to give out orders before heading back to his house. Once arriving at the house, they all walked in, being greeted by Tsunami, the daughter of Tazuna, sitting down around the table to go over plans on how to proceed with the bridge completion. So Gato is behind all of this. If he's hired hidden mist rogue shinobi, I wouldn't want to find out how many more he has hired, stated Makoto. Exactly, at least we know one of them is at full strength while Zabuza is injured, so I know we should have a couple of days before they attack again, stated Hanami. What should we do? Stated Hinata. Should we get some backup? Asked Sasuke. No, we are enough for this mission. Rogue shinobi are expensive to hire, but that wouldn't be the issue with Gato from what I heard. The issue for him would be the willingness of all of those rogue shinobi to work together. He was lucky that he had all rogue mist shinobi, otherwise they wouldn't work well together, stated Kushina. Agreed, stated Makoto and Hanami. Still begs to ask the question, if he has other mist or any other shinobi, it would be wise to not become overconfident, stated Hanami. Precisely. That is why we shall continue to train the kids while you, Makoto, continue to rest and gather all of your strength, stated Kushina. Thanks to Naruto, I should only require a couple more days. The next couple of days continued with intense training, splitting up into 3 groups. Hanami, stepping up Hinata's gentle fist style, incorporating Hanami's version of her own water style into the gentle fist, while Makoto was teaching Sasuke the next level of the interceptor fist. Lastly, Naruto was going through perfecting her jutsus that her uncle Tobirama taught her, while she and Kushina protected the bridge builder and his crew. Naruto would help supply the bridge builder with timber from her Mokutan ability. On the days that one of the other groups watched the bridge, Kushina had Naruto make several thousand clones and separated them into perfecting the ability to use Fuinjutsu during combat. Other clones were performing chakra control exercises in order to use her Kekkei Genkais without delay. The last clones were practicing using her chakra chains in conjunction to her Hasoken, learning how to use them as if they were an extension of her arms and legs. Later that night, they were all relaxing after dinner, having tea with Tazuna and Tsunami, when all of a sudden Inari broke out in anger. What's the point? You'll all die. Gato has an army. What do you six think you can do against his army? You are just going to make things worse for us when you all leave. You have no idea what the meaning of suffering is, how much we have all gone through. Whimpering and crying. A crack on the table appeared. A green aura appeared as she glared at Inari. Your grandfather decided to do something about it and stand up for his people. Unlike you, all you have been doing is whimper and cry like a little kid. If that's all you want to do, then continue to do it away from the rest of us. And even though my life has gotten a lot better, it never started that way. I was hated by my village for things I had no control of, for things my parents decided without consideration that the entire Leaf Village would hate me. Naruto growled as she got up and headed out the door. I'm gonna go train, she stated, closing the door behind her. Kushina was shaken, looking down, while Sasuke glared at Inari, then along with Hinata turned to look at Naruto's retreating form. Getting up herself, she made her way out along with Sasuke. We are going to go train as well, Hinata stated. Naruto headed towards the water. Normally, the trees helped calm her down, but tonight she wanted to let out some steam. Meanwhile, Sasuke headed to look for Naruto, following the trail, while Hinata decided to go find a stream near a meadow to train herself. She wanted to use some water-style jutsus to see how far along she had gotten. Sasuke made his way until he found Naruto training on the ocean. He was in awe of the sight of Naruto going all out using her water-style jutsus, then the combination of her ice release, storm release, and boil release, so he stayed and observed her from afar to make sure she wouldn't overdo it and be there for her. Meanwhile, Hinata found herself a stream. She started to practice her water style and Jukin when she realized she was creating herself a new jutsu, so with the idea ahead, she kept pushing for this new jutsu. In the morning, Sasuke made his way back to the house with Naruto in his arms. Naruto had exhausted herself with all her training, putting her to bed as he made himself to his room to get some quick rest. Meanwhile, in the clearing, the hunter Nin saw Hinata laying on the grass surrounded by flowers. He was amazed by how beautiful this girl looked. The hunter Nin knelt down and shook Hinata awake. "Hello. I wouldn't recommend you sleep out here, you don't know who could be lurking around," stated the hunter Nin. Hinata rose from sleep, immediately unaware how deep in slumber she was. "Who are you?" she asked. Smiling, "Well, good morning. My name is Haku," stated the hunter Nin. "Nice to meet you, Haku-san. My name is Hinata Hyuga," stated Hinata. "Nice to meet you, what a lovely name you have. And may I say you have such beautiful eyes, lavender is my favorite color." Blushing, Hinata turned slightly away. "Why, thank you. What are you doing out here?" asked Haku. "Well, I was training and I guess I fell asleep without realizing. I think you look plenty strong to me." "Thank you, but I want to become stronger to be able to fight side by side with my comrades." "I see. Hinata, do you have anyone precious to you?" "Precious to me? Well, I do have my mother, my family, and my team," stated Hinata. Smiling, Haku furthered, "Well, then I believe that when you have someone precious to fight for, that is when you become truly strong." Smiling with a blush, "Do you have someone precious to you, Haku-kun?" Now it was Haku's turn to blush. I have my father figure. He is precious to me." "I see," stated Hinata as she looked down. "What are you doing with that basket?" "Oh, this I'm looking for healing herbs. See, my father got injured, so I'm looking for medicinal herbs to help heal him." "Would you like some help? I actually learned a bit under Tsunade-sama," stated Hinata. "I would love some help, Hinata-chan," stated an impressed Haku. Haku and Hinata parted ways to their own destinations. Hinata couldn't help but think of the local boy as she made her way back to Tezuna's house. Over the next few days, everybody kept on training, enhancing performance, further improving jutsus. Until the last day, Makoto and Naruto stayed behind so Naruto can do a thorough check on her and make sure her injuries are fully healed, when suddenly a crash and screams were heard from downstairs, making Naruto and Makoto rush, only to witness some of Gato's bandits have Tsunami and Inari. Before the blade reached Inari's throat, Naruto activated the sealing formulas that were implanted in the house, causing sealing arrays to encase the two men completely. Makoto rushed towards them, taking Inari and Tsunami away from them, only to have Naruto make her hand seals as she appeared in front of the men. "Boil, release. Boiling blood," stated Naruto, her hands emitting large amounts of vapor. As she gripped the two men's throats, they started to scream in agony. Their bodies started to turn red, vapor emitting from their bodies as the flesh started to peel like a boiled tomato. Once they fell to the ground dead, she activated Earth Style. "Underground projection fish," stated Naruto in a whisper as the two men were absorbed to the ground. Makoto stated at the back of Naruto in shock, unsure of what to say until Tsunami spoke up. "Thank you, Naruto. Thank you for saving us." Naruto turned back with a fake smile. "I think we have to go. I think everyone else might be in danger," she finished as she ran out the door. Makoto followed after her, while Inari ran out the door to mobilize the villagers. At the bridge, Kushina, Hanami were patrolling the area while Sasuke and Hinata were with Tezuna and his men keeping an eye out. When a heavy mist started to appear, when a water dragon started to make its way towards Tezuna and his men. In the last minute, Hanami appeared in a rotation defending Tezuna and his men. Kushina appeared in front of everyone as she gasped 5 enemies were in front of her. "Hanami, Hinata, and Sasuke, stand ready." As she dispelled the mist, she turned towards Hanami, who nodded in agreement. "Shit," muttered Kushina. "I must say I am honored to be in your presence, Kushina-sama," stated the enemy with long blonde hair with a leaf's umbu mask. "Hakui, Shurna, Dashin," growled Kushina. "So you're working with Gato yourselves?" Shurna, the middle of the 3x leaf's umbu, giggled. "Well, Kushina-sama, looks like you still live up to your feisty attitude. But unfortunately for you, the two of you don't stand a chance against all 5 of us." "He's right, I can't go all out and worry about Sasuke, Hinata, and the villagers," thought Kushina with a sweat drop. "Where are Makoto and Naruto?" she continued. "Sasuke, Hinata, and Hanami, don't deactivate your dojutsus. The middle one of the umbus is known as Shurna. He has a peculiar jutsu where he can take control of you through activating your anger through genjutsu. You guys are immune to his genjutsu, as am I." Everybody nodded, looking straight at the foes they have. Sasuke took out the Kiba blades he has been training with for the past weeks, taking a stance against the enemy. You seem to think that you can keep those blades, brat. I will take them from your corpse, stated Sabuza. Just then a light rain started to fall down on the bridge. Looking up into the sky, Sabuza narrowed his eyes. He wasn't sure, but he was sure that no clouds were there earlier. That seems odd, stated Sabuza before he could say another word. Dashin and Hakui attacked, sprinting forward only for a fireball jutsu to appear in front of them out of nowhere. From the rain appeared Mikoto, having had performed her clan's signature fire-style jutsu. Dashin and Hakui jumped in the air to evade the fireball, only to hear from above. Water-style, hard whirlpool water blade. A spear of whirling water was coming down to the two from a red-headed girl, making contact, blowing them straight to the ground. Landing next to Mikoto. Looks like we made it just in time, stated Mikoto. Hidden rain technique was a success, smiled Naruto. Hanami, I hate to do this, but you're the best with defense. I need you to stay back and defend the villagers, stated Kushina. Hinata can handle herself, stated Hanami, jumping backwards towards the villagers. Mikoto, I need you on Dashin. He is the most dangerous of them aside from Sabuza. Naruto, take on Hakui. Sasuke, take on Shurna. Hinata, you're with the Hunter Nin, and he'll handle Sabuza. Sasuke and Naruto, those three are rogue hidden leaf umbu. Remember, they are formidable. Shurna comes from a clan that cannot perform elemental ninjutsu because his clan focuses on his jinjutsu ability to control the enemy through emotions. Luckily, you both have your dojutsus activate and do not deactivate them. Hakui was an umbu weapon specialist, and Dashin is the only one with earth-type jutsus, so proceed with caution.
Hai Everibo Charut.
Mikoto's POV. I can't believe someone from the umbu would fall this low, thought Mikoto. By the looks of it, he was from Danzo's organization. Pulling out my katana, I will end him quickly, taking advantage of Naruto's mist rain jutsu. It is continuously zapping away at his chakra, so this shouldn't be much of a fight. Even though my nephew perfected my technique, I was the original body flicker of the leaf, and I shall use it now. Activating my matured Sharingan, I flickered behind Dashin, slashing at him, only to flicker again at different locations, slashing at his body. Once he dropped to his knees, I saw that he was performing hand seals and earth started to gather on his hands. Why isn't my jutsu working? He screamed. Dashin yelled. I smirked, knowing full well he attempted to use the Doton jutsu to harden his body to attack and defend against me. Luckily for me, he's losing chakra, as is, so I'm gonna take him out now. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire. I let out multiple dragon heads heading straight to Dashin. The first two missed, but the third one got him as I flicker behind him. Lightning style. Lightning Violent Soak. Plunging my katana to the ground, electricity enters the earth, being channeled to Dashin's body, screaming in pain, and impaled to the spot. I walk in front of him. You're finished. Slashing my katana at his neck, his body dropped to the ground. Turning around, I start to notice the mist rain jutsu is starting to dissipate. Sasuke's POV. This bastard keeps evading my slashes and jutsus. He must have a lot of chakra to be able to continuously dodge with ease with Naruto's jutsu active. I have to finish this soon and go help her. Shurna kept evading and throwing shuriken at me. I can feel his genjutsu attempting to enter, only to be blocked by my Sharingan. I can tell he's getting frustrated with me. I guess it's a good as time as ever to use these. My mother has been training me, so it's time to see what I can do. Pulling out the Kiba blades, I infuse them with lightning chakra and dash towards Shurna a couple of feet. Before I get him, he jumps in the air, smirking lightning style. Lightning ball, 14 lightning orbs appeared as they were sent towards Shurna as my second attack was launched fire style. Great Fireball Jutsu. Multiple lightning orbs hit him, and the kicker was my fireball made contact. Unfortunately for me, the mist rain just dissipated. Now I'm really getting nervous. I need to hurry up and get to Naruto. I hope she's okay. Panic was getting into me. I started getting desperate, putting my mind into overdrive. I performed my hand seals lightning style. Overdrive. Using the lightning chakra, I used it to enhance my speed and power, striking Shurna with the Kiba blades, but just to be sure that he was taken care of with the Kiba blades in Shinga's abdomen lightning style. Banquet of Lightning. Waves of lightning style jutsu entered Shurna, ending him on the spot. I couldn't help but drop to the ground, panting on the ground, exerting too much chakra at the moment. Now to find Naruto. Naruto's POV. Looks like my jutsu has taken a bigger effect on Hakui. Unable to open his skulls, this should be a bit easier. But still, let's not get overconfident. I smirk, knowing I got the upper hand, being surrounded by water. Thanks to Uncle Tobarama, my water affinity became my most powerful and easier to access. Now to get this started. Water style, water tendrils. A large tendril gathered around my arms, making me look like I had elongated arms as I dashed towards Hakui. He was in shock at my increased length of my arm. Taking full advantage of this, I punched forward, ready to pierce him and be done with this battle. Unfortunately, as I pierced him, a demolished log was replaced with Hakui. I immediately turned to see where he would appear. Judging from my mist rain jutsu, he should have much chakra left, but looks like someone figured out my attack as my mist rain is starting to dissipate. I need to finish this fast before he starts to mold chakra. From out of nowhere, Hakui appears behind me with a katana raised, about to cut me in half. Going into my third stage, and Hasoken seals appear on my legs as I kick backwards, landing a hit on his abdomen, chakra expelling outwards from his body as he's sent flying backwards. Turning around, I jump in the air. Combining my water tendrils, I activate ice style. Ice death. My water tendrils turn into spears of ice surrounding me as I fling them towards Hakui. Unfortunately, he was only momentarily stunned but managed to evade majority of my spears. But unlucky for him, the entire bridge is coated in water. Let's see how useful the jutsu I copied from Sasuke is. Lightning style. Elekiter. My charged up palms are slammed to the ground, lightning being sent everywhere. I managed to electrify Hakui, but looks like it wasn't enough. As he's getting up, I see he grabs his scroll and actually manages to open it up. Now I'm not feeling so lucky. I start to throw a barrage of senbons coated in poison, only to have him unseal a sword and deflect my senbons with ease. I can see a smirk on his face. Your time's up, you wretched whore. As he dashes towards me, I can see that he's low on chakra, means that he won't last much longer in battle. Looks like he'll have to bring out a trump card of mine. Crystal style. Crystal armor. My body starts to get coated in a crystal protective layer. Crystal style. Growing crystal thorns. Pink crystals start to grow out, putting Hakui on the defensive as he starts to jump backwards, and I follow him, bringing a giant hexagonal shuriken, throwing it at him. He evades, but is unlucky as my crystal thorns pierce his right upper leg, only for my crystal thorn to grow while inside of him, shooting up and coming out of his back, painfully being trapped. I use this time to practice one of my jutsus that Eve been practicing. Lava style. Crimson assault. As I appear in front of him, he notices my hands are coated in a bright red lace chakra. Infusing my hands further with Hasoken, I punch him first in the abdomen, followed by the face, and finally in the chest, breaking my crystal thorns, sending him flying towards the ground. When I arrived, I was abhorred by the sight, as his flesh was melting, whereas struck him his insides were already liquefied. I couldn't help but hurl next to him, so I moved away from him, only to turn. I put him inside a crystal pentagon prison and shattering it so he would disappear. God, that was a horrific sight. I need to find everybody else and see where they are all at. Only to look up and see ice mirrors appear around Hinata. Shit, I need to hurry to her before it's too late. Hinata's POV. Surrender, we don't want you, we just want the bridge builder, said the hunter Nin. Never, we won't let you get the bridge builder and let this town starve the way they have been. Please, I don't want to hurt you, he replied. Something about him made me not want to attack, but if I don't, I know that he will defeat me and I will not fail my first mission outside of the village. As I am a Hyuga, I start by activating my first jutsu, wind style, air slash. I say as my hands are coated in chakra, I jump and spin, slashing my arms out. I start sending blades of air towards the hunter Nin. Although with ease he dodged, going through his own set of hand seals. Ice style. 1,000 needles of death. 1,000 of ice needles made their way towards me, but I can defend against them. Rotation. I think and start to spin, deflecting the ice needles, already preparing for my next attack. As soon as I stop, 10 trigrams air blast. Extending her arms forward, a gush of chakra sped through to the missing Nin, hitting him square in the abdomen, sending him backwards. Before he landed, he disappeared, appearing behind me to strike, but he was too slow as I ducked, sweeping at him as he was falling down. I had enough momentum and time to do the lesser of my family's techniques, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Attacking at the missing Nin's chakra points, only to find out that most were missing either by sudden movement, but I can't believe he evaded all my 32 palms. Fine, I'll have to get serious with you, he stated. Going through a hand seal's ice mirrors started to appear. As I saw the amount of chakra he was expelling, I was surprised. I know that Naruto used her mist rain jutsu, it should be zapping him of his chakra. Why does he have this much? Kushina's POV. Your daughter's jutsu has no effect on me and my hunter Nin Red, Sabuza stated with a smirk. But it looks like it does on those leaf rogues. When did you figure out you were under Naruto's mist rain jutsu? It's a water jutsu. Do you really think we wouldn't be able to tell? After all, it's one of the 7 ninja swords and Umbu's secret technique to take care of our enemies. A cheap trick, but a good one at that. I saw Sabuza make a hand seal, and with that the mist rain jutsu was dispelled. Taking my katana out, I need to take care of him before this gets any worse. Hinata's POV. The mist rain jutsu is being dispelled. Is Naruto-chan alright? I need to end this now. Focusing more chakra into my Byakugan, I look for the chakra points in the jutsu cast by the Hunter Nin, only to be amazed that there is only one chakra point dead center. When the Hunter Nin teleports to a certain mirror, more chakra points appear. But wait a minute, that's not a Hunter Nin, that's
Haku-kun.
Is that you? I can see the shocked expression on his face. How'd you know it was me? It wasn't easy. I can see you had a jutsu of sorts placed on that mask to hide your identity, but once I focused more chakra into my Byakugan, I could see right through it. I see, Hinata-chan, please, I beg that you surrender. I don't want to get into any sort of conflict with you. I'm sorry, but like I said before, Haku-kun, I won't let people suffer because of the greed of someone else. Having had gotten my resolve, I launched my first attack at the center chakra point of the jutsu. 8 trigrams air palm. Seeing how Haku left that mirror to land onto another, the one he was in shattered. How'd you shatter my ice mirror? My Byakugan can let me see chakra points in jutsus, and I can attack those chakra points, completely disabling the jutsus. I see, then he'll have to disable you, Haku stated as I saw him taking out senbons to throw at me. I start to evade, sending air palms at the other mirrors, destroying where he can hide, only for him to slowly attempt to reform those mirror. But then I'm in utter shock as Naruto appears on the mirrors fighting with Haku. Naruto's POV. I can see Hinata inside those mirrors. The chakra points are prominent. At the rate she's going to tire out. He's creating the mirrors just as she's destroying them. But not just that, while inside those mirrors he's using a technique that rivals my father's Hiraishin in speed. Okay, this may be that Hunter Nin's jutsu, but as I copied it earlier, I can figure out its inner workings and enter this jutsu to fight him on equal grounds. Channeling my ice-style chakra, I perform the hand seal I copied the other day. Putting my hand on the glass, I start to enter the void until I am completely submerged inside the jutsu. Smirking, I teleport to his glass. I notice I can't actually activate any jutsu nor my Hasoken, but weirdly enough my Minakengen is activate him. No worries, I think, as I gather my strength and punch him out of the glass. In an instant I escape, taking advantage of his stunned look. I activate my Hasoken and punch him in the stomach. Unluckily for me, he moved, so I only hit his side and he teleports to another glass, taking my Senbon out. I follow. We fight Senbon versus Senbon throughout the glasses. Hinata, break as many ice mirrors as you can so we can limit his movements. I tell her as I jump from one glass to another, ultimately missing him. I leave the ice mirror. I mold as much chakra as I can, sending out my chakra chains. 6 chains erupt from my back, 2 from each hand, racing towards the ice mirrors, shattering them on impact. I see the missing Nin is about to exit his last mirror. I jump, intercepting him using my Hasoken. 3rd stage, I punch him with as much force as I can muster in the face, sending him flying through an ice mirror to the ground. I notice he starts to stand, mask breaking and half blood trickling down his mouth. Gathering my chakra, I was going to finish this with one last technique. So you're an ice user as well. Are you from the Yuki clan? No, but I was born with various abilities. I'm from the Uzumaki clan. I see. Well, please finish me off. I am now a broken tool. A broken tool that cannot be used by Sabuza-sama. I froze. I didn't expect him to say those words to me. I expected him to fight until the very end like the rest of them, when I notice Hinata appear in front of me. Hinata's POV. I keep destroying the ice mirrors when Naruto punches Hakukuin. I was taken aback when I saw his mask fall and his face bloodied when his statement to Naruto pulled me out of my stupor. Shun shining, I appear in front of Naruto-chan. Please stand back, Naruto, I say as I turn towards Hakukuin. Why do you refer yourself as a tool? You are a kind human, you are not a tool. Hinata-chan, I'm sorry for the trouble I have caused you, but it is as I said, I am a tool for Sabuza-sama. Well, that is inaccurate. I am now a broken tool. You see, when I was a kid, I came from the Yuki clan during the bloodline purge. My mother married a non-bloodline shinobi when they had me. When I came of age, I showed my abilities in the ice release. My mother tried to shield me and told me to never display those abilities ever. Unfortunately for us, my father had seen us in blind hatred. He sounded the alarm, gathering the neighbors. Between 5 men, they killed my mother for being a bearer of bloodline child, and as they were about to kill me, I activated my Kekkei Genkai Hayatan. I manifested the killer ice spears, killing everybody instantly. I couldn't help but cry at his words as he looked up at me, only to continue. I was a broken boy in the streets, not knowing how to survive. Actually, I was on my last days when a shinobi found me and asked me where my parents were. Once he learned about my Kekkei Genkai, it all became clear to him, so he took me in. He trained me, fed me, protected me, provided a family, and I vowed to forever be his useful tool. Yes, Hinata Sabuza-sama is the reason why I am alive. I love him as my father figure, and I will do his bidding no matter my views because thanks to him I had many wonderful moments and was able to live until this day. Hakukuin, there is more to life than being a tool. You can be grateful to him and love him without needing to die. We are shinobi, we can never be the strongest, we grow stronger every day, and through love protecting our precious ones we will get stronger. You said so yourself. Indeed, Hinata, I did, but alas, I failed my mission. I am just sorry for the trouble I have caused. Maybe in another lifetime, if we had met under different circumstances, things would have been different. Haku looked up into the sky when his head snapped to the side. Performing hand seals, an ice mirror appeared and he disappeared. As I looked, I saw Kushina-sama about to deliver a killing blow to Sabuza. Kushina's POV. I send my chakra chains out in front of me. Sabuza jumps out of the way, but I manage to nick his ankle, pushing my chakra to my limbs. I appear in front of him, spinning while slashing down. He blocks me but leaves himself open, so my chakra chain flies to skewer him, only for him to let go of his blade and side dodge my chakra chain. I am getting irritated by this man, thinking he can best me. I use the surrounding water to spin. I disappear, becoming one with the water. I reappear behind him, slashing down, hitting his back. Unfortunately, he swings out with a kunai, but unfortunately for him, I push out my chakra chains to block the kunai before it penetrates me, making him jump. Not letting him get away from me, pushing chakra into my limbs, I go into my Hasoken stance, punching his blade, sending Sabuza flying backwards. With a look of shock on his face, I perform my hand seals, boil, release. Solid fog sunbon. Releasing a barrage of acidic corrosive senbons towards Sabuza. While he was dodging my attack, I dashed to impale him with my blade. He jumped, swinging his blade down at me, attempting to cut me in half. I jumped to the right, sending another wave of solid for sunbones from my mouth. Activating my next jutsu, boil, release. Boiling hands. With this it's over, one touch and he starts to melt from the point of contact. Dashing towards him, I strike at him, throwing punches and kicks only to be dodged until he jumps backwards. He activates his water dragon jutsu. As it heads towards me, I push out my hands at the dragon, vaporizing it, although it pushed me back a bit. Caught by surprise, Sabuza appears in front of me, slashing at me. He starts to perform a barrage of swings with his blade. I black flip, reading myself to release another jutsu, fire style. Fire dragon bullet. As I am about to land, I take a deep breath and release a stream of fire straight at Sabuza. As he released his water-style jutsu to combat my fire, clutching my side, he ended up nicking me. He got me on my side, but I got him on his back and ankle. I can tell his movements aren't as fluid thanks to his ankle being cut, but I'm not done. I dash at him at full speed, appearing under him. With a look of surprise, I lift myself up on my hands, kicking him on his chin with my Hasoken, sending him straight up into the air. I jump up, following him, harnessing my chakra. I kick Sabuza with as much force as possible. Although he used his blade to block me, I break the blade in half. He still took damage as he landed on the bridge, cracking it where he landed. Smirking, I expel my chakra chains, creating a drill. As I spin ready to skewer him, I am gaining momentum. Chakra starts to become visible as I am falling straight down to Sabuza. This is it. Hinata's POV. Seeing Haku disappear into the ice mirror, I can track his movement. He's headed straight towards Kushina-sama. I'm not gonna let him die. I push as much chakra into my muscles and propel myself forward while channeling my 8 trigrams air blast to propel me forward. Naruto's POV. I'm in awe of Hinata's determination to keep this boy alive, and I can see clearly that her heart breaks with his words. In utter silence, I just feel a large spike in chakra coming from my mother when I notice that Haku makes an ice mirror and climbs inside of it. I know what he's going to do. As I enter the ice mirror, I follow him. I appear in front of him, and Hinata looking up, ready to meet my mother's attack. Too late to activate any jutsu to counter. I only expel my chakra chains out. Regular POV. With the fog dissipated, Hanami, Mikoto, and Sasuke see that Naruto appears in front of Hinata and the hunter Nin with Sabuza laying on the ground. Kushina is going full force like a drill down to end everything in her path. Red haze chakra covering the blue chakra with such force. Sasuke screams at Naruto to get out of the way, as well as Mikoto and Hanami, as everyone darts towards Naruto and Hinata to save them from the path that Kushina is going towards. Everyone can clearly see Kushina is too deep in her jutsu to just cancel at the last moment. Kushina's POV. Spiraling down, I know I'm about to finish. The Sabuza can't get up anymore. Grinning, I expel more chakra, but then I see Naruto expelling her chakra chains to block me. I'm too stunned that I am too late to stop my jutsu, but I attempt to pull back my chakra chains when I feel impact. Regular POV. A loud bang was heard through the battlefield as a shockwave blows everyone back. Sasuke screaming for Naruto, Hanami screaming for Hinata. Kushina desperately stands after being sent backwards, about to rush in to see what happened to her Naruto, only for the smoke to die down, and instead of Naruto was standing a grinning Mito. "Looks like I got her just in time," stated Mito, taking her chakra chains back inside her. She turned towards Naruto. "Well, that was reckless, my little one," she said as she cupped Naruto's cheek lovingly. "Mind telling me what's going on?" "Grandmother Mito, I have no idea. I wanted to help Hinata, but my body moved on its own to attempt to stop my mother." "I see, so you were going to protect these two. Aren't they enemies?" "Long story, grandmother. Hinata has some affections towards one of them. I would say it's a long story." "I see," stated Mito as she turned around looking at the fallen missing Nin. "And who might you two be?" she asked. Sabuza barely able to sit up, thanks to the help from Haku. "My name is Sabuza Momochi. And I am Haku Yuki," stated Haku. Mito glanced at releasing killing intent at her Hinata. "And what's stopping me from killing these two?" Hinata looked down. "I'm sorry, but I know Haku is a good person. He didn't want any of this, and he was just protecting the one who he calls as a father figure." "Not a good enough reason," stated Mito, looking back at the missing Nin. "They attacked your charge and you guys, and you expect me to let them live? Foolish brat, I'll have to end things myself." "Please, Mito-sama, don't do this," pleaded Hinata. Mito expelled killing intent at Hinata. "Kunoichi with soft mentality like that are the ones that get themselves killed. Move aside, I shall rectify your mistake." Naruto stood up, about to talk to her grandmother, when her mother was at her side in an instant, nodding no, when all of a sudden clapping was heard from beyond the bridge. "Demon of the Mist, I would say you're nothing but a worthless shinobi from what I can see," stated the short fat with receding hairline. "Gato, what is the meaning of this?" stated Sabuza as he was standing up now. "And who are all these thugs that you brought with you?" "Well, you see, there's been a new change in plans. According to the new plans, you die right here on this bridge, Sabuza." "What?" stated Sabuza and Heiki in unison. "That's right, you're too expensive, so Eve decided to take you off the payroll. Of course, these thugs Eve brought cost me something, so if you could manage to slaughter a few of them before they take you down, I would appreciate it." "Think you can manage that?" "Demon Ninja of the Mist," stated Gato while laughing maniacally. "Look at you, you look about demonic as a wet kitten," finished Gato. Well, Reds, it would seem our fight is at an end. Since I am no longer in Gato's employed, Tazuna is safe, we have no quarrel," stated Sabuza to Mito and Kushina. "Men kill all those men, and you lot can have all the women and girls to do as you please, but leave that little red head with gold highlights for me, she looks scrumptious," laughed Gato to his men, only to feel killing intent coming from the women with intense killing intent from Sasuke and Haku. But they were all drowned out when Mito started to laugh, clapping. She herself walked forward, pushing her hand up to the sky. She released a fire jutsu that exploded, only for killing intent to be felt surrounding the thugs, a strong pressure weighing down on them. Most of them had lost control of their bowels, cowering in fear. When Mito again dispelled a mist jutsu she had placed upon the surrounding area, only to reveal a red sea, until looking further they saw it was shinobi with red heads. Mito turned to Sabuza and Haku. "You two are spared for now, I will finish this quickly." Walking forwards again, her face went from an astonishing beautiful gem to a look of evil. "No one threatens my granddaughter." An aura of malicious chakra surrounded Mito when 4 red-headed shinobi appeared in front of her.
Pardon, Mito-sama.
"Let us take care of them ourselves." Stood one shinobi up facing the men. Disappearing to shift, one appeared north of the group while the rest took east, west, and south. Performing hand seals, a red barrier appeared surrounding the men. Every red head had an evil glint in their eyes. One man stepped into the barrier. "You spoke ill of the Uzumaki clan head and its heir, and that shall not be permitted." Performing hand seals, he slammed it to the ground. A large sealing array appeared under the men as sealing formula was slithering up their legs. With each millimeter it progressed, every man was being burned alive. Toes had already turned into ashes. Ankles disappeared as turned to ash thanks to the wind, until there was no more from the men. Gato, on the other hand, was in utter disbelief, scared out of his mind. He attempted to run away, heading towards the wall, only to meet grinning evil glares from the red-headed demons, as he now dubbed them, when he was grabbed from the back of his neck. In a whisper, the red-headed man stated, "You see, you made a grave mistake when you insulted the princess of the Uzumaki and Senju lines, and little redhead with gold tips is my niece." and now I am going to make sure you suffer the most. Gato was speechless, streams of tears falling down his face, pleading for forgiveness when a chakra chain pierced his leg. Another one went through his behind, through his groin. When endless chakra chains pierced him from all directions, missing vital organs to keep him alive, he kept screaming in pain. When the red head appeared in front of him, all he heard was boil, release. Boiling hands, as the red head placed his hands on Gato's head. Even more terrifying screams were heard until nothing, utter silence swept through the bridge. Pardon, Mito-sama, but the threat has been dealt with, stated the red-headed man. Not much of a threat if I would have said so myself, stated Mito, when all of a sudden Kushina lurches forward, embracing the man, crying, Akane! Flashback. Mito arrived at the shores that was once her homeland. Crossing the whirlpools were only an easy task when you were an Uzumaki. Coming up to the gates, she scanned the area. A new sealing array was formed. Normally this sealing array you wouldn't be able to tell it was there, but as an Uzumaki you have the ability to detect barriers, even elusive ones as these. Scanning the barrier, she took it apart piece by piece. Strange, a barrier shouldn't be up at this time, not after the destruction of the clan. Once the barrier was no more, she continued onto the path. When she spotted the ruins of her old homeland, a lump forming onto her throat, she wanted nothing but to break down at the sight of the once powerful clan of the Uzumaki. But something was off. Someone was watching her. Paying no mind, she continued onto the path to the Kage building. In there, she would find what she came for. More sealing scrolls and jutsus hidden away to be able to train her granddaughter. Before she walked inside the Kage Tower, she was trapped in a seal forming a barrier encasing her inside. She's alone. No one else followed in behind her, stated one of the men. Who are you? And why are you impersonating Mito Uzumaki? Oh, so you've heard of me. I asked you a question, either answer or die. If you know who I am, then you should know that this little barrier is no match for me. Mito expelled her chakra chains, breaking the barrier as she spun around about to deliver a full-powered Hasoken strike to the man when she froze. Both parties were frozen, both in shock. On one side you had Mito Uzumaki, the mistress of death of the Uzumaki clan, was alive and in the flesh. While with Mito she was frozen at seeing so many of her clansmen alive, so many redheads she couldn't stop, and then she was even more stupefied when she noticed Toka Senju in the background as well, being held by one of her clansmen. Long time no see, hasn't it, Mito-sama? But I would dare say you don't look a day older than when you first married Hashirama. The man behind her stated as she turned to see the Uzumaki clan leader Marwa. Marwa, is that you?
Kaya?
How is this possible? If those are you two, then that means this must be, whispered Mito. Yes, that is my son Akane, and my daughter Aino. Dumbfounded, she turned, glanced at them in utter shock until she found her words. How are you all still alive? As tears started to well up inside her, she embraced her cousin Marwa. After coming inside the Kage Tower, she was sat down with some tea as the events were explained to her. Well, you see, back when we were attacked, my father took majority of the stronghold and battled. They wiped the enemy out, but in turn they wiped the entire fleet back then. We fought with fierce determination until my father separated everyone. He said that if we all fought, none of us would come out alive and we would all perish. So my father had taken the Umbu and the older generation of shinobi from back then and instructed them to form sealing arrays and barriers, taking on the majority of the forces. With us, we formed strong barriers underground and barriers that would not allow any detection in chakra and hid underground. Stated Marwa. I wanted to fight alongside everyone, but I knew that I was relatively young still, so I stayed and protected everyone else down there. We lost many clansmen. My remaining family, my eldest son, your own brother Mito, was taken. I was only happy that, in a way, Kushina was alive in the leaf. Nodding, Mito encouraged Marwa to continue. After the war, we kept hidden underground until we were no longer going to be scouted, until we rose and created new barriers to alert us, slowly gathering our strength until we would leave his island. Why didn't you go to the leaf? You know the Uzumaki would have been welcomed, stated Mito. True, but see, we were about to. But then Kushina passed in the Kyubi's attack, so we no longer had a reason to leave and thus decided to stay. When we had a group of refugees of the Yuki clan that were of my wife's clan, and they didn't want to leave the safe haven that the island provided, thus we stayed. Mito nodded her head in thought. What about Toka? She is a peculiar one. A couple years ago, a beam of light appeared, and from that light appeared Toka. And Aoi, they explained that they were working on this sealing jutsu from you, and something must have gone wrong to where they appeared and had no recollection of what had happened. I see. Yes, that is how I am as well. But you three should know that, Kushina, Hashirama, and Tobarama all live. Marwa, Kaya, Akane, Aino, and Toka all stood abruptly. What? Was yelled in unison. Smiling Mito went into explaining the events that have led up to now, from when Kushina grew up to Naruto, the events in her growing up, her feats and powers, so how her training has been. Smiling Kaya turned to Marwa. I want to go. Yes, as do we, stated Aino. You know, I think it's time that we abandon this haven and finally rejoin society. Besides, it's time I give that son-in-law of mine some nice Uzumaki trouble, Marwa stated in laughter. As the next couple of days everyone in the village gathered their things packed and ready to leave, Mito had already contacted Hashirama about Toka being alive, well and expecting. She had also sent a letter to Minato to let him know that nearly 1,000 people would join the Hidden Leaf Village. End of flashback. In the Leaf Village, Hashirama with Tobarama and Minato were quickly expanding the Uzumaki Senju compound, having had expanded the Leaf Village wall back with Mokutan. Hashirama created many more houses, making enough for shinobi, since in the letter the retired had chosen to live just outside the compound. As the civilians and elderly chose to live among the civilians in the Leaf Village, they were ecstatic of the thought of living along other people and be able to mingle. Thus now the Uzumaki Senju compound held a total of 250 houses were added to the compound. The Uzumaki Senju clan was now 20 members more than the Hyuga, making the Uzumaki Senju clan the largest clan among the Leaf. Back at the Land of Waves. Well, it sure is good to see you, daughter. You're as beautiful as ever. Kushina heard that voice, her throat clamped, tears started to fall. She turned. Father. Now she had enough to look at everyone as she saw her mother. Aino, other clan members she grew up with, Genin, Chunin. From what she could tell, it was too much. Kushina broke down crying. Mother, what's going on? Are you okay? Who are all these people? Asked Naruto. Marwa came up to Naruto and patted her on the head. Well, aren't you a beauty? You look so much like you, mother. Naruto grew a tick mark. Get your hands off of me, old man. I don't know you. Naruto, Kushina yelled. Don't talk like that to your grandfather, she stated as she bonked Naruto on the head. Marwa and Kaya were laughing as Naruto looked around as well, seeing so many redheads with a few black-haired individuals. You're my grandfather. That means you're my grandmother? And you are. As introductions were done, talking continued. Feelings shared. Sabuza was about to get up with the help of Haku when Kaya stepped up to them. I wouldn't go anywhere if I were you. Haku took a step forward as everyone turned to look at Sabuza and Haku, who was about to activate an ice jutsu, when Kaya, without any hand signs, had encased Haku and Sabuza in her ice-style driving chains. Chains of ice that had them bound on the chest area, holding them down on their knees. As I was saying, young Yuki, you aren't going anywhere. You are both going back to the Hidden Leaf with us. And why should we do that? Asked Sabuza. Because no clansman of mine is going to be wandering out with a missing nin, as I have stated. Haku, you're going back to the Hidden Leaf with us where you can hone your skills and actually have a life without running around the elemental country, stated Kaya. Haku looked at her and back at Sabuza. I won't leave Master Sabuza. No one said you would leave him. You shall both come, and as you're both going to be coming back with us, you're going to become part of the Uzumaki clan. But I'm from the Yuki clan, and Sabuza isn't an Uzumaki either, stated Haku. My dear, we had many refugees from the Yuki clan arrive our shores and joined and married into the Uzumaki clan. You yourself shall become Uzumaki as well. As for Sabuza, well, I'm pretty sure he can marry into the clan. Many of our women can handle him, stated Kaya with a smirk. Sabuza was at a loss for words. That was the last thing he expected. He expected death, torture, sent back to the hidden mist, everything but that. Why are you doing this? Asked Sabuza. You took care of one of my kin. I heard what you did in the hidden mist, although I don't agree with how you went about it. I see it was a noble reason. And lastly, the way you raised Haku means you are a good man, for Haku has made not only my granddaughter but the Hyuga heiress into shaping themselves up to become strong kunoichi and finally have a resolve for the future, stated Kaya. As the bridge was finished, the townsmen named the bridge the Great Naruto Bridge after Naruto helped shaped up the town to be resilient. Before they were to depart, some civilians chose to stay in the Land of Waves. Being near water was a for them. Prior to their departure, Sabuza Uzumaki and Haku Uzumaki got their things ready to head out with the Uzumaki clan, as well as Team 7. Kushina only backed away slowly. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Now Tsunaheim. As you can see, Naruheim is in excellent condition. Besides, she made new friends in this mission. Stated Mito as Sabuza and Haku both came up to them. From behind, Iskandar and Isdeth walked up to Hashirama and Tobarama, who both partially bowed to one another. When Iskandar turned to Minato, "So you're the stripling that my Haim." The words never finished when Iskandar saw a female kunoichi with short black hair, who went by Shizune, and another with purple hair, who later was revealed to be Anko holding up a pair or red-headed twins, and the little blonde boy with Kushina's eyes tugging Kushina's shirt. Iskandar appeared in an instant along with Isdeth to greet and get to know their grandchildren. Gushing, both powerful shinobi in their own respective rights were turned to mush at the sight of their little bundles of joy. Little Rin looks exactly like Kushina when she was this little, and my goodness, this little boy, he's going to be a strong one. But you, my darling, stated Isdeth as she picked up little Menma. What sight to see more little Uzumaki grandchildren. Come to grandma, my darlings, stated Isdeth as she picked up her bundles of joy, while everyone just stared in delight at the sight. The day progressed, turned to afternoon and to evening. The Uzumaki clan members all found a place to call home. The civilians, who numbered close to 500 aside from the ones that decided to stay in Wave, decided to stay in the civilian quarters and actually enjoy civilian lives, while the 100 retired Uzumaki decided to live just near the entrance of the compound to set up shop in the clan district to take advantage of useful unique skills that they brought to the table to help the clan as a whole be more prosperous, while 101 active Jounin, 9 of which were experts in their respective field as ANBU known as Hashira, the 120 active Chunin, 7 genin, the 51 children that were in the Ninja Academy back at Whirlpool, and lastly the children that were still young, who numbered at about 42. Finally able to breathe, everyone of the clan felt relaxed and finally safe. The Uzumaki clan was now the largest clan in the Hidden Leaf village, which caused the elders at the Hyuga clan to be at an uproar. As the night finally settled, in the center of the compound stood the main house with 3 wings. In the main wing now housed Minato, Kushina, Naruto and her 3 siblings, Tsunade and Jiraiya. On the left wing of the house lived the Senju side Hashirama and Mito, while on the left wing of the house lived Iskandar and Isdeth. And lastly, on the rear wing of the house lived Tobarama. Mito was acting as clan head for Kushina, who was on leave, in order to take care of her children and retrain herself to get herself back in shape before taking the clan seat back from Mito. Before the night ended, everyone decided to meet in the Great Hall, as it was dubbed now, which was at the rear of the compound, which would eventually house all Uzumaki clan scrolls, weapons, and other such items once upacked. The Senju Uzumaki gathered in order to introduce themselves. In the main table sat Minato the Hokage, with Hashirama, Tobarama, Hiruzen, and now Iskandar as his advisors, along with the village clan heads. While the Uzumaki clan elders sat on another table perpendicular to their table, which were strong battle-ready elders despite their age. Genkai, Genryusai Yamamoto, Keed, Makarov, Bang, and Frieren, the 6 clan elders, were top sealers and experts in all the ninja arts of the Uzumaki clan and regularly partook in teaching the young ones. The Chunin and Jounin all stepped up and introduced themselves, finishing up with Sabuza and Haku. The clan elders as well as advisors were all surprised at how many Kekiai Genkai were now in the Hidden Leaf village. A lot of their new shinobi had from ranging ice release, boil release, storm release, swift release, and lava release. When the next group were about to come up, Iskandar explained that they were training 2 different groups. One group was an elite Kenjutsu group of 9 members that utilized their affinities in their Kenjutsu with chakra-conducting metal blades were forged with seals implanted throughout the forging process. These individuals could be considered as powerful, if not more powerful, as the ninja swordsmen of the mist. While the other group of elite ninja specialized in the different arts of shinobi, which were a total of 15 members that were masters. The following 9 were approaching. Iskandar stepped up and introduced his Hashira from Whirlpool. Jyomiai Uzumaki, the leader of the Hashira, specialists in earth-style Kenjutsu. Jyomiai was followed by Kyajuro, a blaze wielder, Ju, a water specialist, Sanemi, our wind specialist. Tengen also specializes in wind manipulation. Abanai is our poison specialist and has a snake contract. Mitsuri Shi is our swift release but also is stuck at the monstrous strength like Tsunade, as I hear. Muchiro is another of our water specialist. And finally, Kene Shi is a wind specialist with a butterfly contract. And her 2 sisters, who are genin, also have wind chakra natures with butterfly contracts. As when it comes to my elite Jounin, my 15 top members, introducing my male members include Gojo, a male Umbu, was the tactical specialist in my group, while Sukuna is my Genjutsu and Taijutsu specialist. Suguru is my Kenjutsu specialist. Kento Nanami is my medical specialist, while Shanks here is my weapon specialist, and he is also our new esteemed Toka's husband, who she is a Genjutsu specialist. while my lanced male is Moroku, who is our sealing specialist. Now aside from Toka for the strong kunoichi of our family, we have Azula with a temper, she has her lava release. While Kikyo and Kagome both specialists in the art of the bow utilizing their chakra nature to use as bows. Silesia is our ninjutsu specialist with the lava release. Akame along with Abanai is a poison specialist, but where Abanai can use it in combat Akame rather stores is in her sword engraved with seals. The Urza twins, one is Urza Scarlet Uzumaki and the other is Urza Nai Uzumaki. Both dwell in weapons, one focuses more on kenjutsu while the other utilizes weapons as a whole help with her Hasoken. And lastly we have Rias, she has her lava release and she is fierce when she chooses to use it as an armor. On top of their elemental bloodlines, all Uzumaki had the chakra chains, and they calculate how dense their chakra is by how many chakra chains can be summoned. The less dense the chakra, the Uzumaki are limited to 2 chakra chains. The densest chakra thus far comes from Naruto, who can expel 6 chakra chains from her back, 1 from her torso area and 2 from each wrist, far exceeding Kushina and Mito. That night the Hidden Leaf Village did not sleep. They learned the hard way that Naruto's personality was genetic. The Uzumaki clan was in a rave. It was an all-out party as the Uchihas and the other clans joined some Hyugas, which was a shock to them all, were also present. Food was passed around. Sake was everywhere. Balloons, confetti, fireworks from seals were up in the air exploding. Music was being played while many danced. Menma was playing with his new clansmen. The twins were being passed around between uncles, aunts, and clansmen, while one particular demon of the mist was being ushered to dance from a fierce woman by the name of Azula. Azula was a tall, slender, with an average-sized bust curvy figure with dark red hair reaching down to her mid-back. She wore a sleeveless mid-thigh chipao open to the sides of the thigh with mesh armor going up her body. She is a wicked jounin, fierce and sadistic personality, a specialist in ninjutsu with the lava release and a skillful kunoichi with senbons that she utilizes, but at this moment with Sake in her system, she wanted to let loose and have fun, so we find Sabuza with a blush being dragged to the dance floor with a grin eating Azula. Show me what type of demon the demon of the mist is. Cooed Azula, feeling her hand down. Oh, looks like you're a big boy, aren't you? She smirked with Sabuza frozen with delight. That night Sabuza learned how much stamina the Uzumaki had. On the sideline Haku was talking with Hinata as they drank some tea and ate food. Nothing could sour the mood for those two, as with Sasuke and Naruto they themselves were talking enjoying the party. Naruto had to show Sasuke how to dance while Makoto and Kushina were gushing. On the other hand, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Minato, Hashirama, Jiraiya and Tobirama had a dark aura and menacing thoughts were gathering about the Uchiha boy. Especially Orochimaru, he had given an order to Uni to separate the two, but to no luck that Snake liked the Uchiha brat. He had a snake to dissect. Kakashi and Yujito were also enjoying the festivities. Just having arrived back from their honeymoon, they continued on celebrating. Celebration continued on to dawn, and as the sun rose people were littered in the streets, bent over chairs, bars, while you can see attempting to rise from their hangover. With the morning progressing, food was prepared village-wide and passed around, with the healers helping everyone get past their hangover. In the council room, Minato sat with his advisors on his left and right of him, while the clan heads all sat in according with Tsunade as the Senju clan head and Kushina retaking her seat as the clan head for the Uzumaki. The meeting was called in accordance to the Uzumaki clan that was now in Konoha and how to include them in everyday life and how to utilize their best capabilities for the betterment of the village. Before anything was said, both Kushina and Tsunade spoke. With the new clansmen of the Uzumaki, as of now we have 2 seats due to the Senju Uzumaki clan, represents a total of the Senju, Uzumaki, Terumi and Yuki clans. We would like to increase our seat coverage to 3 instead of the 4 per the clans that were introduced by the Uzumaki to the village, stated Kushina. Furthermore, we would want to make sure that the 3 votes the Senju Uzumaki clan will continue to stay as 3 when Naruheim takes over as the sole clan head for our respective clans, since she is the embodiment of all those clans in one. Finished Tsunade. As the advisors turned to one another, they had no objections. The clans were wary, but with the Hyuga, Uchiha, Nara, Kurama, and Sarutobi clan there was no objections, thus the motion was granted. Next we will disperse the Uzumaki with the help of Iskandar here to include them into our different areas of expertise, stated Minato. Some will go to the Sealing Corp to strengthen our barriers, while some will go to the academy to help with the now growing children. Hashirama-sama has graciously volunteered to expand the academy to accommodate the new students. In the academy, a new teacher will help the students in introducing them into the sealing arts, which shall be sealing arts that are available to everybody, and it will be up to them and the Uzumaki if they shall let them expand their knowledge. Finished Iskandar. In the the Uzumaki Umbu and our respective Umbu will train each other in the differences of each of their skill to better themselves on different skills to strengthen the protection of the village. Stated Tobarama. If you all should see Uzumaki around the village drawing symbols, please don't send paperwork of pranks, and let the civilians know that the Uzumaki are placing seals for times of need to protect the village. The Uzumaki have studied Minato's and Tobarama-sensei Haration and thus have decided to place the sealing formula with added seals around the village where they can teleport the entire population to a safe location if the need arise. I ask of you to allow the Uzumaki into your clans to place these seals in your compounds. Stated Sarutobi. The sealing array. Started Iskandar, who gave each clan head a copy of the seal. If you inspect the seal, the inner seal is the completion of my son-in-law's and Tobarama-sama's Harations. The other lines with the crosses and infinity loops are seals that will provide a barrier to anyone near the seal in detection of hostile chakra, and allow for healing chakra to those that are injured. Stated Iskandar. Thus the seals cannot be activated by anyone. This can only be activated by Minato, the Sealing Corp, and the Umbu commanders in the time of war, but once activated the Sealing Corp, myself, Mito, Kushina can use them to teleport anyone touching the sealing array. Thus we encourage the clan heads to join us in teaching you how to use these seals, for in times of need, we will need the combine help to safely evacuate every person in the village from harm. When Iskandar finished, he noticed all the clan heads murmuring in agreement. In times of need, some of us would rather be in the battlefront protecting everyone from danger. Can we have a representative like my wife? Stated Hayashi Hyuga. The reason we ask for clan heads is because the person that is to be taught has to have a vast amount of chakra and an astounding amount of chakra control in order for this to work. So yes, if you believe the person that you rather have trained be someone else, then by all means send them our way and we shall inspect them and make sure they have the requirements for the training. Finished Iskandar. Finally, everyone nodded. Next we have the problem of a genin by the name of Haku Uzumaki, formerly known as Haku Yuki, without a team and 4 extra teams with jounin who don't know the layout of the land. Stated Minato. As the 13 genin and 4 jounin entered the room, the genin and jounin all bowed to the clan heads as they all tilted their heads slightly to the newcomers. Well, that's not entirely true. Stated Mikoto. Why don't we place Haku into Team 7, creating a 5-man team, and we could just add a jounin to help the 4 genin teams. Finished Mikoto. Although a good idea, but we've never had a 5-man for a reason. That is too large a group for certain missions and would hinder their abilities towards stealth and efficiency. Stated Tsum of the Inuzuka clan. Although I agree with Tsum, I also have to disagree. Stated Hayashi. While 5-man teams are not common, it would also be beneficial to have Haku in with Team 7. Each team as of now has a healer in their ranks. Team 12 has Chino Ike. Team 11 has Sho Kusuke Uzumaki. Team 10 has Ino Yamanaka. Team 8 has Sakura Haruno. Team 6 has Mimika Uzumaki. Team 5 has Fern Uzumaki. Team 3 has Zenitsu Uzumaki, and lastly, while Team 9 has Tenten Higurashi. So it stands that Team 7 does not have a healer, while Naruto is an amazing healer rivaling Shizune, but she has unlocked her Byakuga seal, which even if we wanted to enforce the rules upon her to stay back and act as support, we all know she's hard-headed and jumps into battle at the first sight of conflict. Stated Hayashi. In other words, Naruto-kun takes up too much like Tsunade-sama. Cut in Mikoto. Well, yes, she does in that regard, and this Haku has shown an aptitude against fighting and already has skills in healing, so letting him advance in healing ninjutsu while being support is why I agree with adding Haku to Team 7 to act as support and the medical nin for the team. Finished Hayashi. While everybody snickered at the comparison of Naruto to Tsunade. I agree with Hayashi-sama. Stated Shikaku. A wise move. Stated Tobarama. I have to agree, the young lad would be a fine addition to my grandniece's team. So is anyone against the idea? Finished Tobarama. With no rejections, they moved on to the next on what jounin would join the Team Whirlpool, now dubbed Team 11, is led by Megumi Uzumaki. He is a sealing jounin and his team consists of Nezuko Uzumaki, Shinobu Kocho Uzumaki, and Sho Kusuke Uzumaki. With Team Tides, now dubbed Team 6, which is led by Nobara Kujisaki Uzumaki, she also specializes in sealing and uses wind ninjutsu. She leads the team of Kaneo Uzumaki. She is the sister of Shinobu and Kane of the Hashira. Mimika Uzumaki is the healer of their team, and lastly we have Killua Zoldyck Uzumaki, who's the team's weapons specialist. Team Swirl, now dubbed 5, is led by Maki Zenin Uzumaki. She is a ninjutsu specialist and leads Fern Uzumaki, Stark Uzumaki, and Gon Freaks Uzumaki. Lastly, we have Team Slayer, now dubbed Team 3, is led by Yuji Itadori Uzumaki, a taijutsu specialist with the explosion release who leads aspiring Hashira with Tanjiro Uzumaki, who utilizes the boil release, Zenitsu with lightning, and lastly Inosuke, who has earth release and has a summoning contract with the Javelina clan. With Team 5 Genma Shiranui, it was decided that while with Team 11 Enko Mitarashi, Team 3 let's put Shizune, and lastly with Team 6 we'll have Aoba Yamashiro will assign would be helping until they had a better understanding of the Land of Fire. Once the Genin teams and the Jounin in question left, they moved on to the next pressing matters.